Alright. Well, it took a really long time to get this one started. Unfortunately, Man. I said at the end of Saturday's stream that this one would actually start earlier, and that I really didn't want to start late. And I ended up starting 40 minutes later than I did on Saturday. So, yeah, this has been going great so far. I'm gonna throw the speedrun item prep list into chats. Throw that there, and then pin it so people can follow along. So I have gotten most things set up, but there's still a few last little bits and things I need to work on. Hello, Leap Year Kurt. Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, it's, I guess, start of the afternoon for me. Good afternoon to you as well. So I've gotten a lot of stuff set up. Unfortunately, not 100%. But the nice thing about all this stuff is I can always get it set up later. Oh, also, this one I actually do need my timer for. So I can go ahead and open up Live Split. And then usually try to get this set up beforehand. I'm looking at my OBS just to make sure that this is working. Can resize the timer. There we go. So just want to get that on screen now. Alright. So I've pinned my shopping list in the chat, and I'm going to be referring to that for a little bit as we get set up. There's a few things that I need to do. So I got my heirlooms here. Now, mostly the same stuff here. I'm using a lot of the same heirlooms that I have been using. I'm going with crit enchants on my rings. Just because, you know, Havoc, from everything I've seen, wants a lot of crit with most of the standard builds. I have Elemental Force weapons, but I also have life-stealing weapons. So this is something that a lot of people have brought up, that for dungeons early on, life-stealing is very powerful for survivability, so I will be doing that for the first time in this run, messing around with life-stealing weapons. What else? So, I don't really think I need more Radnax gems. Yeah, there's none on the auction house. Doesn't really matter, though. Before I forget, I'm going to grab more bags. So, Azurweave Expedition Pack, you want 4 of these. And then 1 Chronocloth Reagent Bag. The Reagent Bag isn't really as important for the traditional 10 to 60 runs, which is what I'll be doing here. Should say it in the title, but in case it's not obvious, it's just going to be 10 to 60, not going to be anything special, not going to be doing 60 to 70. And because it's not Darkmoon Fair or anything, I don't need to prep any of that stuff. Also, I wonder, can I just... I'm going to mail over right now, just to... Let's say I'll mail it to my Demon Hunter, Lenara. Just mail over Cracked Radnax Gem. Because the main issue is I can't get prep done with a Radnax gem sitting in my mailbox, because whenever I hit open all, it screws me over. Now that the 50% speed buff is gone, do I still recommend dungeon grinding to 30? I would actually recommend dungeon grinding to 30 even more now that the 50% buff is gone. The only thing with dungeon grinding is before, with the 50% buff, like, the main advantage of dungeon grinding is it allows you to basically cut out a lot of the inefficient parts of questing. So, dungeon grinding is still good if you get good RNG, right? Like, you know, in my Druid run, I got really, really good RNG, so that's still nice, even with the 50% buff. But, like, with that 50% buff, if I had gotten dogshit RNG, you know, I probably still would have been fine. It wouldn't have been as insane of a run. But the main thing is with that bonus, you can cut out a lot of the really inefficient bits of like Duskwood, Redbridge, etc. So it's actually not as necessary. With the removal of the 50% buff, it's even more important. Because now you basically have to rely on dungeons to cut out the inefficient bits of questing. You still don't need to get like perfect RNG, but obviously if you get Durnhold like 4 times in a row, yeah, that kind of sucks. But yes, so absolutely, to answer your question, 100% I recommend doing dungeons. Makes it much, much easier. And of course, you know, disclaimer, right, your mileage may vary with, like, you know, if you're not a tank or a healer, and you have DPS queues, it may take you a while. You may get, like, really long queues and then hit escape from Durnholds, and yeah, that kind of sucks, but you know, such is life. So, who knows, but yes, definitely would recommend that. so I got gun shoes, XA 1000. What else? I can throw that over here because I don't need more than, definitely don't need more than 40 XA 1000s. So heirlooms, I'm good to go. I need gear, like off the auction house. I think what I might do, I'm not entirely sure, but I know the Demon Hunter starting zone gives you, like, relatively good gear rewards, like, for pretty much every slot. And also minor speed for DH isn't really that important. What I might do is I might mail over a scroll of minor speed just to apply to my starting boots on DH, but I think I'm just gonna skip getting level 13, level, like, 13 pieces, maybe. It's tricky. Because I think, technically speaking, it might still be an upgrade over whatever I get. I could also, I think what I might do for DH instead of what I traditionally do. So if you're wondering what I'm referring to, I have pins. It should be working, a little pin on the stream chat for my speedrun prep list. It's a Google Doc. I will inevitably, whenever I get free time, convert this into like a page of my website, format it a little bit better, make it fancier and stuff like that. But for now, this is what I use to plan ahead. So usually I would get something like, let's see, look at waist here, and then level range, we'll do like 12 to 14, just so I get all the level 13 stuff. There's actually nothing on this server in terms of BOEs, so kind of doesn't matter, at least for waist. But I could do, yeah, see here, there's, obviously that is exorbitantly expensive, but I'm not going to buy that. But I would do something like this, right? So what I may actually do, because I think during the starting zone I get fairly good pieces. Murasaki Purple said, hi, want to ask, how do you not get burned out? Good question. I guess it depends on what you're talking about. So, the short answer to that is, I do get burned out, right? I have, on many occasions, gotten burnt out. I mean, I only recently got back into streaming, like, a few weeks ago. It's been like 3 weeks now that I've been streaming, and one of those weekends I had to cut a day because I was sick. But there was like a good 6-7 month period in between, you know, when I just started streaming again a few weeks ago and when I streamed in the Dragonflight beta. And I absolutely did get burnt out. Now, my reasons for stopping streaming at the start of Dragonflight were not necessarily entirely due to burnout. It was partially because, you know, I wanted to focus more on the game. There was obviously a lot I had to do. And the reality of streaming is, when I am streaming, I'm not working on videos, right? So, you know, I have to use my time wisely. One thing that I always make sure is that none of my streaming or videos cuts into, like, you know, the main stuff I do in game, that being raiding, etc., or if I need to do dungeons like the start of a season. That in the future I might start streaming that. Depends. But traditionally, you know, if I have a lot of videos to work on, that's time that I can't really be doing anything else. You're just sitting there locked away in like Adobe Premiere and stuff like that. And I had obviously a lot of videos I needed to make at the start of Dragonflight. So that's partially why. But part of it was burnout. Part of it was, like, you know, frustration with, you know, my Dragonflight launch day stream got completely fucked over by things completely out of my control, server issues, etc. And yeah, it is really frustrating, you know, trying to get all this set up. Like, setting up a stream, you know, I know a lot of people have this idea of, you know, oh, streaming is so easy. You just, like, you know, turn on your stream and whatever. And hopefully you can see with, you know, all the setup and stuff that I have to do, it absolutely isn't that easy. One of the other things is I kind of, like, making a thumbnail for each stream can sometimes take a while. I spent like an hour working on the thumbnail for this one, just because unfortunately in hindsight, maybe it wasn't a good idea, but I got a picture of my Demon Hunter, and the screenshot I took was with their wings out, and, you know, there's a lot of little holes, so you got to make sure to make sure it doesn't clash with the background, like trim out all the little holes and stuff like that. And that takes a while to, you know, edit together in Photoshop. But also just the general preparation, right? Doing all this stuff, trying to get it all set up on time. Yeah, it's a lot. Absolutely, it's a lot. So yeah, I've gotten burnt out before. I try to, has to suck, yeah, kind of. Depends. It's not the end of the world. It's not the worst thing ever. But yeah, like, I've gotten burnt out on, you know, in at times in the past, but I think it's just, you know, you pace yourself, right? Like, the most important thing to me is that I don't like burnout so hard that I just shut down and can't do anything. So a lot of times, you know, there's been points where I don't make videos for like a month, and I'll work on something else, right? And I think the most important thing that I never get burnt out on, and it's partially because I do genuinely enjoy it, but also because I want to make sure under no circumstances I can get burnt out on that, is raiding. You know, if I commit to raiding or I commit to something, I will show up. I think I said this before. When I killed Sarkareth, I had like 100-degree fever and, you know, sore throat and runny nose. I was sick as fuck. I still showed up and I still killed that stupid fucking dragon, right? So when I say I'm going to, you know, do something in terms of like raiding and whatnot, I stay to that commitment and I make sure that no level of burnout or whatever will ever get in the way of that. But if I need to take a step back from videos for a month, I've done that. If I need to stop streaming for 6 months, I've also done that. So I guess all things in moderation, right? It's also why right now I'm only streaming on weekends. So I'm only streaming on Saturday, Sunday. In the future, I may add additional days, but the reality is right now my schedule's extremely overloaded. You know, I just had to find a new guild, and while I have found a new guild, right, you know, that process took time. And even if it's like not directly like, you know, oh, I'm constantly spending active hours finding a new guild, there's a certain level of like worry and concern that, you know, it's hard to really stay focused on, you know, making videos or whatever when I'm just worried about like, oh, you know, will I be able to find a good new guild or something like that? So, you know, a lot of my time last week was kind of taken up by that, you know. I just got a lot of shit going on right now, so I don't really have enough time to add additional streaming days, but we'll see. How different is the leveling times if you start on a brand new account or not using anything sent over from another character or heirlooms? It depends. So before a brand new account leveling, it took me like 10 hours or something, but I also, previously, brand new accounts did not have access to Chromie time, which made everything like really slow. So it took me 10 hours on a brand new account with no heirlooms, no special bonuses, no anything, but I also had like, you know, like no access to any of the efficient zones. And a lot of people think that all of the time save comes from items, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's mostly just the routing, right? Like almost all of the time that I lost from my fresh account run, actually, partially the routing, partially because I played a rogue, and rogue is like literally the worst leveling class in the game. And I was still able to do it I think it was around 10, 11 hours. I forget what the final time was. And a large part of that was because I couldn't do the good zones. I was playing a class that is not efficient for leveling. But what I might do at some point is like a run on that fresh account with no heirlooms or anything where I still have access to Chromie time, right? And I just simulate what it's like. And I think you'll find that it's really not that bad. Obviously, though, you have to think about it. Like, a lot of people will tell me they followed my route and it took them like 10 hours. But another really big impactful thing is experience. So if somebody is leveling for the first time ever in World of Warcraft and they follow my route, which, you know, my world record is like around 3 hours. I got it lower with the 50% buff, but without the 50% buff, it's like 3 hours, 20 minutes. And they'll be like upset that they can't match my time, despite it being their literal first ever leveling experience in World of Warcraft and not really understanding how the classes work. And it's like, yeah. So like me, I could probably do it in 6 hours with no heirlooms, no nothing, doing my route with just like, with something good, right? Like a Guardian Druid or Windwalker Monk, basically what I use for my speedruns. But like a brand new player, an actual fresh World of Warcraft player, could probably take somewhere in the realm of like 10 hours doing that. Really hard to say. That's why people always, like, a lot of people will like give me their life story and then say, now that I've told you all that, how long do you think it'll take me to level? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know you. Like, you know, oh, I've played Rogue for 2.5 years and I have exactly 3 heirlooms and I don't know the specs super well, but I've studied your route a little bit and, you know, I have no leveling or potions, but I can turn on war mode at level 20. Like, how long will it take me to follow your route? Like, dude, who fucking knows? Like, I don't have a crystal ball. Do the route, find out. Like, I'm not criticizing your comment. I know you were asking specifically from, like, you know, just a curiosity perspective. But people will genuinely do that. Give me, like, a bunch of different qualifiers and say, with all of that being said, how long will it take me? I don't fucking know. It really depends on the person, right? So, do think that a lot of people overemphasize how much impact like the consumables and heirlooms and stuff have, but they do make a difference, obviously, which is why I use them, so yeah. Hello Spiffzap, good to see you. Have to say you're new to WoW, and when you took your path, you got to level 60 in no time. That's good to hear. Would I ever do a speedrun of classic WoW? Yes. I mean, once I've learned it, right? Because I've said this before, a bunch of people have asked. My TLDR for classic WoW speedruns, is it something I want to do eventually? Yes. Can I just magically learn how to speedrun classic WoW with no practice? No, it takes practice. So my goal first is to get practice with classic WoW speedrunning. I've said before, I'm eventually going to stream like practice runs of every single zone in classic WoW. May not do that today just because I'm running behind on time, but next weekend I think I may start doing that. And once I feel comfortable enough with the general, like, you know, speedrun process for classic WoW, then I may do full speedruns for it. We'll see. But that stuff takes time. You know, you don't just wake up and decide, I'm going to, like, try to get a world record in a game. It takes years and years of practice, or at least months and months of concentrated practice. You feel burned from leveling, but got all classes to 70 in both factions. That's very good. A speedrun into vanilla is still a long, long time. True poop socking. Yeah, I looked into it. Maybe I missed something, and from what I can tell, there isn't really a great... there isn't really like a well moderated collection of classic speedruns. Like, I checked speedrun.com and it doesn't really seem super well put together, so I don't really know exactly what the world record is. And obviously there's like different levels of it, right? There's like original vanilla, there's TVC and Wrath, obviously TVC not being a thing anymore. But like, I've seen some people saying that like 5 days or something around that is the world record for original vanilla, which admittedly, I will never speedrun original vanilla. There are some things, you know, I don't have time for that shit, right? I'm not going to do a 5-day long speedrun, all right? Let's just get that out of the way real quick. But I think it's somewhere around that. But I've also seen like times of people saying they got it in 24 hours, and I don't know if that's like an exploit or something. I don't fucking know. The lowest time that I could see for Wrath for 1 to 80, which, like, if I did classic speedruns, the you're confusing. I just saw Hwatzillan say, "Isn't the world record from Joker D?" I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Joker D got world first, right? On like when the servers came out. There's a very big difference between world record and world first, right? Obviously, world first is still impressive, but you know, there's a reason, for instance, why I don't go for like rank 1 or world first, like level 70 when a new expansion comes out. I kind of got fucked over in Dragonflight, but like I got a really good time in Shadowlands. When Shadowlands came out, I did it completely solo, and I think I was like the 25th solo player to hit level 60 at the time, like worldwide, which I was happy about, right? I also kind of got griefed at one point during Maldraxxus, but I did really, really, really well at the start of Shadowlands. But was I going for world first? Fuck no. And I never will, because the reality is also, it's kind of hard to really say who is like solo and who isn't. You know, I butchered that. The waters get muddied when it comes to like world first racing for leveling and stuff like that. And also, the fastest time will always be people in the pre-made group doing fancy shit. Like now, we'll do all the crazy shit with like having people feed him items. I will never do that. I will always level completely solo, and I will just try to get a time that I'm happy with. But there's also a reason I don't put too much effort into that, because the thing that I enjoy is speedruns, where you have like basically how do I word this? Everything is kind of neutral across different players. Like you have kind of the standard, you know, starting point, so times are more realistic and can be compared 1-to-1 with each other a bit better. So that's why I prefer something like that. But yeah, for Classic, all that to say, the main category that I would be interested in learning and running for Classic is Wrath Classic 1 to 80, specifically. And the fastest time that I could find for that is I saw somebody post a 65-hour 1 to 80 run completely solo, which is like what I would be doing. And obviously I didn't watch the entire thing, but I skimmed some of it, and from what I could tell, they pretty much did all of the stuff that I would want to do. Like, they kind of followed the standard rules and whatnot that I would want to be following within my own run. Like, they didn't have people help them along the way. It was pretty much a fair start from level 1 thing. The only thing they didn't do is they didn't mail over, like, heirlooms and whatnot, which I would. If I were to do Wrath Classic 1 to 80 runs, I think it would be fun to actually use tools at your disposal, like heirlooms, which are designed to speed up your leveling, and stuff like consumables and whatnot. I could not even find a single run. When am I starting? When I'm ready. I could not find a single run that actually, like, mailed over heirlooms and did stuff like that, so maybe I missed it, but I couldn't really find a frame of reference. But the closest that I could find to what I plan on doing for classic Wrath speedruns is that 65-hour run. So, yeah. That is kind of what I believe is the world record at the moment, because I couldn't see anything else. But who knows? Maybe I missed it. Let me scroll up. A few people messaged during that time. A lot of us overanalyze your routes for so long that we could have already hit max level if we just started the journey. That's fair, yeah. I mean, in the amount of time I spend prepping for certain runs, I could also have just casually leveled a character, but it's more about the spectacle of it, and I think this is more fun, personally. If I buy pizza or hamburgers while leveling, and I'm drinking coffee or water, but don't have french fries with my hamburger, how long would it take me to level? Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, those are some difficult modifiers you've got in there. You were hoping DH would win? Funny thing about that, DH and Survival Hunter were on a dead-even tie, and I flipped a coin and DH won. So I've never had a large pull like that actually end in a completely dead-even tie. So what I'm doing to keep it fair is I'm doing Havoc Demon Hunter now, and whenever I do another 10 to 60 run, Survival Hunter will be that one, because it technically was tied for first place. And then all of the other ones will, of course, go back into the poll, and then after the Survival Hunter run, when I do a third 10 to 60 run, then, you know, you can vote for the other options. Given that Mercury is in retrograde, how long will it take me to get from 70 to 80? Yeah. You were just curious how fast it is without all the setup? Yeah, I got you. Didn't that guy hit 60 world first in Classic practice in private servers for years before that? Yeah. I mean, of course you did. I mean, nobody's just going to play, like, the original vanilla re-release and magically get world first. Of course, anything takes practice. So, I don't know for sure how much practice he did, but I would be surprised if he didn't spend an insane amount of time practicing. Your wife broke up with you and took the kids. What's the most optimal zone to level in Northrend? Oh, God. Dang, all class, both factions, 70 is wild. You just got 70 classes, Horde with 1 ally for DH, but only 2 more races for 60 plus. Yeah, I remember you posted that in Discord. Goose Comics said, he's not the world record holder, just the world first. Yeah, that's what I thought. And before 5-day vanilla speedrun subathon. Yeah, that would be something, huh? Infinix said hello. Good to see you, Infinix. Lightforged and Coltiran. I must have been in reference to something. Finally, a DH speedrun. You've been looking forward to this for so long. Yeah, the last time I did a DH speedrun, you know what? Let me actually check. I think I can open YouTube Studio in another tab. It's been a very long time. Here. The last DH speedrun I ever did, it was... Well, it was actually my second ever live stream. Was my most recent DH speedrun. November 15th, 2020 is the last time I have done a Demon Hunter speedrun on this channel. So it's been a hot minute for sure. Should be fun. So few people do 1 to 60 speedruns. It's just so long. A lot of people run 1 to 10 though. Yeah. It definitely, like, obviously for me, 5 hours, I don't view it as like a massive time investment, but I can definitely see how it's a lot of time to set aside from people. Do I play any other games? I mean, I play a lot of other games, yeah. Definitely a lot of other games. It's such a drag 1 to 80 without Joyous Journeys. Yeah, definitely. Hello, Benja. Good to see you. Good luck on the speedrun. Thank you. What's my favorite DPS caster to level? Probably Arcane Mage. I don't really play casters a lot. I actually really enjoyed the Shadow Priest run, even though that was the first time I've leveled a Shadow Priest. So, but I think, like, if I had to pick out of all of the ones I've played, I generally speaking enjoy playing Arcane Mage, but I'm not, like, really that good at it. So I'm generally just not a caster player. Warlock was fun, yeah. I don't know if I would say Affliction was my favorite caster that I've leveled, but I did enjoy it. I was surprised. I had more fun playing Affliction in that run like a few months ago than I expected to. I'm thinking about doing a classic Wrath speedrun from 1 to 80. What class? Currently, what I'm prepping for is Ret Pally. I think Ret Pally is maybe a little bit underrated. I've heard a lot of people saying, like, obviously people know that Ret Pally when you get to higher levels is really broken, right? But a lot of people say Ret Pally is so slow, like all you do is auto attack for like the first 20 levels, but it's like that's not a bad thing, right? It's like other classes also just have like one ability that they spam, but Ret Pally has, you know, a lot of auto attack stuff, but a lot of auto attack modifiers. But also the thing is, right, at low levels, even in retail, half the time you just hit the mob once and your proc effects take care of the rest. And that is very much the case in Classic as well. So obviously when you hit like 60, 70 plus, it's pretty clear, I believe, that Ret Pally and like Prot Warrior are the two fastest leveling specs for solo play, right? There's obviously things you could do like mage, dungeon grinding or something. I don't know if that still works in Wrath. But obviously, yeah, like AoE mob grinding, I think there are like casters that are better for it, but like traditional solo leveling outside of like, you know, a dungeon group or whatever, I'm fairly certain that Prot Warrior and Paladin are the fastest. But a lot of people think that Ret is weak because it's bad at low levels, but like, I don't really think it is. I think it maybe gets, you know, not enough credit for actually how powerful some of its stuff is. It's boring at low levels in Wrath, but, you know, it still does solid. Right? Just having, you know, the auto attack modifiers, you still have like decent utility. So yeah. And obviously, you know, mobility across the board is kind of bad in Classic. I think like Druids maybe would have the best mobility in Classic. You could maybe make an argument for mages, not necessarily because of their like on ground mobility, but portals allow them to travel across the world much faster. So that might help, but I think something like, I forget what level you get Crusader Aura, but that definitely helps. So yeah, my current plan, maybe I'll change it, you know, we're still a long ways off from whenever I actually attempt a real fast run with it. My current plan for Classic speedrunning is I'm going to do it with a Ret Paladin. So we'll see how that turns out, but that is at least what I am looking at right now in terms of what I think will be the fastest. Let's see. Best you've done vanilla was on a BM Hunter, about 2 hours per average level. That sounds pretty good. Hello, Boar40. Can tell you that back in Classic, no one cared about first to 60. It was all about endgame and BWL at the time. Yeah, I mean, everybody cared about different things. You love Ret Pally TVC Onward? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I main a Paladin in Wrath Classic right now, so I definitely enjoy it. And I already leveled one all the way up to 80. Because my current Paladin was actually leveled. I leveled it on fresh servers, too. Back on Maladath. So, it was not a boost character. I did play Paladin all the way up to 80. Demo Lock is probably your favorite rework ever. Yeah, Demo's fun. Arcane was fun to level from a single target leveling standpoint. Arcane AoE is insane. Definitely. I mean, Arcane Explosion spamming on its own falls off. But by the time Arcane Explosion starts to fall off, you have other tools, right? You do Explosion, Explosion, Barrage, Explosion, Explosion, Barrage, and that does, like, insane damage. So, when you start to lose damage just in spamming one button, you get other tools that you can combo into massive AoE. Arcane Mage is very, very, very good. Hello, J-Sim. You love my guides. What happens to characters after I hit my goal? Do I keep them, or do I delete them? It depends. So, a lot of my runs are on the PTR, which means that, you know, the characters don't get saved. If they're on live servers, I'll usually hold on to them. Sometimes I'll delete the characters. Generally, if it's like a full max level speedrun, I'll hold on to it, because there are, like, uses to having a lot of max level characters. Like, right now, if I can quickly log out and show... So, I mean, these are my two main characters, but this was the run from yesterday. I'm holding on to this character for now. You know, I probably won't use it for a while, but yeah, it'll be nice to have another level 60 for something. And then if I go to Area 52, where most of my level 70s are, you can see, like, I have a bunch of them. This was the Druid from yesterday as well. We have, you know, a bunch of 70s, and, you know, I'm not using them for anything right now. I've even kept the low-level versions before I swapped them to the PTR of these two characters. This was another Lightforged I tested. Oh, I forgot. I moved all the heirlooms off her, so she's a little bit cold at the moment. But yeah, so, I mean, I'm not using most of them. They're just kind of sitting around. But on the off chance that there's something that requires a lot of level 70s, it's nice to have. So I generally keep the characters, unless I have a very specific reason to not keep the characters. This is my banking character that I was getting set up on. Twisting was Biss, though. I didn't get to play Rep Pally back in TBC, so I don't know much about that. Playing Wrath Pally made you hate your retail Pally? Yeah. Hello, Daniel Penhallerick. Good to see you. Is there a concrete reason that I prefer Classic Wrath leveling to Classic Era? I mean, I like both for different reasons, right? The reason that I would do a speedrun on Classic Wrath is very simple. A Classic Wrath speedrun would only take 2 days? How long would it be? It would only take... A Classic Wrath speedrun is like around 2 to 3 days. A vanilla era speedrun is around 5 days. So that is the main factor there. I enjoy vanilla era leveling, but I'm not going to do a 5-day long speedrun. There are certain limits that I have to establish. So while I do think that a classic Wrath speedrun would be fun, and it would still be a massive undertaking, right? I think at least that one is somewhat approachable. Whereas I don't really think I would have the time to do a vanilla era run. Would be fun, though, but I would rather just play that casually, Ret is ass at 80. It's fun for, like, daily quests and stuff, and, yeah, at the moment, I don't think it's too bad, but, I know it's not the best DPS in the world. I play Prop Pally at level 80 right now. Ret is not a bad class. Would recommend leveling as a shield board Ret with, yeah, so that is basically what I'm planning on doing. I can give you some of my plans at the moment. I am actually, exactly like you said, leveling a shield board Ret. I'm going to be doing Thrashblade, or whatever the Battle-Worn Thrashblade is, with one of the damage enchants. I'm still trying to figure out which one would be best. I'm thinking maybe Life-Stealing, but there's also another one that I think might be better, especially at really low levels. And on my shield, I'm going to use a Fellsteel Shield Spike, because a lot of, like, the little damage procs will end up being more damage overall at low levels. I haven't really decided yet when I'm going to switch to a two-hander, because I think at a certain point, even before you get Crusader Strike, I think it'll still be better to switch to a two-hander with Crusader on it, just because you'll get, like, enough abilities that, like, will benefit from the increased attack power. But at low levels, definitely having a lot of the little damage procs and having the shield for extra survivability will be really nice. So I'm still figuring out exactly when I'll switch to different combos. You're basically saying what I was thinking word for word. Perfect, yeah. Well, that honestly makes me feel a lot better, because that way I know that all my preparation is something that you agree with, because like there's not a ton of resources out there for classic Wrath speedrunning, so I've been kind of doing a lot of this theory crafting on my own, but I'm glad that I'm on the right track in that case. You could see Frostmage AoE leveling to 60. Yeah, I think Mage would be another good option. I'm mostly leaning towards Paladin because I think it would be strong, and it is something that in Wrath I have a lot of experience with, so it wouldn't take me long to learn the class as well. Mage could be good, I have like no experience with Classic Mage, so if I were to prepare a run for that, I would have to learn the class and the route. What do I main in Final Fantasy XIV? Warrior and Gunbreaker. I haven't played recently, it's been like... the last time I played FF14, I played it a few months ago when my sister was getting into it, briefly, for like a few weeks. The last time I really played it was before the start of Dragonflight, when I had some free time. I just haven't had enough time to like really go back and sink my teeth into it, but since Endwalker, I've mostly been bouncing between Warrior and Gunbreaker, and I'm working on getting my Paladin leveled up. You'd have to say a classic run would be fun. However, to be fair, Pally is ally only, and you think a first run should be on a generic character at first. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I don't know what would be fastest for original classic. I think original classic Hunter is generally regarded as the fastest. Obviously, Frost Mage as well for AoE leveling. I know those are two big ones. For, like, vanilla era. For Wrath, though, obviously, by that point, both factions have access to Paladin. But yeah, that's probably a good point. Can I tell you how to efficiently deal with trash in Mythic Plus on Fortified? They seem to one-shot you. I mean, I think it's like a bit too broad of a question, right? Because I would say first it depends on your tank, right? So what are you playing? And it also depends on the specific trash, right? So, you know, if you're playing a Demon Hunter, the best advice I can give you is make sure you don't let Demon Spikes fall off. And when you're doing difficult trash pulls as a Vengeance DH, your best bet is always to stack up Frailty as quickly as possible. So a lot of times I will try to make sure I'm at like high Fury before doing another pull, and then I will go in, I will use some sort of cooldown on the rip, something like Feldev to make sure I'm in meta, or I will just hardcast meta, or kind of like try to get Fiery Brand spread really quickly, and then I will just dump a shit ton of Fury into soul cleaving all the targets up, just to make sure I have high stacks of Frailty. And once you have high stacks of Frailty built up, then you can kind of, you know, move between Spirit Bomb and Soul Cleave as necessary to like maintain your stacks. But the most important thing as a Vengeance DH at least, which is the only one I have a ton of experience doing in high keys, is keeping stacks of Frailty up. But obviously, that's why I said the question's a little bit too generic, because it entirely depends on what tank you're playing. That advice is only really applicable for Vengeance DH. Wasn't a key, don't ask how it went while watching for a bit. On some earlier points, I believe world record for vanilla speedrun is around 21 hours with people helping and around 38 hours fully solo. Yeah, and I would care more about the fully solo one, so that's interesting, though. Classic Mage is definitely the fastest for vanilla. Gotcha. Hello, Garrett M. Good to see you. And okay, I briefly, momentarily caught up in chat, so now I'm going to finish getting my prep done. So let me refer to my shopping list. I have... don't need any of the Dragonflight stuff, because this is only up to 60. Shadow Core Oil. Get all this stuff. Yeah, I have that. Phantom Fire. I don't think I'll need much more than that. I can just reuse the stuff that I had from last run. I have most of this prepped. I don't need Veiled Augment for this particular run. If you want to follow along with my shopping list, I have it pinned in the chat. I'm going to go with Comfortable Riders Barding, because I'm going to be spending most of this run on Havoc. So even though I'll be using Vengeance a little bit, I think generally speaking this will be the best thing to use. So head over here. Grab the Barding, and I'll put that right there. I need Augment Runes. I have how many? 19. That's more than enough. I can just drag and drop this. Yeah, Bear Tartar I shouldn't need more than that. Also move that down there. I'll take Abyssal Healing Potions just on the off chance I need them, though I probably won't. I put it there. Then War Scrolls. I'll grab a few extra just in case. So Fortitude. War Scroll of Fortitude. Get 6 more. And then this one is Battle Shout, right? Battle Shouts. 6 more of those. And what do I have? My bindings are all messed up. This is like my banking character, so disregard my messy bars. I know it's an absolute disaster. It's just because I haven't actually updated this character's bars since the Dragonflight UI changes. It's been a hot minute. Healing potions. Let's see. I also... Yeah, that shouldn't be Alliance only. So I'll take lesser healing potions, just in case I need them for dungeons. Take 20 here. This open. I'll catch up in chat in a little bit. I'm just tabbed out looking at my sheets. Potion of the Tolvir or Volcanic Potion. Okay, so I have some Potion of the Tolvir, but I'm low, so I should stock up a bit more. It's a bit weird because, you know, I thought that I was going to be in a good spot with the cross-realm trading feature, because I have a ton of stuff saved up on Area 52, but right now, cross-realm trading is disabled, so I kind of need to prep all this on Mal'Ganis as well, which is where I'm doing this run. Darkwind Firewater. Alright, Firewater. The nice thing about Mal'Ganis, though, is this is the server that I played on back in BFA, so I have a lot of old leveling consumables that I used for my original leveling runs way back in Shadowlands pre-patch. So I do have some stuff prepped here, but it's like very hit or miss. There's a lot of consumables that I'm just not have, or I'm missing, right? Because I didn't have any chances to stock up on them. Mongoose, grab 18 of these. And Ghost Elixir, I need more of those. Ghost Elixir, that would be 17 more. And Greater Currents I have. Food, I'm out of lemon herb fillet, it looks like. So lemon herb fillet, 20 should be enough. What else? I have bear tartare. I have drums of fury. So drums of fury, then I could put mongoose, ghost elixir, Tolvir. Swiftness potion should go probably there. Okay, got bear tartare. What else am I missing? I guess cracked Radnax gem. Sure. You can put that, yeah, over there. And I think that's it. That's all the consumables I need. Yeah, gliders, I have gunshoes, surface skimmers, swiftness potion. Yeah, I need sanguine hibiscus because I will be doing dungeons. So sanguine hibiscus times 5. What else? I don't need Darkmoon quest items because Darkmoon Fair is not active. What else? What else? I think that's everything. And then I just need to get gear. Yes, that is everything. So grab all this stuff. Oh right, I didn't put lemon herb fillet there. Yeah, there we go. And then I don't know, put sanguine hibiscus over there. Okay, let me catch up and chat real quick. Can I link the list? It's pins. Yeah. Can people see the list? Is the pinned comment working correctly? Just want to make sure, since somebody asked about it. He caught up, quickly spam chat. Spam is okay, but you prefer baloney? Oh my goodness. If I'm going for 10 to 60 run, do I think 58 to 60 is done? Yeah, well, so Naomi, you're probably correct that you can technically use Dragonflight Professions, but when I do my 10 to 60 runs, right, I want to kind of simulate what it would be like if you were to then immediately go into Dragonflight, right? So, obviously, the best time to do Dragonflight Professions is 60 to 61, so while you could technically do the last 2 levels with it, I want to keep things, like, accurate for if this was, let's say, going to be going up to 70, you would want to save that experience. But yeah, you are correct. Pin's comment isn't there, it's working, it's not pinned, it's there, you're blind, the list works, refreshed, it's there now, okay. I was confused for a second, lots of things. It seems like maybe it's not always showing up, but I guess when you refresh, it should be there, cool. Your prop heli, okay. Yeah, I haven't done enough high keys with prop heli to say, so I would not be good about that. But it looks like Naomi gave some good advice about keep consecration up, keep up Shield of the Righteous, yeah. Vengeance Demon Hunter, as you know, but even when you're out in the world, you stick in Vengeance and kill everything, yeah. I mean, for world quests, definitely, especially at max level. Cycle cooldowns, make sure you have the correct talents for 16 to 20 keys. You can get by with a generic M+ build, yeah. Vengeance is better in open world, you can pull a shit ton. Yeah, Vengeance is unkillable, pretty much, especially in the open world. Hard to give specific advice in cycling cooldowns. Yeah, that's another thing. Saying, like, you know, advice on surviving trash, it really depends on the dungeon and the specific trash in question. Because a lot of different dungeons have different, like, trash. Like, for instance, Halls of Infusion, the first section of trash is, like, fucking brutal. But there are other dungeons where half the trash is just not even threatening whatsoever to a tank. So it honestly may be better in some cases to hold your cooldowns for the boss if nothing has any chance of killing you. So yeah, it really, really depends on the dungeon, your route, etc. Let's see. The thing of simulating is going into Dragonflight, etc. is worth it, but yeah, if you're doing a world record 10 to 60 run, yeah, it definitely is interesting, because I did more, like, 10 to 60, or I guess 10 to 50 world, like, quote-unquote world record attempts back in Shadowlands, because I honestly hated Shadowlands leveling, but I don't really mind Dragonflight leveling. I think it's fine. So, like, obviously, a lot of my, like, really fancy world records, I've just been doing the full thing all the way up to 70. So I guess if I were to do, like, partial runs, then yeah, that is definitely fair, but I don't really know if I'll be doing... It's not 10 to 61. So here, I'll link it again. Let me find... Leveling is broken in 10.1.5. Oh, somebody... Oh, that was me. I forgot that I updated my post. Yeah, so I'm gonna link... I linked this in yesterday's stream, but please go bump this thread, get attention on it. Thank you, Naomi, but I was able to find it. Yeah, so right now, the Chromie time changes where it's supposed to go up to 61. It doesn't work. It does not work at all. They just forgot to finish it. They got halfway there, they updated the map to say it scales to 61, and then nobody tested to make sure it actually functions, because it doesn't. When do I want to start? When I'm ready. So yeah, unfortunately, the problem with that stuff working, there's also a few other things that I talk about in that forum post that are not working. But the issue with that is I cannot finish my 60 to 70 guide, because those changes are supposed to be in place, and they actually do change up how you do the route from 60 to 70, but they're not actually working. So until they're working, I can't do any test runs for 60 to 70, and I can't update my leveling guide, which kind of sucks. So yeah. When I'm ready, yes, when I'm ready. Exactly. You got it. If you level with professions in Dragonflight and abandon them, do you forever lose the knowledge and first craft bonuses? No. Your profession knowledge stays even if you abandon a profession. That sticks around. Hello, Raphael Urquita. The leveling ends already. I'm about to start. Yeah, the stream started like 45 minutes ago, so we're still doing prep, and we will start soon-ish. You get one shot in Niltharis. How do I survive the trash? Yeah. Are you over-pulling for chains? Yeah, there's so many different things, for sure. The real trash danger in some packs are the frontals, definitely. Let's see. When you first saw the post, you knew that there was going to be at least one. You expect Blizzard to just do what you want? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm surprised they came that early. Just didn't read the post, left a stupid comment. Hello, Nor. First time catching a stream? Awesome. Good to have you here. Okay, so last things I need to do. Last little bit of prep. So what I'm going to do is I want to find, for leather, pieces in... I believe it's level 18, so I'm just going to do 17 to 19. What I'm trying to find is items that are exactly level, or item level 49. So maybe it's up to 20? Let's do 21. 18 to 21, how about this? Greed items, this is 52. Okay, the lowest that I can get directly below... Yeah, there isn't a ton. Especially, I think... just Mal'Ganis doesn't have as active of an auction house. So there's not a ton of stuff on here for just below item level 50. So I don't really think it's worth, especially on a Demon Hunter, getting really low level items. But I can do... Let's do this, 29 to 31. We can get this stuff. So Boots of Septic Wounds. Was that? I think it was... This was what I used last time, Bindings of the Depths, I believe. I remember I used Nimble Climber's Belt for sure. This is one that I got. And... I forget what the other one I used is. So something interesting here that I guess I can show while I'm on stream. So the scaling on certain items is weird. Because look at Professor's Bloody Smock. This is item level 113, and it has 9 agility. And then there's this item, which is item level 107, and has 17 agility. So what is going on here? It's the same level. One of them has more item level and less stats. What the hell? There's some weird item level scaling shenanigans going on. I don't really know for sure what causes it, but it is very odd. So like here, Putrescent Bands, this is 8 agility and 17 total secondaries. Requires level 30. This is 10 agility and 19 total secondaries. So this is better. Bindings of the Depths. What did I buy before? I'm going to move trade services into a different window so I can actually read chat. Septic wounds, belts. So I got boots, belts, and bracers. Now I just need gloves. Gloves of fast reactions. This should do. This is, yeah. Does the riding thing actually help if you're a druid and you are your own mount? Yeah. Yeah, because you automatically learn, you didn't used to automatically learn the flight form and stuff like that. You had to learn riding and then it would give it to you. But this, yeah, definitely helps for druids. I would actually say it helps more so for druids. Based on an earlier answer, what's my favorite melee DPS? Obviously, Rogue is your least favorite. Probably Windwalker Monk. Windwalker Monk, Havoc DH. Probably are both up there. Hello, Botsy. Good to see you. Farm my old gold or buy tokens. Usually carries, or just like write off old golds. Sometimes, like, I admit I bought a few tokens during like the Diablo 4 spike because it was kind of insane, right? So, definitely stocked up a little bit then, but usually I'll sell carries or something when I'm low on gold. Are fell leather boots viable? They're item level 31 with agi plus 2 sockets. If they have like no secondaries, then no. You gotta get you one for your level 60 druid. Let's see. You can put an additional agi gem in there. Yeah, but like it's still not enough to outweigh that. You know, that's not gonna outweigh the loss in secondaries as well. Obviously, I'm not using a chess piece because I have the heirloom chess piece, but Diablo 4 spike, BFA and announcement spike, yeah, exactly, stuff like that. Feels like leveling through dungeons and doing the Draenor intro as low level is much better. Well, that's all part of my guide, yeah. Are you specifically asking whether it's better to do that earlier rather than later? In which case, yes, you're correct. Dungeons as early as possible, which is what you'll see me doing here after I finish the Demon Hunter starting zone. The WoD intro, kind of. The only thing that matters is that you do the WoD intro before you hit level 40. Like, I usually end up doing it in, like, the 29 to 35 range, somewhere around there. Because even with slow flying, generally, you know, that's not a huge impact. But yes, do WoD intro usually as early as possible, but dungeons are the most important thing to get done early. Both were great times to buy tokens, yeah. World drop items scale horribly, raid BOEs scale really nice. Yeah, but Chori, these are raid BOEs. I know we had that whole conversation in Discord discussing this, but that's the weird thing, right? Like, these are both, I believe, Wrath of the Lich King raid BOEs, and they still have weird scaling shenanigans going on. Like, I have a theory on why this is the case, but I haven't been able to prove it, so I don't know. But yeah, it is very strange, how the scaling works. It's not really consistent at all. Wrath itemization had some items weighted towards stam. Also, sockets count from a lot of item budget. I know what you mean. Maybe they're dropping in Nax? No, I don't believe so. I know what you're saying about, like, Wrath itemization. This has nothing to do with Wrath itemization. They standardized the secondaries and all that stuff, and, like, the agility and stamina thing on the vast majority of items a while ago. And this was not the case like a few years ago. This is specifically something with the way that Dragonflight rebalanced the item level scaling. That is entirely what's causing this. I don't know exactly why, I just know it's something to do with that. So, yeah, don't really know for sure. Okay, so now we'll get items at level 41. That's the next thing to do. I'm going to check to see if any of them have sockets. On the off chance they do, getting a socket at this level would be quite nice. We got boots here. There's 3 different types that we can buy. Okay, none of those have sockets. What about gloves? No sockets there. No sockets. No sockets. And then belts. Okay, no socket. Okay, no socket. Oh, that's high verse. Alright, I guess I'll take that. Gloves, what do I want? Probably crit haste. Ideally high crit. I'll just take the cheap one. Doesn't really matter that much. Okay, take that. Boots. I'd probably rather have this. Oh, this one has speed on it too. Ho ho. Okay, sure. I guess, yeah, again, I'd probably These are all high mastery. Never mind. Yuck. High mastery. This is high haste. Okay, we'll take that. Okay, that covers level 41 stuff. Maybe they're old squish BOEs. If you check Undermine Exchange, there's still some old scaled items. No, because those ones have lower item level to boot. That's, I think, what's causing it. Harlden sounds like a DK main. Ooh, these have speed on them. Yeah, for sure. Found a potential answer about the differences. One dropped before item level squish, one dropped after. No, because if you look, like, so let's look at this, for instance. That is a thing that has happened, but you'll notice these all have the correct stats, right? And if I scroll down here, all the way down, oh, there's actually more items. Oh, these have intellect? Or maybe because I didn't have leather selected. Wait, why did I not see these items before in the search results? Huh. Oh. I guess I did forget to select leather. I mean, it's fine, I got items I need, but these weren't in my original search results. So, maybe some of these are actually better. I'm going to quickly check just in case one of these has a socket on it. That would be better than the ones I just bought. Smolderhide waistbands. Smolderhide bindings. Some gloves over here. Hostvelts. No. Wow, no sockets today on any of these BOEs. One thing I have been doing is on one of my banking characters, every so often I check the auction house and buy BOEs with sockets, because now that I know that green BOEs are the best options for some of these levels, I've just been stocking up on whenever I see one of these things with a socket, I just buy it. That way, if I ever decide to do another world record attempt, which I don't know if I'll do, maybe, but if I ever do attempt one, I will have stuff prepared. Am I going to start soon? Yes, but, you know, got to get everything ready first. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, right? Look at this. Throat Ripper Gauntlets. This is item level 46, and it has lower stats. And if we scroll all the way up, Throat Ripper Gauntlets. So there definitely are stuff before the level squish where, like, the item level is low and it has worse stats, despite being the same item. But in that case, the item level is lower to boot. You're saying before... yeah, I mean, it's possible. I don't know for sure. But I don't know exactly. Thanks. You were looking at something for leveling 60 to 70. Gotcha, Batsy. How many quests are there in Gorgron specifically that the items are completed quests from mob drops? I'm not sure. You can check. Assuming you mean the ones from the, like, kill a certain mob while under the effect of, something. Let me find... It's quests, Draenor... I believe it's under this tab. And... Or maybe it's under Exploration. Yeah, it might be under Exploration. Exploration, Draenor... Yeah, this thing. Prove your strength. This is how many quests there are. What's the fastest zone from 10 to 60? Check my leveling guide. Right? I mean, all the fastest zones are on there. But yeah, this is... every single quest item, there's an achievement tied to it, so you can check. And as for which of the zones in my leveling guide is the fastest, if that's what you're asking, it's hard to say. Everything's relative, right? Maybe Hillsbrad Foothills, maybe Loch Modan, I don't know. Hard to say. But I think now the only thing we need to buy is leather from 52 to 54. And... okay, there's a few items. Not a ton, though. Yeah, actually, there really aren't many things. I don't really think I'm going to bother with an extra set of BOEs here. It's not super important. But I will take these, just because. Alright, let's get that moved over there. And, yeah. It would also depend on if you consider just the part done in the run versus the entire zone. Yeah. I mean, in a lot of the zones, we do the entire thing. Like, Hillsbrad is the only exception where there's, like, 1 or 2 extra quests that aren't worth doing. But, like, I think the extra quests that I do with it, or that I don't recommend doing within Hillsbrad, they also aren't part of the Hillsbrad Lore Master, right? So, if you follow the entirety of my Hillsbrad guide, or the Hillsbrad section of my guide, it will get you the achievement for, what is it? It would be Eastern Kingdoms. Yeah, Hillsbrad Foothills quests. Like, only the parts that we do count towards this thing. There's a few extra quests, but they're just, like, bonus. Same with Silverpine. I don't recommend doing, like, the last few quests in Silverpine, so I wouldn't say that one is, like, the fastest overall, but obviously parts of Silverpine are very fast. You want to say lock mode on accounts for the biggest chunk? Yeah, it's a really tough call, I would say, between lock mode on and Hillsbrad. And then, like, obviously, if you count the WoD intro as a zone, which is debatable, right? That would be the fastest, but once again, you know, I don't know if you would count the WoD intro itself as a zone. If you are, it is the fastest, but yeah. Are there any garrison secrets? Garrison secrets pertaining to what exactly? If you're looking for fun stuff to explore, I'd recommend doing it on a few different characters and have fun with it. The one secret thing that's useful is that there's 3 treasures in and around the garrison. Yeah. Well, because he specifically mentioned he wasn't sure what to upgrade. So if you're saying, like, which buildings do you construct, it doesn't really matter. So, yeah, I don't know. Upgrade the one that you want. I think if you really want to, like, pick the best buildings, the Mage Tower is kind of nice just because of the portals. So, I don't know, like, back when Iron Docks and Grimrail Depot were in the pool, if you wanted to really quickly get to one of them, and for whatever reason you couldn't get to Oribos, you could garrison Hearth and then take a portal to Iron Docks or something like that. It's just for a Hearth? Yeah. No. Well, the reason we set up the garrison is to get the Garrison Hearthstone, but it's also because the initial setup quests are nice, and it's a requirement to at least get to Frostfire Ridge, so then you could get to Gorgrond faster, right? But yeah, there's nothing special with the garrison itself that makes leveling fast. There used to be experience potions tied to it, but those got removed. That was... I forget when they removed it, but it was a while ago. How is my mental okay from farming Warfronts? I haven't actually done Warfronts lately. So the way I get most of my draft of 10 lands is the assaults. And what I do is I have high honor-bound reputation on a lot of characters. So whenever the honor-bound emissary lines up with the, what's it called? The faction assault, I do the faction assault, I complete the honor-bound emissary at the same time. And then when you get the Paragon box for the honor-bound, it contains 25 of the tokens, which translates into 5 potions. So if you've done it regularly on a bunch of your characters, or if you actually played BFA like I did, then you have, like, really, really easy ways to get honor-bound reputation and just farm Paragon boxes and get a shit ton that way. So that's, generally speaking, the best option. Okay, we've gotten everything set up. I'll quickly catch up in chat, and then I'll start mailing things over. Lockmodon scrolls alone get you 58 to 60. Yeah, the Lockmodon scrolls are very good. Are BOEs from the first tier of that X-Pack? Because I think the last raid BOEs have better stats than the first raid tier. I think these BOEs are from Ulduar. I'm not entirely sure, though. Could be wrong. Do I include pet battle dailies in your route? No. Yeah, I've kind of discussed pet battles before. If you remind me later in the run, when, like, I'm, you know, I've, like, already gotten, like, kind of going, I can discuss a little bit more about pet battle dailies and the, you know, pros and cons of them, but right now, I'll just give you the answer, no, I don't. Yeah, remind me later if you want more info on it. What do I think is the fastest way for 50 to 60 leveling old alts? For 50 to 60, I mean, you just do Dragonflight, right? There's nothing different for any characters, because it's Dragonflight, right? You just do the expansion. You follow the route on my website. Rip Elixir of Ancient Knowledge, yeah. You hate Hillsbrad and Silverpine, so you do more dungeons in PvP than do most of WoD? Yeah, to each their own. I actually really like Hillsbrad and Silverpine. Imagine if they made Draft of 10 lands only from Torghast farm. Yikes. That sounds awful. Elite rare mobs were giving you Giga XP, but now in WoD they're only giving you 100 XP. Is something wrong? I don't really think that WoD rares were ever good for XP, to be honest. I don't recall them ever being that great. They're definitely really bad now. But yeah, I don't think they were ever a great way to level. Where do I get the gold for all the consumables for these runs? Somebody asked that earlier. Go back a little bit if you want to find the answer. TLDR carries sometimes tokens if it's like a Diablo 4 thing and they spike really high. I mean, if somebody wants to donate me gold, like, I won't say no, but at the same time, like, you know, I'll make do, right? Mage Tower is up permanently, yes. Stop. Okay, here. Don't... repeatedly asking me to start isn't going to get me to start faster, so don't do that. Spamming that is it's just going to get you put in timeout. I don't like to have to do that, but one of my biggest pet peeves is when I'm trying to set up the run and also respond to chat, and somebody is just in chat going, start the run, start the run, start the run. Like, I'll get to it, right? But, you know, rushing me isn't going to change anything. Just fucking annoying, honestly. Alright, first things first, bags and gold. I'll just send over 25,000. Probably won't need it. Yeah, exactly. Streamer, do what I want. Like, that kind of thing. Just fucking hate it. It's so fucking stupid. Go ahead and start for us. Yeah, I mean, I know everybody else is now saying it jokingly, but they had asked a few times. Like, if somebody asks once, like, when are you going to start? Like, I understand the curiosity of, like, you know, wondering, you know, am I just sitting around or am I going to start soon? But it's the people, when they ask, like, 2 or 3 times, are you going to start the run? It's like, fuck off. Let me just, you know, do everything that I need to do first. All right? All right, there we go. A creator that provides his own gold, shut the front door. Yeah. One thing I will say is, like, hey, if you want to donate gold on Classic, on Mancrick, I do not have nearly as much gold on Classic, so maybe that would actually help out a little bit, but I'm not gonna, like, sit here and beg for gold. But a few people have offered in the past, and it's nice, I guess, but absolutely I don't want to, like, I don't know, do streamer shit and beg for gold. That always feels, like, yucky to me. Okay, send over that stuff, and then I'll send over the rest of the consumables. That stuff. Cool. Also helps doing PTR runs. True, yeah, PTR runs are nice. It's one of the reasons I like doing testing on the PTR. It saves a lot of gold. That is a very good point, Shailstorm. Just need to wait for cross-realm trading for a donation. Cool. That's cool and all, but the real question is when you'll start the run. Yeah. Okay, this stuff next. So I'll send over these items, then these items, then the elemental force weapons, because I'll be using them later. Then I can send over Sanguine Hibiscus, then all of my regular heirlooms, and then Rider's Barding, and lastly, Cracked Radnax Gem. And then I'm going to send over 1 bonus Radnax Gem, which I mailed to my Demon Hunter. So I mailed it while I was doing setup, but I'll just do 1 bonus one. My mom said, just say, I'm not your monkey. Yes. Thank you. That's a good one. Looked at your guide, and I played Hunter for 18 hours, Rogue for 1.3 years, and Prop Paladin for 16 days. I also showered twice today and haven't eaten lunch. How long until you start the run? Yep. That sums up, like, a good chunk of the messages, pretty much. Naomi is the troll of the highest tier, exactly. No, I almost died there because I wasn't paying attention. Okay, let me just mail it over to the other Lenara. And sends. Alright. Is 7 hours for 10 to 60 good? Yes. Yes, and Stefan, Goose Comics, he was just memeing, right? But yeah, 7 hours for 10 to 60 is definitely good. Hey guys, I just walked in. I have no context for any jokes. Any idea when it'll start the run? Yeah, very soon. Very shortly, actually, this time. Whatchamacallit. If you're honestly interested in the speedrun, come back later and watch the VOD. Let him cook the way he wants to cook. This is his stream, exactly. I mean, I am about to start, though. Like, for real this time, I promise. If you died from fall damage as a demon hunter, you'd clip it. Yeah, that would have been embarrassing. Okay, so I think I've gotten everything set up. I'll just close my shopping list in the other tabs so I don't have that, like, slowing things down. I have Steam open for some reason. Just going to close other different tabs just in case. And all right, I think that's everything. Now, it has been a little bit since I've done the Demon Hunter starting zone. So I thought about doing like a practice run for the DH starting zone before I began, because it's been a hot minute, but I remember most stuff. I've leveled a few Demon Hunters over the years, so I'll probably be a bit rusty with it, but it shouldn't be a huge deal. And I'm going to be swapping to Vengeance for the dungeons, obviously, for tank use and stuff. But we'll see. I mean, gotta just see how it plays out. Title's wrong, level 8 to 60. Yeah, oops. Oh, no. Yeah, that's honestly, all joking aside, though, the fact that Demon Hunter starts at level 8 is the reason that you've seen it very few times for testing runs, because for my guide, right, I like to have a standardized, route that basically everyone can follow, and Demon Hunter just kind of throws a wrench into things by starting at level 8, and then, like, the Demon Hunter starting zone ends around, like, 15 or something, so it's just kind of weird. You like watching me prep because it gives you time to make a snack and get a drink? Glad to hear it. I also like doing that at the start because it gives people time to trickle in here, right? So, we're up to close to 200 viewers now, which is nice. So, people slowly joined in as I was doing the prep, and now they're all here now that the speedrun's actually about to start. When will you stop the run? Everyone always asks, when will you start the run, but nobody ever asks, how will you start the run? Well, usually the way I start a run is by pressing Enter World, right? That's generally the first step. You have the world fastest 1 to 60. It only costs you $60. Nice. Yeah, that's a classic one. How would I improve damage and survivability of a Guardian Druid in dungeons? Life-stealing on weapons, which is what I'm doing here. You'll notice I sent life-stealing fist weapons over to my Demon Hunter. You can like the stream, too. Yeah, I mean, if you press the like button, it promotes the stream, etc., etc. Am I doing the YouTuber thing correctly? Oh, smash that like button and... what's the other one? Ring the bell? Yeah, that's the classic. And going back to hating yourself on keys, so you shall be lurking with the stream on a third monitor. 3 monitors, very fancy. Y'all can have fun, and at least today you won't get Classic Andy's asking about your classic DH speedrun. True. Yeah. No, I guarantee you the comment that I'm going to get if I do Classic later in the stream is like, oh, since when did they add Demon Hunter to Classic era? Hee. Title's wrong. Something like that. Definitely going to happen at some point. If everyone subs, you will start the run. Oh, yeah, totally. That's how. I'm just keeping you all hostage here. He does not start the run right away as he likes to make a fashionable appearance. True. Okay, but with that, I've caught up with chat, so enter world time. If you press enter, you will be happy. Well, there you go. So now you can stop complaining. So, yeah. I don't want to see any more comments out of you, little snarky start the run comments, mister. But, Alright, I sub-started yet. Alright, waiting for this and start timer. And then... Unfortunately, I didn't do the thing before this run where I, like, make a character with the same name and adjust the UI. So my UI is going to be a little bit fucked here for a second. And I'm actually just going to spend 1 moment at least doing options, auto loot interface, action bars. Can I use Caddy Stamp Whistle? Caddy Stamp Whistle. I can. All right. Very nice. All right. Let me... Oh, yeah, I have to manually drag and drop the bags because Demon Hunter starts with a bunch of smaller ones. So do that. I also start with 5 Illidari rations. I can get rid of this. Unfortunately, the stuff in my bags is going to be a complete mess. Do that there, that there, that there. Radnax control gem, whenever I get it, I will drop on control R. Put this there, this there, swiftness potion on shift 2. Okay. Oh, you can't use that until level 10. Alright, I did not know that. Life stealing on weapons. This on shift 1. And I guess I'll put Chaos Strike on, or Demon Bite on 2. It's gonna take me a little bit to get used to the UI and stuff. While I get this all. So, do I need to loot anything? No, I just need to kill 15 demons of any variety. Alright. And I think that's everything. Just need to use consumables. Oh, people are saying use Ohuna Perch instead? Nah. I still like using Caddy Stamp Whistle. You know, I'm old-fashioned, what can I say? I do have Ohuna Perch. One thing that I think is really dumb is why are they not, like, different items? It definitely should be two completely separate things. The fact that Ohuna Perch and Caddy Stamp Whistle share a CD is, like, just extremely stupid. Then, yeah, I need to go here. No, I like that. Actually, I like that on 5. Right. Treads of Illidari Supremacy. It's probably... I keep getting all these stupid... How do I get rid of this? Options... Interface... It's not tutorials. There's just all those little pop-ups on, you can organize your bags, blah, blah, blah. How do I get on this mount again? XP pot, right, can't forget that. Molly is also nice, but Molly requires you to have Northrend Engineering 1. And unfortunately, it's not really efficient, at least for low-level speedruns, to pick up Northrend Engineering. One thing I need to find... Where is it? Something that'll make this a lot easier. You fell rushed off that ledge? Oof. I think it's in the back of the cave here, the thing that I'm looking for. Alright, let's see. So a lot of people don't know about this. Oh no, this is the, this is just the treasure chest. Yeah, it's this thing, right? Fell crystal fragments? Yeah, wait, no. Different. Fell crystal fragments is not what I'm thinking of. Where is the item? There's something. I'm gonna at least double check just in case I missed it. No. They made it BOP, not an AH? Not sure what you mean. What they made what BOP? Here we go. Right, Empowered Fell Crystal. That is what I'm looking for. Alright, this is the juice. And then you just spam Fell Rush. So this is my favorite part about the Demon Hunter starting zone. You just mash Fell Rush over and over, and mobility is insane. Alright. Gonna just round up a bunch of these mobs. And while I do this, I will need to focus a little bit, because actually keeping up all this mobility can be a little bit tricky. And then I have to free this person. And I believe there's something over here. I think, is that... Oh, then I have to activate this. Right. And I will, once I'm out, or maybe not out of the Demon Hunter starting zone, but into, like, more familiar territory, then I will catch up on chat right now. This infinite Fell Rush thing Means I gotta focus so I don't get stuck on terrain like that just happens. There's another crystal up there, so I can grab that in a second. Okay, nice. So 15 seconds left on this. And then grab this crystal. Okay, just, yeah, refreshes the buff. And break this. This should give me the bonus objective. Or no, we still need a little bit more. I got taunt. Alright. There's a treasure. It's either over here. Yeah, it's over here. And then this gives... increases agility and stamina by 1. Whoa. Yo. Lots of stats there. Oh, wait, shit. If you go too far away, he resets. Alright, did not realize that. This is... delete. I think I'm still close enough. Do I just need to loot him to take his power? Okay, yeah, looks like it. I think here I could probably gunshoes. They'll be faster because I have to go the entire distance over there. There should be another crystal somewhat nearby that I can pick up. I forget exactly where the next location is. Oh, here's one. Oh, nice, and I can interact with it while on the gunshoes. Perfect. Oh, didn't let me... I guess I went too fast to turn in the quest. Ritual completed. Will this get interrupted? Okay, good. We're fine. Go. Can use another Radnax gem here just to make things a little bit faster. And there's no other quests, so I can just run all the way to the end over there. Also take that off my bars, because I doubt I'll need to refresh it. Can I kill this guy in 2 hits? Yeah, there we go. Not too bad. I can also use my mount equipment now. So since I still have this buff, I'm just going to spam Fell Rush. Yo. Wait. I need to make sure... No, I don't want to sacrifice myself. Okay. Yes. Definitely don't want to die as part of the roleplay of the quest. I know that is something that you can accidentally do. And then you need to go over there, so we use another cracked Radnax. We can just zip right to the end. Have I figured out a way to loop in the sled? See, I thought about including the sled, but the problem is the sled is like super niche. It has to be on very specific terrain. And the reality is, with cracked Radnax now being usable on low-level characters again, there's just kind of no reason for the sled to be used. Because it's just more effective to use cracked Radnax in most cases. Turn in the quest. You. And... yeah, then it's that quest up there. So I will need to at some point find another Fell Crystal to refresh my buff. Because I want to make sure that I have this to zip across, like, the chasm. Use Spectral Sight. And then... okay, there we go, I got credit. I have to go into the cave. Alright, and this one... there's a weird thing where I couldn't enter. I believe the guy is on the top floor, so I should be able to hop up this way, if I remember the layout of these Legion caves. Someone just killed him. Unfortunate timing. And refresh my buffs while I wait. Did I get any other quest rewards? No. While I wait, I can equip my mount equipment. I'm also just going to put this here. Cartelmaster's Gear Glider. And I can clean up my bags. Oh, that item cannot be destroyed. Ooh, alright. There we go. Alright, guys, back up. Why does it knock you back every single time you kill the mob as part of the quest? That's mildly annoying. Yeah, I could have used Goblin Glider there to save a little bit of time. There's a chest here. Legion Health Stone. Huh. Use Goblin Glider here, though. That's a nice little time save. There's, I think what people in chat are talking about is there's somebody who does, like, sled tours around Azeroth. They made, like, a Reddit post a few weeks ago or something. Okay, so now I need to cross the gap over there. And I guess I can just go along the edges and just use Gunshoes for now. But I would like to find another Fel Crystal nearby. I forget where the closest one is. That way I can just Fel Rush all the way across. There should be one somewhere in this area. There's a bunch of them scattered around. Like the Illidari Banner, and then I think, yeah, you can... This quest you can just complete everywhere, I believe. Just zip around and get credit no matter where you are. I wish I remembered where, all of the different locations for the Fel Crystals were, because that would make this a lot easier. I don't see any nearby. Just tuned in. How did I get access to Mailbox? Caddy Stamp Whistle. Or the Onarin Perch. Not seeing any Fel Crystals. Oh, there's one. Powered Fel Crystal. Perfect. So, now I can just... Now I can zip around. Okay, this is... Yeah, Trinket, so I don't need it. And... Yeah, this next one is over here. It's DH? Yep, DH. DH ended up tying with Survival. Oh, I missed something. Oh, no, I didn't miss anything. It just took a bit for it to register quest completion. DH tied with Survival, so I flipped a coin. DH won, and Survival will be the next speedrun. Also, before my buff runs out, I'm going to head up here and get this other crystal. And I need to go this way. Just gonna get some quest progress by Fel Rushing through those mobs. I think these guys also give good quest progress. I forget. It might honestly be faster to just Fel Rush through him repeatedly. Nah, probably better to use Demon's Bite, actually. I think that does more damage overall. Oh yeah, those give really good quest progress. Definitely worth doing. Plant the flag. Figured it would be more fun than Survival. I mean, I'm gonna do them all eventually, right? So whether it's more fun or not, that's like kind of irrelevant. Because I will eventually get every single one done. One of the quests is turned in over there. Oh yeah, that's the one where you have to fight the Imp Mother. Just kill these guys. But yeah, I mean, Havoc Demon Hunter is obviously pretty fun. It's unique, for sure. Okay, I already see another Empowered Fel Crystal, so on my way out, I have a really easy way to cross the gap. So that'll be nice. I also... one thing I forgot to do is I forgot to put drums on my bars. Let me put it on control 3. Where do I just loot the mob up? Alright, so my buff is expired, but I can just run out of the cave. And as long as I'm able to drop combat soon, use a swiftness potion here. There's a crystal up this hill that I saw before I entered the cave. Yeah, right up there. So I'm going to go ahead, grab that. And I'll cross the gap initially with a Goblin Glider, and then I'll get the rest of the way with Fell Rush spam. That should be fast. You have that toy, but you've never used it? Yeah, Caddy Stamp Whistle is very, very useful. Infinite Fell Rush is from that crystal, Empowered Fell Crystal. Okay, here, better to go the rest of the way with Fell Rush spam. There we go. Oh yeah, I have to pick spec, right? So start with Havoc. I can always swap to Vengeance after the starting zone. Open the spellbook. I think I'm gonna put Blade Dance there. Wide Vengeful Retreat. I get I-Beam. Nice. Forgot that was at this level. Blazing Path, Sigil Flame. This will be here. I just talk to them. And then talk to this dude, and then he explodes. Ride to the Fellhammer. I think we're almost at the end of the campaign here, at least the initial section in Mardoom, and then it goes to the next area. And also, okay, we got bracers, that's an upgrade, gloves, shoulders. So my heirlooms are better. The only slot I haven't replaced yet is belts. I believe there were no belts from any of the quest awards, but I can check later. I can toss that. I'll at least use this once before I throw it out. And what's my least favorite combo to speedrun? Rogue. Rogue, I haven't really done... Like, I've done one Rogue speedrun, and it was my least favorite. As for what my least favorite spec would be, hard to say, because I haven't really done enough Rogue to say which one I like the least. But it's definitely Rogue for class. Do I just need to kill this stuff while she's hidden? Oh, I did too much damage to it. I think I triggered 2 hide phases right off the bat. Hopefully she should appear again now. Nope. Still more trash that I need to kill. There we go. Oh. Oh, I think my blade... Did I put a dot on her or something? Sigil of Flame. Yeah. So while she was stealthed, my Sigil of Flame ticked her down and triggered that second little intermission phase. That's what happened, I think. Alright, and then it should take me into... There should be a little cutscene, which will get automatically skipped. I'm going to take Demon Blades just so I can take that off my bars. There's a lot of good options. Sargrai Keystone. Is that a quest item in my bags? Or no, it's right... I'm standing on top of it. Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Just as you finished leveling a fresh Demon Hunter, yours wasn't a speedrun, you were just enjoying things as they came? Yeah. Demon Hunter in general, but yeah, Havoc too. Very, very fun to play. Yeah. Just need to interact with these. I'm going to refresh my food buff. There we go. And... Did it give me a belt? I still haven't gotten a replacement belt off the quest rewards. Wait, oh! Shit, this entire time I've only been using one of my heirloom weapons. Oh, well, that is unfortunate. Should have double-checked that when I auto-equip them, but... oh well. It's not a huge deal, but that does mean I've probably... like, I've lost at least a slight amount of time. Obviously, like, time to kill has been low overall regardless, so it's not as if that really severely slowed me down, but... I would imagine things would have been slightly faster had I been... using things correctly. Maybe Demon's Bite is worth using at this level, just because sometimes if I get no procs, I'm just auto-attacking. Oh, it auto-equips the Warglaives as you enter the area. Okay, well thank you guys for telling me, because I thought I just made, like, a really stupid mistake, but apparently no. I'm glad I caught that early, then. Now I actually feel better about the fact that I noticed it the moment it auto-replaced my Warglaive. Why does it do that? That's weird. Maybe there's, like, some roleplay or something, and, just for the flavor of it. Is that... it's annoying trying to figure out which of these... ah, fuck, I missed that jump. And I got dazed. Oh, that is tragic. Maybe I shouldn't have picked Demon's Blade at this point. The next ones are on the other side. Yeah, I definitely didn't do this quest efficiently, but oh well. God damn it, how did I miss that jump? Oh my god. Okay. Not gonna try to do anything fancy, just gonna click on the thing. I'm pretty sure you can complete the bonus objective as you get further. Right, so I don't need to stick around and do that. There's one chest here. Do the chests give XP? They do not, so I'm not gonna bother picking them up. Gonna... shit, never mind. Rusher and Sledge slain. Okay, so I need to kill both of them. Yeah, being reliant on auto-attacking things for Fury is not great. I try to get better talents as soon as I can. Oh, Immolation Aura. This generates Fury, right? Yeah, that's gonna help. You kind of need Immolation Aura? Yeah. That'll definitely help out. Okay. Can't use anything else right now for consumes or anything, so we're sticking with this. Maiev throws you glaives in the cutscene. Why it doesn't equip 2, you have no idea. Ah. I guess at least there's a reason then, so it's good to know. That is... yeah, that's odd that it only equips a single one of them. Can I... okay, there we go. We got the bonus objective completed. I'm pretty sure I can complete it later, but... I was able to just kill stuff as I went. Just gonna get rid of this stuff as I go. Still haven't gotten a belt, I don't think, which is weird. What is this quest again? Activate the... yeah, activate, like, the little defense mechanisms and stuff. Belt drops from the rares in the first zone. Ah, okay. Well, that's unfortunate, because I didn't kill all of the rares. I was hoping it would give me one from quest rewards. What's this give me? Nothing, okay. Now that Fury Generation is guaranteed, Demon Blade is less annoying? Yeah, for sure. I just didn't have anything up until that point. Demon Hunter at low levels is always going to be a little bit weird, because, like, the starting area was designed to give you, like, a bunch of abilities or something, and now it doesn't. We'll go to, I guess, the next area. Maybe I should have done this one first. Need to activate all the countermeasures, right? Like the actual boss fight. So this... I'm trying to build up Fury as I go, so that whenever I do need to fight something, I'll just be able to dump Chaos Strikes into it. Oh, almost jumped off the edge there. That would have been bad. I would imagine it probably just knocks you back up to the top, but... Okay, now I just need to do the mirror boss, and then go back and talk to the other NPC. And also maybe use Goblin Glider here, just to save a tiny extra bit of time. Okay, turn that. Nice. You would imagine Naomi would have clicked that shit or clipped that shit in the middle of her keys? Yes. Probably, I would imagine. Kind of miss Vault of the Wardens. It was one of the better dungeons we got over the years. I liked Vault of the Wardens, with the large exception being the boss in this room. That boss sucked. Like, let's see what's behind door number... Oh, I just missed the elevator. Are you fucking kidding me? I got a belt, though. So, yeah. I can clean up my bags a little bit. All of the gray items will get auto-vendored whenever I'm able to mount up. So I don't need to worry about that right now. Yeah, and then I'll just manually do the rest. Unfortunately, because this gets you to level 15, that means the moment I queue for TBC dungeons, I'm already going to have Escape from Durnhold in the pool of available dungeons, which kind of sucks, because I really don't want to get Escape from Durnhold, but such is life. Bad elevator RNG, run is scuffed, time to restart. Yeah. Exactly. I wish I had the, infinite, what's it called? Infinite Fell Rush things in here, too. Make life much easier. Inefficient run, unfortunate. Right. You can't escape from Durnhold? Yeah. Dude, Durnhold is like the Maw. You can never escape it. Sigil of Flame generates Fury, too. Okay. I know it does that for Vengeance. I wasn't sure if it did that for Havoc as well, and I, like, second-guessed myself for a moment. There we go. And then I just run out here. And then Khadgar meets you at the entrance. What the fuck? That was a janky Fell Rush. Like, I slid horizontally along the staircase. That boss melted? Yeah. Lots of proc damage. How much is lifestealing doing? Decent damage. Elemental Force would be doing more. I technically could have used Elemental Force at low levels, but... Man, I still can't mount? Come on. Oh, there's Khadgar. Okay, and now it auto-TPs you. Wait, does this mean that I don't need to unlock Dalaran Hearthstone? Oh, no. That sucks. I thought it was going to take me to Dalaran immediately, but alas, I forgot it takes you here. Take me inside Gromash Holds. You can't use Dalaran... I know you can't use Dalaran Hearthstone. What I was saying is, for a moment, I thought that the Demon Hunter intro takes you there and skips the Legion intro. And, it does not, as it turns out. But I was hopeful. That's what I was saying. Wait, oh, it automatically sets you up for Legion leveling, so I guess that's something I'll need to see. Can I use the Dalaran Hearthstone just immediately after exiting that? Nice, I can just kill you. Lots of auto attacks still, fortunately. I can spend my talents when I get moments. Sigil Flame these guys. 1 Chaos Strike, 2 Chaos Strike. Red Chaos Strike, blue Chaos Strike. Fuck. And then I just need to go into the city. If I can get out of combat, I can use gun shoes. There we go. Use gun shoes. Arcane Torrent should generate Fury too. Oh, good call. Yeah, 15 Fury, that's nothing to scoff at. Dollar and Hearthstone is a toy now? Yeah, you do still need to unlock it. It's unfortunate. Wonder if it's possible to 100% this game with one character on each faction? I mean, I don't see why not. Like, I'm sure you could. The only question is it worth it, right? Like, would be easier to do it on different characters, I would imagine. Oh, also, before I forget... That's stuck there. Grab my, second Radnax control gem in the elevator. And finally clear up my bags. Consume to increase all my secondary stats. Is this just like a bonus? Oh. It's just like a bonus buff on top of everything else. Okay, well that's, I guess, nice. Sure. Oh, okay. Kirantor Emissary. Oh, so I just... Nice. So I do kind of skip it, a little bit. I can, like, partially skip the Legion intro. That's nice. What I'm going to do is pick up TBC stuff, select a timeline, portal to Outlands. Wait, gave me the quest a second time. Just gonna Goblin Glider here. And... Oh no. Oh no, if you don't pick this up early, it's a pain to find. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Fuck this. Yeah, if you don't do that immediately, it's just the WoD intro quest is buried in the command board. In case you're wondering why I was picking up all those quests and you didn't watch some of the previous runs, you can pick up the, whatchamacallit. You can pick up the WoD quest from, there's Kieran Emissary, from the board, and it means you don't need to turn on WoD Chromie time to get the breadcrumb. Unfortunately, didn't work. Someone's name reminds you of guides you used to watch in Wrath. Oh. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that channel, but also I did not watch, like, a lot of guides back in Wrath. Ready to teleport to the Broken Isles, so now I can get my Dalaran Hearthstone, and then we can start queuing for dungeons. Also, I will need to get Vengeance at least somewhat set up before I continue. Alright, so toss this. I'm going to refresh my food buff before I forget. And spend my points. So I guess 2 points there. Improve Chaos Strike. That's all I need right now. And then switch to Vengeance, at least, just to get my talent set up. You're leveling Death Knight, you find there's a vendor that has almost free gear that's better than yours. Should you be using that? Yeah, sure. Free gear is always nice, right? As long as, whatchamacallit? Yeah, I'll take the souls, I guess. Yes, Fiery Brand, sure. As long as you can afford it, then I don't see why not. Sure, Fiery Brand on R. And I guess, yeah, I don't really have too many things to use at this point. I think this is fine. I'm trying to remember where all my buttons are in Vengeance. It's always weird. It's like I main Vengeance, but I still can't, like, remember, like, exactly what I had my shit bound to. There we go. Queue for dungeon there. Now, since I'm queuing for dungeons, if some of you want to try and snipe me in the queue, you're welcome to do so.
In Lord Illidan's absence, you are the ranking member of our order. We can't make this decision without you.
Alright. And now I'm going to head to Silverpine Forest and start questing there. Now that I got Dalaran Hearthstone, I should also... So put Dalaran Hearthstone on my bars. Run, Hearthstone, there. Should move it down a little bit. And once I get, like, settled in Silverpine Forest, still take a moment because I need to do Gunshoes and stuff, I will respond to chat. Well, I'll scroll up and then catch all the chat messages that I missed while I was doing the Demon Hunter starting zone stuff. One of the nice things about DH is you can really do, like, the wall-hugging strategy here perfectly with creative use of gliding. God, DH on Gunshoes is, like, one of the most fun things ever. Dash, enter dungeon. Oh, well, people didn't accept the queue yet. I could use Radnax here, but I figured the queue's about to pop, in theory, right? So I could just use Gunshoes when I get out. But if I'm unlucky, then they won't accept the queue, and yeah. I need to put anything else on my bars. I think we're good. I won't need to do anything else until level 20. Ooh, I should put my healing potion on my bars on the off chance I need it. Yeah, that's everything I need, though. And then I doubt I'm going to find many rare mobs, because it's, you know, middle of the day on, you know, high pop server, and I am in Chromie time. Mana Tombs! Alright. Well, Mana Tombs is one of the better dungeons, so we're happy about that. Options, interface, display class colors. So, Vengeance is going to feel really weird at low levels, because I don't even have Fracture yet. So, basically, I'm missing most of my high-level kit. But we should still be fine. Do I need to loot these guys? I forget. No, I just need to kill them. Yeah, like, oh, this... I will say, Vengeance at low levels is one of the most awful-feeling tanks. You have, like, nothing. Your only AoE costs, like, a shit ton of resources to actually use. It's, I guess, technically speaking, I have small AoEs in the form of, like, Sigil of Flame and stuff, but... yeah, this is... it feels bad, honestly. I really need to get enough Fury. Oh, man, it's so bad. Just generating... slowly generating Fury with Sheer. And then eventually spending it. I need Fracture. I need Fracture, like, right this fucking moment. Okay, we're good. Ow. At the very least, with life-stealing and just general Vengeance soul healing, I don't really think I'm in any danger of dying, but Vengeance is no Guardian Druid at low levels, that's for sure. Okay. Don't let the party notice your concerns. We'll see. Unfortunately, these guys pulled. They were feared, though, so, like, not their fault, right? Yeah, the moment I get Fracture, this stops being an issue. Because Fracture means I can consistently generate enough Fury to, you know, actually spend. I'm gonna use Feldev here. Even Feldev hits, like, such a wet noodle at this level. No, I'm feared. How much is lifestealing doing? Yeah, lifestealing doesn't seem to be doing that much at all. Rock rate on it doesn't seem awesome. I'm going to drag all of this onto the boss, just because I don't really have great options for survivability, unless I'm hitting like a bunch of things at once. And I can Fiery Brand this guy. I'm feared. I'm feared. I'm stunned. Oh, my Lesser Healing Potion didn't go onto my bars because I was in my Havoc setup. Let's see. Do I get Fracture yet? I can't forget if I get Fracture at this level, or if I need to level up one more time before it appears. I need Spirit Bomb ASAP. Yes, unfortunately, I do not get Spirit Bomb for a while. That's one of the issues with Vengeance while leveling. You get Spirit Bomb at, like, level 30 or something like that. It's bad. It takes a long time. Vengeance is a bit of, like, it's in a bit of an unfortunate state for leveling up, because, like, so many of your crucial tools are just locked behind higher level stuff. Like, your kit doesn't even really feel complete until level 50. Whereas, like, Guardian Druid gets all of their basic kit at, like, level 15, and then they just get, like, passive effects and modifiers all the way up until, like, high levels. Like, the only thing they're missing up until higher levels is Raise, and Raise is obviously very nice, but it is not a requirement. You don't need Raise to really feel, like, in control of your damage and survivability. Vengeance, like, key parts of the way that Vengeance plays are locked behind, like, basically, like, bottom-level capstone talents. It's bad. And the fact that Spirit Bomb is in the mid-section of the tree, like, I've been saying for a while, Spirit Bomb needs to be here. The fact that Fell Devastation, a 1-minute cooldown, is considered the main spell, like, fucking Keg Smash is here for Brewmaster Monks. What is it for Guardian Druids? It's like Mangle, or key rotational abilities are the first talent points in, like, every single other tank. What does Prop Pally get? Like, Avenger's Shield? And Vengeance gets a fucking dogshit 1-minute cooldown that you can barely afford to press at low levels. The fact that Spirit Bomb is not the main ability is just criminal. At least, or make it Fracture, right? Something. It's really, really, really bad at low levels. DK's Heartstrike? Yeah, another core ability, right? And then Vengeance gets fucking Feldev. Ugh, yuck. It's just all because, like, the fucking Demon Hunter developers have an agenda against Spirit Bomb and have been trying to keep it, like, off-meta for such a long time, so they refuse to actually make it easily accessible, because they think that if they push it all the way to the left side of the tree, that people aren't going to pick it. And every single time, Spirit Bomb is still run, and they keep trying to make it unviable. It's one of the things that I despise about Vengeance DH. It's one of the reasons why I stopped playing it for most of Shadowlands. Fucking developers are on a warpath against making the spec feel fun. It's good now, but, like, not thanks to the help of the developers. Vengeance DH has always been good in spite of the developers. They've always tried to keep it down. You don't think they can put Fracture there just on the basis that it replaces Sheer? Like, fuck Sheer, though. This thing sucks. Nobody plays Sheer. Like, that's the problem, though. It's like, they are so afraid to just remove Sheer from the game. Or just make it so Fracture doesn't replace Sheer. Like, that has just been a desperate change that Vengeance has needed forever. Either make it so Sheer still exists and has some use case, or honestly, just fucking remove shear from the game and make fracture baseline. Or at least make it, like, the main thing here. Just shear has literally no reason to exist. It never has. Oh, nice. I got at least a small upgrade for now. While I figure this stuff out, because I want to... Fuck. What I'm going to do is now that I have 2 points available, I'm just going to beeline for Fracture and just drop Fiery Brand temporarily. What do I want to take? I guess Charred Warglaves? Sure. Actually, yeah, fine. Fuck it, Charred Warglaves. No, you know what? I changed my mind. I know, I'm very indecisive right now. I still only have 3 points. I'm going to go Unrestrained Fury, Improve Disrupt, and then I'm going to try to take Fellblade the moment I get another point. But I actually need to get 2 more levels, because Fellblade will be desperately needed to make sure that I have enough Fury to actually press Soul Cleave. How do you rank up fast in WoW? I mean, level up fast? I mean, I have a leveling guide, if that's what you're asking. So, that should hopefully answer your questions. Should be linked in the description. Just gonna push this. I don't remember how long this RP is, but I want to make sure the dungeon queue pops. I think we're good now. I want to make sure the dungeon queue pops right as this quest finishes, so I can complete the quest and then hop right into a dungeon. Hello, Harlden from Spain. The most efficient route 60 to 70 is my web guide. Assaults are not worth it, no. How long does it take if optimized? Around 2 hours? I mean, my world record is around around 2 hours, right? If you're doing it casually, you can probably expect like 3 to 4 hours, somewhere in that range. Do I have a favorite class to speed level? Druid, Monk, probably. That was a fast queue, by the way. I'm hoping that I can quickly get the turn in, but I think we still need to wait on Watch Your Clever Mouth. And yeah, it's going to be another like 10 seconds, and then I'll have to just re-queue. Yeah, unfortunate. We're fine, though. I was really close if the queue was only slightly slower. Yeah, Demon Hunter is very fun to speed level. I just don't get to do it a lot because it doesn't start at level 10, so it isn't a regular start. It also, because the Demon Hunter starting zone is really slow relative to, like, the traditional route, it ends up being, like, not super fast. There we go. That's weird. There was an odd gap between Watch Your Clever Mouth and his next line. Yeah, well, the voice line is normally, like it used to be before Shadowlands, Watch Your Clever Mouth, bitch. And then, apparently, like, one of the developers' kids was playing, and they were doing this zone, and it heard, like, the kid heard the Watch Your Clever Mouth, bitch line, and then the developer was like, I don't want my kid hearing that language. So because one of the developer's kids was exposed to Garrosh saying bitch, they removed the line from the game, which, like, I don't know. Obviously, I've always known that their reasoning for taking the line out of the game is dumb, but the fact that it's like, so-and-so's kid wanted to play World of Warcraft, and there was mature language in World of Warcraft, it's like, okay, so the solution is to then remove mature language from a mature game, instead of just, you know, maybe don't let your kid play World of Warcraft if you don't want them hearing the word bitch. Just odd to me. I don't know. Daddy, the big bad ogre said the B word. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just it really silly reason to remove it, in my personal opinion. Okay, yeah, now, oh my god, this is so nice. Having Fracture, now we're cruising. Just gonna tag these guys. I forgot, sigils take such a long time to activate before you get the concentrated sigils. You got in. Oh, is somebody from the stream in the dungeon? This isn't Havoc? Yeah, you do Vengeance for dungeons. So if you have... I did this for the Priest run as well. If you have a tank spec or a healer spec, you always play that for dungeons, because fast queue times. Title is... Oh, fuck. I just saw who it is. Fuck you, Rice. But good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Fucking asshole. God damn it. See, this is what happens when I complain to my friends about the dumb comments I receive. They sneak into my streams and then leave those same dumb comments to bait me. God fucking damn it. Alright, swiftness potion. Take the bitch out, keep Teldrassil genocide in? Exactly, yeah. Genocide's okay, but saying the word bitch? No. That's one step too far. That's, too offensive for young children. You can't keep that in. Alright, here. Sigil of Flame should activate by the time I get into melee range. Oh, is this monk a twink? Oh. I think it's a twink in training. He at least has, like, fancy stuff on his gear, but it's like he has some stuff that's unsocketed. So I would imagine this is some dude in the process of building his twinking character. Cool. But I saw someone in chat say they got in. I don't know if they're referring to, like, the dungeon, so maybe the monk is someone from chat. Twinks still exist? Oh yeah, no, there's a very large, like, level 11 twinking scene right now, because scaling is really weird, so, like, you can see this Mistweaver monk does, like, a shit ton of damage, because healing, or healer scaling at low levels means that, like, your spinning crane kick just one-shots everything. Also, look at this. Ah, I love Demon Hunter. Ah, you can do such cool shit like that. I fucking love Vengeful Retreat. It's such a fun button. Alright, and any second now. There we go. Right. Oh, and if I... There we go. Yeah, this monk is definitely going to make things a lot easier, though. Come on, there we go. Oh. I feel like my range is lower than it should be. Or maybe Rockmar the Crackler just has a weird hitbox. Okay, well I have nothing else I can do. Oh, I hit a lamppost. This dungeon seems like a warlock just gets to run laps. Yeah, pretty much. That's like most low-level dungeons if you have people with move speed stuff and you have nothing. You get to run laps and catch up while everybody else just blasts through it. Basically how it goes. Alright, life stealing I think did some work there. Actually, never mind, I didn't get a single proc. What's the advantage of level 11 twinks just to boost characters through dungeons? I mean, I think most people just do it for fun, right? Like, people just like to create twink characters, but... Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do dungeon boosting. I know some people will use it to, like, do low-level dungeon boosting sales. I don't really know if it's, like, efficient. Obviously, let's say I got, like, a level 11 twink to queue for me with every single one of these dungeons I did. In that case, it would obviously be faster. Than if I were to do it with no level 11 twink, but I think it would still be faster to eventually hop off and do quests compared to just spam running dungeons over and over. The monk is your alt? Oh, SG is apparently the monk. Cool. Well, I appreciate the help then. I'm just gonna pop drums here. Make it go a little faster. I will say, while I appreciate the help, SG, I'm going to leave instance group because while I think it's fine if people try to snipe me, I don't want to, like, intentionally re-queue with like, a monk, if that makes sense. Just because, or whatchamacallit. Just because I feel like that would be kind of cheating if, like, I intentionally went... Yeah, it is cheating, thank you. Okay, I'm glad you agree, right? I do appreciate you queuing into me. I always think it's fair game if somebody wants to try and find me in a dungeon queue, but, like, I'm not going to engineer that intentionally. But yeah, once again, I do appreciate it. Alright. So far, really good dungeon RNG. I've gotten 3 dungeons that are all very good. We still need Blood Furnace, we need Ramparts, we got Mana Tombs, and both of the Serpent Shrine Cavern dungeons, which are all very good. Fuck. I fucked up my glide cancel there. Okay, I'm just gonna meta here. Play it safe. It looks like the rest of them have not caught up yet. Okay. Should be good. Time to level your paladin. Godspeed. Do Blizz say anything about bringing back any kind of XP buff during the summer? Probably not. They already did one. Blizzard doesn't like to do XP buffs too often, because then you know how Blizzard is with their FOMO shit, right? They need to make sure that they only do XP buffs sparingly, so that, you know, they can bait players into coming back for the limited time events. Don't miss out! 50% XP, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, we just recently had one. Probably not going to get one anytime soon, unfortunately. Do I still do the same tank start with warrior? Yeah. Well, you always do tank for the start if you're doing dungeons specifically for queue times. So it has nothing to do with, like, you know, class or spec or whatever. If you only have access... Well, obviously, every class has only access to one tank, right? But if your class has access to a tank and you're doing low-level dungeons, if you want to be fast, right, you always queue as a tank, because tanks get the fastest queues. Like, you've seen here, I've been getting instant queues, effectively. And then if you don't have a tank, but your class is a healer, like with Priest or something, then healer is very close. It's usually not instant, but you'll get like 2 to 3 minute queues, generally speaking. And then if your class only has DPS, like, you know, Hunter, Mage, Rogue, you cry. And you hope that your queues aren't too long. But you'd rather just DPS queue while questing? Yeah, I mean... To be clear, right? Play the way you enjoy, right? I've always said this. Don't look to me to tell you how to have fun. That is different for everybody. I will just tell you what is, technically speaking, the fastest, and then you can do with that information what you will. If you want to ignore me because you don't think it's fun, I completely understand that. I would approve of that, actually. Don't blindly follow what I say. But, yeah, I mean, that is faster, right? So, that's all I'm saying. Just gonna do Feldev here, just to make sure it's up for the boss. We shall listen to your recommendations of independence with impunity. Hail mighty Harald. Okay. Sure. Anyone know if they nerfed the first craft bonus XP in Dragonflight? You got no XP after the first 10 crafts versus the 30 you saw online. I don't really know how the first craft bonus works now. They didn't technically nerf it. I think people were saying it would usually take you around, whatchamacallit, like around 30 crafts to get the maximum XP. But it technically isn't 30 crafts. It's like there's a flat XP value, and what most people were saying is it should take you 30 crafts to get that. It's not always the case. I think it takes me like around 15, and XP modifiers do count towards it. So if you have stuff buffing the amount of experience you're getting, it will make it so you get those first craft bonuses faster. But yeah, I think that's mostly it. Is the mage a twink, or they're just arcane at low levels, which, you know, probably will do it. No path available? Oh, come on. No path available again. Alright. But DH double jump glide still lets you do really nice shortcuts like this. And then, yeah, this is the NPC I need to talk to. I can... There we go. Wraparounds. Oh, that was perfect. And you'll notice I, like, hit the wall there. That might seem like it was an accident. It was actually intentional, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't go too far while I was setting up the, like, in case you're not familiar with DH. It's, like, common knowledge for anyone who actually plays Havoc, but with Vengeful Retreat, if you glide, like, a few seconds after setting up Vengeful Retreat, it's, like, right at the end of the animation, you can carry the speed of Vengeful Retreat into your next glide, and you just move, like, really fast. So I was trying to basically go up against the wall so that I could quickly spin around it and carry the speed all the way across that little hallway there. And it worked out perfectly. DH has, like, a lot of really fun mobility optimization things that you can do like that. Yeah, but right now my damage is, like, pretty awful until I get any actual tools to help me out. You have to kill Claw here, because he's part of the quest. So, loot the boss, talk to you. And then I'll use my, I think. Another small Demon Hunter thing. You'll notice as I move across the ground, I'm constantly hitting double jump glide and then canceling my glide. I've always just liked to call that, like, glide canceling. It's faster for movement. Oh, I got knocked back by the mob. That actually helped me out, but I glide canceled it and fucked it up. I have a slow on me, so it's hard to demonstrate at this moment. But you'll notice me doing that throughout the run. Basically, if you double jump into a glide and immediately cancel your glide, you get, like, slightly more distance than just kind of holding W and running there. It's a little fun optimization that you can do for DHs. I've always liked doing it. It also just looks cool. You, like, bounce along the ground instead of blocking. Yeah, like that. So you'll see me just, like, I'm basically hammering my spacebar. Just 3 quick taps to double jump, activate glide, and then cancel it. And what level do I get to? As long as I'm not 25. Okay, yeah, I'm only 22. We're good. I don't want to get the 25 dungeon pools. Did I deliver quests from the previous dungeon? Oh, fuck. You're right. I completely forgot to do that. Whoops. Alright. Well, let's hope I get that dungeon again towards the end. That way I can do the dungeon. The nice thing about this not being a PTR run is I could always just go back in later on in the run when I want to be doing stuff in, like, other zones, and I can just do the dungeons then. Even if they're not effective at those levels, I can always just continually queue for them. So, we have a lot of flexibility here. I also, technically speaking, should turn on war mode here. I'm barely completing quests, though, so what I'll do is real quick, I'm gonna head to the Forsaken Rearguard, set my Hearthstone there, and we'll turn on war mode now while I wait for this dungeon to pop. And then I can set my Hearthstone, Dalhearth, and then we can just head back. Alright, set Hearth. Ooh, nice. This is Ramparts. That is one of the good ones. Specific queue for it when you're done with dungeons. Actually, very good point there. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Thank you, Talix. I should also spend my talents at some point. This is a scary pull if the healer's not paying attention. Oh no, they're here. Okay, we're good. Oh my god, I'm just getting chain stunned. Jesus. I can't do anything. Okay. The stun disarms, stun disarms. Literally just can't press buttons. Alright, we're fine. And especially since my healing is tied to Soul Cleave, when I get disarmed, I literally cannot heal. That is actually really, really annoying. I can't heal, I can't do any damage. Disarming is actually really, really deadly for me. Yeah. Disarmed, stunned. I hope the healer's got me here. Oh. Okay, that was honestly a little bit scary for a moment there. I didn't think these dungeons were going to be... Like, the thing is, I don't think about that on Bear, because Bear doesn't need a weapon. But I never realized that, like, as a Demon Hunter, those disarms are actually super deadly, because you just can't do anything. Pick up, yeah, disarmed again, can't do anything. I can't even generate Fury. I'm literally just... Yeah, and that unfortunately the rogue almost died there because he ripped threat, because I just can't press a single button while I'm disarmed. That is... I'm gonna try to pull the boss and quickly... Yeah. Okay, Feldev should at least give me enough snap threat on this guy, so if I get disarmed, I'm not completely screwed. There we go. It's the only reason you dislike tanking TBC dungeons while leveling is because they have more tank group CC than any other X-Pack? Yeah. It's definitely rough. Like, Guardian Druids, I think, are pretty fine with it, because they're just broken at low levels, but any other tank, maybe Prop Pally, I think, is usually pretty fine. But I remember I did this on Brewmaster, and it can be kind of rough, because Brewmasters have pretty weak survivability at low levels. They don't really have too many tools. So yeah, I definitely feel you there. Right. Didn't see, did I loot boss for quest item? Yes. Yeah, I remember to do that. But thank you for double checking, especially since I forgot the quests earlier. Yeah, I think the reason I forgot that last dungeon is because I left quickly because I was just in my head thinking, oh, well, I want to make sure I leave the dungeon and don't re-queue, because I don't want to, like, queue up with a Twink a second time, which is basically cheating. And I forgot that before I did that, I needed to actually turn in the quests. So, unlucky. I also need to refresh my buffs. I'm level 20 now, so I can use Elixir of the Mongoose. Take that, replace that. Food buff. And then I can use a Swiftness Potion. I'm also going to tag these because they'll probably get pulled anyway. So that way, I at least have threat on them. Alright. And I think if I get close... Do I have to actually tag Vazrudin? Why is he not... Oh, you have to kill the mobs to get him to be pulled. I see. Yeah, I forgot. I'm so used to just one-shotting things with Bear that I forgot that, you know, not all that stuff works. Remember to turn in quests? Yes. Now this time, I definitely won't forget 2 times in a row. Thank you. Oh, I got gloves. That's actually a pretty big upgrade compared to the Demon Hunter starting stuff. Sure Step boots. Do I have boots? No, so this is probably an upgrade unless I get something from these bags. Oh, I did get boots from the bags. Okay, well, never mind. Okay, so now Shit, I don't have Dull Hearth on... Okay, there we go. I didn't have it on my Vengeance bars. You got 4 rogues, only hand-leveled one of them. There was enough to make you jaded enough to buy AFK boost for rogue, and only rogue anymore. You're happy to level, but rogue just put you in arena. You ain't got time for leveling. Fair enough. Yeah, especially as rogue. I can understand that. And I'm barely below level 25, so that's quite nice. Because that means I won't get all of the really terrible dungeons at the higher level pool. Right, we turn on War Mode. Queue again. And then we can Hearthstone back to the Forsaken Rearguard. I also need to remember to select talents. Let's see. What do I want? Definitely Fellblade. Probably Soul Healing, I think, for Vengeance tanking is best. Fiery Brand again. Meteoric Strikes, I think, would be nice. Just because, you know, movement. Deflecting Spikes, and then I'll probably get, like, Sigil of Silence. I think that'll be nice for certain pulls. And yeah, I'll take Fellblade there for now. PvP talents. I'm not really going to be leveling as Vengeance, but at least for now, just because it auto kicks me back into Vengeance spec whenever I leave, like, a dungeon, so I'm not going to bother switching to Havoc just for, like, 2 seconds. Only to immediately end up back in the dungeon. We got one rare mob. There we go. Oh, Blood Furnace? Yo! Okay! This is, like, also some god-tier dungeon RNG, and keep in mind, this dungeon RNG is not just good, it's, like, actually kind of ridiculous because of the fact that I started at level 15. So, in my Druid World Record run, my first 2 dungeons were, like, at low levels when I only had good stuff in the pool. I have had the potential to hit Escape from Durnhold here the entire time, and it has not happened. This is really fucking good, actually. Okay, I remembered to loot them. Nice, because I need to loot the Fell Orc Blood Vials. Yeah, this is actually kind of crazy RNG right now. I can also Spectral Sight the Rogue out. And going to Throw Glaive. And then LOS. Oh, stunned. Shit. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, now that I have Fellblade, I also have really consistent Fury generation. So I don't run Fellblade at max level as Vengeance, but, you know, until you're able to reliably generate resources, Fellblade resets are a great way to get Fury at low levels. I can actually kind of pull somewhat big now. Just because I actually have semi-consistent damage and survivability. You know, maybe that's going to bite me in the ass. Who knows? But big pull here should be fine. Yeah, that is one nice thing. Once I actually get the tools to survive on my own without doing, like, very, very small pulls, Vengeance just cruises through dungeons. Your mobility is just ridiculous. You just immediately leap into bosses like that. I have Fiery Brands, even though at this point it's just, like, kind of on-hit damage, nothing special. I'd imagine Fracture's probably my biggest source of single target. Yeah. That checks out. Let me leap over here. Gonna hide in the corner, LOS. Oh no. Okay, good. The healer's got me. 5-second stun is always terrifying to see, especially as a demon hunter. Yeah, Blood Furnace is a really scary dungeon if your healer isn't on point. You know, if they're paying attention, it's not too bad, but these, like, long stuns on the tank can be lethal if you don't receive a single direct heal. So, very scary. Did I loot first boss? Yes, I looted first boss. I generally speaking remember to loot bosses. I appreciate the reminder. It was a very specific reason why I forgot to turn in the quest there. Now, by all means, though, when I get to level 49, feel free to scream at me to refresh my experience potion, because that is something that I have been known to forget. Do I have a written guide? Yes, link in the description. It's on my website. I have a written guide for Horde, Alliance, 10 to 60, or 1 to 60, then 60 to 70, I have like multiple different subpages. I haven't really covered preparation a ton yet, but you can see I have a Google Doc with all the speedrun prep stuff. That will eventually be turned into like a subsection on the written guide, but for now, it's just kind of like a checklist that I have in a Google Doc. And then I have some like alternate zone suggestions in a separate page. The guide is pretty thorough, you can see. It has a bunch of different tabs that you can look through. Look at your DPS versus everyone else. This might be faster than Priest pressing Holy Nova. I don't know. It's not, like, my damage honestly isn't that good. Like, I think you have to go back at that video and look at just how much damage Holy Nova was doing. Now, at the level that I'm at right now, yeah, it's gonna fall off. So, I would say at this point, Holy Nova probably maybe won't do as much damage as, I'm doing right now as Vengeance, but you also get, like, stacks of Rhapsody, which is really nice. Holy Priest is really good for dungeon leveling. It's kind of cracked. But, I mean, Vengeance is also very strong, so, you know, don't get me wrong, this is very, very, very good. But Holy Priest is also kind of obscene. I'm gonna pre-meta here just because I'm really far ahead of the group, and yeah, and I knew these guys stunned. Look at that, I'm just getting fucking chain stunned, bounced into the air. Motherfucker. Okay, we're fine, though. Yeah. I think I may have died if I didn't pre-meta that, but kind of okay.
You mustn't let him loose. He'll kill us all.
Beldev. You had a Rester Shaman hit 10k DPS in these dungeons? Oh yeah. No, Chwinks who know what they're doing in terms of their builds can get some crazy, crazy damage. You remember when this dungeon was hard as fuck playing in BC? Yeah. Yeah, Blood Furnace was somewhat difficult. I'll give you that. Like, on Heroic and stuff. Right. Where do I even go from here? I've kind of, like, taken a bit of an odd route because the way that, like, normally you don't hit level 20 this early, but because Demon Hunter only starts doing Silverpine at level 15 or so, whenever I started it, I kind of ended up in a weird level situation. Okay, that rare mob is down. I'm kind of doing this questing hub backwards. This, the Banshee rare doesn't appear to be up. And the Wolf rare is usually dead. Right, I'm going to do this pull and loot all these mobs, and then I will take the Q again. Now, we've had really good RNG so far, but we still got to hit Escape from Durnhold at some point, in theory. So, who knows? Mechanar? Yo! Okay. This is actually maybe better RNG than my world record run. What the fuck? Am I wearing all BOAs? As many as you can wear, yeah. I have BOAs in every available slot. I can show my gear in a second. Yeah, there you go. So you can see BOAs... I have also all my gear prep listed on that same checklist that's pinned in the chat. Right. There's also shoulders. Don't need that. Did I just get gripped by? There's no priest, so I get that was a mob ability that gripped me. I don't know what that was. I think you need to kill the Gate Watchers to access the next area. You know what? Can I know Demon Hunters can sometimes do weird things. Okay, you cannot Infernal Strike through that wall. I didn't think you could, but it was worth trying, because Demon Hunters sometimes can Infernal Strike through, like, weird gaps like that. But Alas, it was not to be. What's the worst dungeon when you speedrun? Out of TBC, which are the ones that you, Oh, that mage did too much damage. Or at least he... Yeah, it doesn't even show him on here. How did he rip threat? Did he just die to, like, random damage or something? That may have been what happened. Worst dungeon would probably be Black Morass. Yeah, I think it's probably Black Morass. Now, I always say, Escape from Durnhold is the consistent one that you tend to see ruin streaks a lot, because Escape from Durnhold is the worst that you unlock early on. You unlock it at level 15, and it is definitely the second worst behind Black Morass. So, a lot of times you'll hear me complaining about that. But once you get high enough level to unlock Black Morass, that is actually the worst. Even more so than Escape from Durnhold. Okay, we got some extra mobs in here. Nice. Should be fine. What is this mob doing? Everybody is dying. Okay, this mini-boss just killed, like, 3 people. I don't know what ability that was. Honestly, I think that would have been avoidable, because I didn't see a single heal actually come out from the healer, so I don't really know what happened there, but... I mean, I lived, so... Is Nomergon not also TBC? No, Nomergon is vanilla. Nomergon definitely not TBC. I always do Chromie Time TBC, it's the fastest? Yes. TBC dungeons, I've explained it before, so I'm not gonna, like, do another explanation, because I kind of get asked, like, every single stream, to be honest. But yeah, it is the fastest. Definitely. Nice. That quest done. Alright, unfortunately, elevator boss means people are always slow to get here. As long as the healer is on the elevator, I'll just pull ahead. But it's gonna take the other people. To what level am I gonna dungeon run? Generally speaking, you kind of want to do dungeons until, like, level 30-ish. It depends, though, because, really, there is no answer about a specific level. It's, you do dungeons until you start getting inefficient dungeons. So, normally, by this point, I would have already gotten something like Escape from Durnhold, and then I would have had to leave the dungeon and gotten, like, a 30-minute Deserter debuff. That's generally what happens there. But I've just been really lucky so far, and I haven't hit a bad dungeon yet, so I'm just continuing. But eventually, we should hit that dungeon. And, okay, the Warlock is, like, so far behind, I'm just pulling without him. The one issue with Mechanar is, while it is very fast, the bosses are... I mean, I wouldn't say hard, but they have, like, mechanics that can actually kill people. Like, those fire elementals, if people stand in the patches, it will kill you. Depending on, like, the level and the scaling and stuff. Luckily, they're fixated on me. But yeah, look at how much damage that just did. Oh, yep, there you go. Mage died. So, predicted it. The fire elementals do a lot of damage. And, like, I think you technically can kill them, but I want to say they get resummoned by the boss. And obviously, any damage you're putting into the fire elementals is damage you're not putting into her. Ooh, look at that cheeky Fellblade. It's quite clean. Oh, that's a nice little transmog right there. I already have it, apparently. Then these mobs just automatically appear as you run through. And Sigil of Silence the bandage cast. Got another mob here. Mop has shit dungeons. Not universally. Actually, Mop has a few fairly good ones. The only problem with Mop is it has some shit dungeons. So, the issue is there's a chance that you'll end up hitting one of those, which means that queuing for Mop dungeons generally is not your best bet. But, like, Temple of the Jade Serpent is one that a lot of people have pointed out He's quite good. Oh, that poor Warlock. Oh my god. The mob spawned directly on top of him and he almost died. I would have felt really bad about that. Where's the next set? I think I need to go a little bit further. There we go. Can Horde and Alliance team up for dungeons? For like endgame dungeons pre-made, definitely you can do it there. I don't know about random dungeons. I don't know if you can find Alliance players in random dungeons. I'm pretty sure it's still faction specific. Can you watch the stream tomorrow? There is no stream tomorrow. Or are you saying, can you watch the VOD? Like, yeah, the VOD automatically gets saved on my YouTube channel. So, yeah. You'll be able to watch this later. Don't worry. The recording, yeah, sorry. I eventually figured out what you meant. I just initially misunderstood. Fracture. Probably Fell Devastation is worth using on single target. And then Soul Cleave. Good luck, thank you. I appreciate it. Alright. Very nice. Let's see. Gnomes would not be efficient. Well, gnomes are not an allied race, so they're kind of like by default ruled out. Let me open the bag. Gloves again. Alright, you know, minor item level boost, sure. Have I messed around with Volpera leveling? Yeah. I get... You know, I don't say this to be mean, but you must be new here, because if you check my channel, I have gotten multiple world records in the past with Volpera. My most recent one is with Cultiran Druid. But my first ever world record back in Shadowlands pre-patch, that was with a Volpera Hunter. I've done a few different records with Volpera Monk. Volpera is the fastest allied race for Horde. The only reason why I don't use it for, like, Horde speedruns sometimes is because they cannot be Druids, and Druids are generally the fastest spec that you can play. So, I've sometimes done runs with Windwalker Monk Volpera, but whenever I'm doing a Druid run, I unfortunately cannot be them. But yeah, Volpera is very, very, very good. As an insanely powerful racial for leveling. That being Make Camp, specifically, if you weren't sure which one I was referring to. I queued for dungeons, right? I was surprised, because this is like a surprisingly long queue time. Alright, well, I'm going to try to sneak this in then. Hopefully the queue doesn't, like, pop literally right this second, because then I would have to try and speedrun this little quest right here before I accept the dungeon invite. I can also... I need to refresh my food buff in a little bit. Those people didn't die from the mini-boss. It was the landmines that Capacitus does. They persist even after he dies, so if you don't move, they can one-shot you. Ah, I see. Well, I mean, that definitely helped, but you could watch... whatever the hammer ability was definitely ticking down their health consistently. Like, you could watch their health go down. Tick, 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 tick. So, they may have taken a chunk of damage initially from the landmine, but whatever that mini-boss ability was definitely did kill them. That was, like, the largest source of damage. Okay, this should be fine. I think I can finish this quest in time, and then... Now, one thing I'm not sure about, though. If I accept the dungeon queue while on this flight, where do I get dropped off at? What? What? Hello? Game? I can't click enter. I'm getting trolled by fucking the stupid UI. I can't interact with anything. What is going on? Does this flight thing lock your... I can't interact with anything in my UI. Okay. Thanks, Blizzard. That fucking sucks. What the hell? It's not even the flight. It's just something with my fucking UI. Okay. Well, at least I know it's not the RP thing. It's just something completely locked my ability to interact with anything. No, it has nothing to do with can't enter in vehicle. I literally could not interact with anything, and I checked. I could not even click, like, my character frame So that's why I tried to click my character frame, because I wanted to see, is it something with the queue? But no, I wasn't able to interact with any UI elements. Something with my mouse was fucked. So yeah, I don't know. Weird. Very, very strange. Just refresh food buff. You should have been able to accept the queue, but you wouldn't be teleported into the dungeon. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, that... I don't know what happened there. I would think maybe something with the fact that maybe because the queue popped while I was on the flight. I really don't know. I've never encountered that issue before. I've had times where my UI gets locked up, but never like that. A second. Now that I think we're in like a pretty calm point, I can scroll up and catch the rest of chat. I hope there's not a limit to how far up in chat I can go. Because I missed a lot of messages. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way up to the top. Where is... Okay, I found where I was starting it. Let's see. Bunch of people asking when the run's gonna start. Oh, fuck. Alright, well, I might as well accept the dungeon queue, because there's a good chance that this is going to be Escape from Durnholds. If you use the mail toy in the DK starting zone, you get DC'd and bugged. Alright, Mana Tombs. Well, Mana Tombs isn't bad. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do here? Because Mana Tombs is actually very fast, like the first boss is right around the corner, I'm gonna kill the first boss just so I can get the 15-minute penalty instead of the full thing. And we'll go again. If it was like another dungeon that has like a long path to the first boss, then I wouldn't, but this one isn't super long. You can just pull him, and I'm gonna drop Sigil of Silence here. Should round everything up. Yeah. Of all the dungeons, the duplicates to get, this is probably one of the better ones. Nice. Yeah. And now I can leave Instance Group, and because you killed the first boss, you only get a 15-minute requeue penalty, you can see here, and it starts counting down the moment you enter a dungeon. I also need to abandon this quest and re-accept, because I got a dungeon queue. But that's actually good, because there's like a lot of little RP sections right here, and I don't really want them to be interrupted by a dungeon queue, so that actually works out well. It's a good time to get like a little speed bump. Alright, and now I can read chat now that I'm waiting on this. The run is working well with the Great Push. Oh, is the Great Push going on right now? Huh. You started the run, but when are you going to start the run? Yeah, the Caddy Stamp Whistle comes from a questline in Legion. You paid 10k gold for Caddy? Hey, I farmed the quest item on my own. I sat there by the mailbox. Way back when in Legion. You only use the one-time mailbox consume from the NG building in the garrison. I think that only works in Draenor now, unfortunately. Not gonna rob Caddy's job by using another mailbox that shares CD? Exactly. Support small business. Don't know if it's bop or buyable, but Molly has always had an NG requirement. It's a toy now. You can make it another character and use it on another. Yeah. For, like, day one leveling runs, stuff like, you know, leveling 60 to 70 on, like, the launch of Dragonflight, I always bring Molly with me, or at least have Northrend Engineering learned, because it's useful to have. It's just you can't really get it on a new character. Oh yeah, Goose Comics asked about the sled. You can use Twisted Heart. It gives you secondary stats. Oh yeah, I should try to refresh that. I wonder if that still works, like, even now, and doesn't overwrite any flasks. Should let us skip intros for special classes like DH Evoker and DKs. I agree. Yeah, I think there should be an option to consistently skip them. Oh, there must be a hunter here, because I see their bat just appeared. Just tanked a group through a full BRD run for the quest's fun of it. Good nostalgia and so much more satisfying than racing for the bags. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, doing old dungeons is definitely fun. It's just, yeah, for like, you know, actual quest efficiency, it's not always the best option. Okay, now I can... Okay, you can fit through that gap as a Blood Elf, thankfully. The next area I think it's going to take me to is the Forsaken Rearguard, which I can actually use a Hearthstone, so... Oh yeah, you can just continue to use the Twisted Heart. That's actually quite nice. Oh no, my Hearthstone's on cooldown. You know what? This, oh fuck. Alright, well that's unfortunate. I forgot that I needed to talk to Sylvanas first. We wasted one charge of Radinax, but Radinax is almost obsolete anyway. I'll just find a good spot to use my final charge. What? That Worgen almost killed my Radinax. I've never seen something deal damage to it. I didn't know you could even do that. And it actually recharges health over time. That is so jank. You could have that happen? Alright. Okay, let me keep catching up on chat. I'm realizing now that I caught a surprisingly large amount of messages in chat while I was doing like the initial speedrun stuff. I didn't miss much. Oh, we got Spear Bomb now. Alright, finally. Rush of Chaos, and I'm gonna go Infernal Armor, and then eventually take Demonic. But Spirit Bomb is huge. I'm glad I finally have that. What do I want to put Fellblade on? Put Fellblade on E, I guess. I'm still gonna stay in Vengeance for now, just because while I'm doing dungeons, at least... do I need to? No, I can swap to Havoc at this point. I think it'll actually be faster. It'll take me a sec to get things set up. Oh, that guy talking about the DK items is probably talking about the Abomination vendor in the class hall? Yeah, I could see that. How would you go from 60 to 70 on tank DK? Spec doesn't matter. The route is the same for everybody. Improve Disrupt, Fellblade, Pursuit, then I guess I'll take Imprison, Rush of Chaos, Soul Rending, Demonic Appetite, First Blood, Dancing with Fate, and then 1 point into Critical Chaos, and then 1 point into Chaotic Transformation, Unending Hatred, I guess, for like a little bit of extra gen. And what do I want? I guess I can put you on E as well. Shift Y for Imprison. Right, I think that's... Or no, I'm missing Blur. I usually have Blur on E. Put this on T, because that's where I usually put Hunt. But I don't actually have Hunt. Disrupt on F, Meta on R. And I think that's it. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. Alright. So... Yeah, Havoc, damage-wise, is probably going to be better. I think, at this point, I could probably also take off Lifestealing, because I don't really think that, damage-wise, it's going to be as good as Elemental Force, and I don't really need the survivability. And in 2 more levels... I'll be able to equip this stuff, the crafted gear that I sent over ahead of time. I'm just going to toss all of the crap in my bags so I can clear up space. Toss all of this Sanguine Hibiscus. Also don't need. And... Sure, just toss that as well. Also at level 30, I'll have a few more consumes that I can get. Where's my Orc Sea Dog? Oh, he's over there. Okay, he's just hanging out. I don't know why he's not following me. I think my Orc Sea Dog got stuck in terrain. If I click on an item, will he pick it up? Yes. I'm kind of concerned about this, though. Why is it not leashing to me? Okay, it'll either, like, automatically snap to me when I go further, or it's gonna bug out and despawn. I've actually never seen this bug before, so I don't know. Yeah, it's bugged. Okay, well that really sucks. I've never seen that bug before. Still 6 minutes on a dungeon. Now I need to go back up here and pick up the quest again. TBC dungeons are nice, but stun spell silences spell lockings are annoying. Yep. They removed it? Yeah. Oh, the Garros calling Sylvanas a bitch thing? Yeah, they unfortunately did remove that. Oh, and it starts your quest... Oh, well, of course it starts your quest progress over I abandon it, but yeah, that's... I guess if you fell rush over the little thing at the wrong angle, it does that. I've never encountered that weird. Also, I've got to say, at this point, I am, like, surprised with the turnout for this stream. Because this isn't, like... I mean, I guess... I don't think it's anything special. I didn't realize how many people would be excited to watch a Havoc Demon Hunter speedrun, or I would have done one earlier, if I'm being honest. But, yeah, there's, like, much higher viewership than a lot of the recent streams, which is cool. I'm glad there's so many people here. But I didn't expect this one to be that special. It is cool, though. I like playing Havoc Demon Hunter. So, glad a lot of other people agree that it's a fun speed leveling class. A few more. Oh, I even saw SG said, maybe my monk will get in a dungeon with you. Well, you spoke it into existence, then. I missed that message. Try to... Bellblade this. I think somebody just cruised through here and took all the mobs. Normally don't need to go this far to find beasts to kill, but I should only need one more. Is this dropping it? Yeah. Alright. Oh, the monk had the store mog? I guess SG, somebody was criticizing your mog in chat. I didn't notice that before. Okay, kill a Forest Eden. I saw one right on the path, so hopefully whoever was killing the mobs there doesn't snipe the Forest Eden before I get to it. 25 and 27 Twinks are grandfathered Project 60 and 70 characters. Huh. Yeah, I haven't seen any of those. I've definitely seen, like, Twinks in the level... Wait, oh, Krethus is up? I'm surprised this rare is still alive, considering there's definitely people in this area. But, hey, I won't complain. Oh, I can't... I was rooted, so I wasn't able to use meta. Alright, nice. $20 Twinks were PvP free-to-play? Oh, that makes sense why, yeah, level 20 Twinks would be there. Like, twinking on... Is it still capped at level 20? I guess 20 isn't nearly as bad now that you have, like, Chromie time and access to a lot of cool features on a fresh account. Like, I'd imagine free-to-play WoW probably isn't nearly as terrible as it used to be. Imagine being a DK in the, what was it, Slave Pens or Underbog group? Slave Pens, I think. Trying to catch up. Yeah, that would definitely be rough. One of the main reasons why Blood DK is not a great dungeon tank at low levels is specifically because of that. Because doing fast runs is not always easy when you have, like, wheelchair mobility. Alright, 29. 2 minutes left until I can queue for dungeons. And also, I think the moment I complete this quest, I can hearth back to the Forsaken Rearguard, and that'll actually save a little bit of time. No chests, unfortunately. I hate how this mob spawns in the ceiling, so you can't target it until it gets down. Yeah, but I should be able to use Hearthstone here. It'll take me right to the turn-in. It's one of the nice things about having set that earlier. I wouldn't recommend that for actual speedruns, it's just I happened to do that when turning on War Mode, so... Effectively, any time I lost by turning on War Mode there earlier, I have now gained by being able to cut out that entire run back, which is actually quite nice. Honestly, that might actually be an actual speedrun tech right there. Because normally you wouldn't be able to do that, like in the older version of the route, right? Because you needed to save your Hearthstone to go learn riding training. That said, I think with traditional RNG, right? The only thing I can think is, like, let's say if you hit level 20 right around that point, you could set your Hearthstone as you finish that quest. You could dollar on Hearth, turn on War Mode, and then Hearth back, and that would be a nice time save, but I don't know. The levels early on with dungeons are a little bit too inconsistent for me to say whether that would actually be something you could reliably pull off. But it's a neat little consideration, either way. While I'm here, I'll check to see if Gorfang, or whatever that wolf's name is, doesn't look like he's here. He was down when I was checking before, but, you know, there's always a chance that he popped back up. And then, I think as I finish this quest, my queue should be back up. And also I-beam and hit these mobs. And I'm going to try to do a big pull with meta for these next guys, because I won't need Havoc cooldowns soon. So if I tag all of these guys, then I'm going to blur, dash back. Then yeah, meta, Blade Dance, I-beam. And yeah, Havoc Demon Hunter survivability, the moment you are able to reliably kill stuff to get souls, is very nice. Oh, I was one short. Okay, Throwglaive didn't pull extra there, perfect. I should be able to just Chaos Strike this guy down. Perfect. Then run to the top here. Oh, one thing before I forget, I think Cinematic Canceller... Yeah, I always have to disable it when I get here, because this one... If Cinematic Canceller kicks in, it will just brick the quest. So... Alright, there we go. And if I do it too late, then sometimes when I'm reloading my UI, it'll, Oh, I dashed past the checkpoint there. There we go. Alright, we're good. The moment that this cutscene ends and I'm able to, like, get picked up by the Valkyr lady, I can probably queue for a dungeon again, and it shouldn't pop by the time I get to the Sepulchre. The joy of helping other people can be good too, one of the reasons you consider twinking. Yeah, definitely, that's a good reason. Most effective boosting is open world mob farm on a high level character like in Onaran Plains, yeah. As far as I know, twinks have two very different meanings. Every time you guys say it, I get a little confused. Yeah, definitely. Let's see. There's gonna be a buff. Yeah, there's always a buff for anniversary, definitely. XP buffs are bad to telegraph. Announcing X amount of time out when a buff comes will just incentivize players to not level until then. Yeah, definitely. Fucking Rice asked me, what do I think would be the slowest leveling method? Get out of here, Rice. You're intentionally trying to trigger me. I see you there. Rice is my friend, by the way. Which is why he's posting dumb questions there, because he knows that I always bitch and moan about stuff like that. Oh, I can queue for dungeons now. There we go. Haraldin's world record run was on what most would consider very suboptimal race in terms of speed leveling, but good routing compensates. Well, it's suboptimal race, but, like, not really, right? Because the entire point is that just being a Guardian Druid is more efficient than being a Dark Iron, especially with the changes. And Kultiran having easy access to Ironforge Teleport actually makes them not terrible. So is Dark Iron better than Kultiran for speed leveling? Absolutely. But, like, it was the most optimal race choice for the class that I was playing. But I see what you mean, yes. But I do think that's an important distinction to make. Just so people don't think that I just randomly decided to play an inefficient class for my my world record attempt. No, I I was very intentional about what I picked. Definitely I-beam crits. Is Rain from Above good for leveling damage? I feel like I'd rather take Cleanse by Flame at this point. I don't really think I'll need to rely on Rain from Above. I obviously know Rain from Above is a very nice PvP talent to have. I'm just not sure how good it would be for questing. Most of my experience with Havoc has been in PvP. Surprisingly long queue time, though, but we got Berard the Moon crazed up, which is always good to see. Maybe that means there aren't that many people here, so I will always welcome good rare mob RNG with open arms. That mob teleported behind me. Scroll down a little bit. I'm slowly chipping away at chat. Hopefully there aren't too many messages going. In case you're messaging right now, I'm in the process of catching up on all the messages I missed earlier in the stream when I was focused on, like, the start of the run. So I will get to you eventually. Old Hills Red Foothills is about 20 minutes. More like 17 to 18. Yeah, Old Hills Red Foothills really sucks. It's like, I don't know. I think Black Morass is generally speaking worse. I don't really know exactly how they stack up to each other. They're both roughly the same. I think the main issue I have with Black Morass is it's probably faster to get to the first boss of Old Hills Red Foothills and then, like, leave in that dungeon than it is to, like, get to the first boss of Black Morass, which requires you to sit through, like, all of those RP, like, waves and things like that. So, I mean, they both suck. It's just tough to say which of those two dungeons is worse. Also, chest. Hello. That's nice. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone's leveling in Silverpine in war mode right now, because it's middle of the day on a high pop server, so to find this stuff up, definitely very, very lucky. Or the zone is just very dead at the moment. Okay, the mob is bugged. Thankfully, I'm a demon hunter, and I can just double jump up on top of this place and just kill him. But that would be really annoying if I did not have double jump. I can also glide from here. With double jump, I should at least be able to get decent distance. Fell rush over the fence. And while I'm crossing this area, Lost Son of Aragol patrols through this area, so keeping an eye out for him. Alright. And then while this RP is going on, I can sit here and clear up my bags a little bit. I think I did that earlier. Oh, I hit level 32, so I can equip my new level 30 gear. So take that, place it, replace the gloves. Yeah, these are better stats. Place that, and replace the belt. Then I can just toss this stuff. I'll at least hold on to the life-stealing thing just on the off chance, and I can also replace my consumes. So Potion of the Tol'vir goes there. Ghost Elixir, and replace you. Brush my food buff. Okay, yeah, I saw the little quest accept thing in the cave for a moment. Nice, this rares up as well. But I guess just a weird display bug, because I did get credit for that quest. Also, this dungeon queue, what is going on here? Do I want to expand my search? Well, let me see what I'm missing. I did Blood Furnace, Rampart, Slave Pens, Underbog, Manitombs. I'm missing Sethek Halls. I even got Mechanor. I got almost every single good TBC dungeon. The only one I'm missing is Sethek Halls. Holy shit. Yeah, my RNG here has been actually god tier. Honestly, yeah. I almost never expand my search, but in this case, I have, statistically speaking, a better chance of finding a good dungeon in a different expansion than I do of finding one, or finding specifically Sethek Halls.
And obviously, I still need to, at some point, specific queue for the Underbog. Okay, well, that ain't it. That definitely... No. 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 God, no. Alright. Well, statistically speaking, I would get better chances than... Holy hell. The worst fucking dungeon ever. Words cannot describe how much I hate that. That is, I think, my second least favorite dungeon in Legion next to Black Rookhold. Whew. I was really hoping, like, what would be absolutely insane god tier RNG? Imagine if I expanded the search to other dungeons and I got, like, Asjil Narub. That would have been something. I was kind of hoping that that would happen because it would have made for just an absolutely hilarious clip moment. But, you know, my RNG could not be that good. That would be a little bit unfair. See. Why did I leave I? I just scrolled down to the bottom. But yeah, there's absolutely zero chance that I'm gonna do fucking Eye of Ashara. God, I hate that place so much. Eye of Ashara is terrible. No. I really don't like it. You know, I'm glad some of you guys don't mind Eye of Ashara, but fuck no. Fuck Eye of Ashara, man. Haunted Mansion and BFA? I mean, yes. There are definitely worse dungeons from other expansions I could have gotten. Honestly, the main issue is Legion dungeons in general are terrible for leveling. They give, like, no quests, and they just usually ends up taking quite a while. So, the only Legion dungeon I may have done, if I had gotten it, was, like, Mauve Souls, just because I really enjoy Mauve Souls, so I would have done it for fun. But generally speaking, if you get a Legion dungeon in, like, a random queue like that, you just, no. It's not good. BFA dungeons are much worse, though. Absolutely much worse. Let me scroll up a little bit. Almost caught up, actually. You should be able to start older races at level 10 if you have all allied race achievements. That's actually a really good suggestion, yeah. It would be nice if Blizzard did that, because I would love to play some of the other races for speedruns, but because allied races start at level 10, and, like, I do, like, level 10 to 60 runs pretty much exclusively, just because it's better. I hate doing Exile's Reach. Yeah, I never really play any of the older races, so that would definitely be cool if you could just start them at a higher level. Okay. I think at this point... Do I even bother queuing for dungeons again? I don't even think I do, right? Because, like, the way I'm thinking about it is I have 30 minutes until I can actually re-queue for a dungeon. And I haven't even done Hillsbrad yet, and I'm already level 30. And, you know, I still need to do WAD intro, all that fun stuff. So... Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. I really don't think it's worth doing any more dungeons at this point, like, at all. There's nothing I could possibly hit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until the 30-minute debuff falls off. I'm going to specific queue for... This is Slave Pens, right? Yeah. Specific queue for Slave Pens, turn in the quests that I missed. Then I'm going to swap to WAD. And unfortunately, because I was unable to get the WAD quest off the board before, I do need to enable WAD Chromie Time to get that. And, I'll do WAD intro, and then I'll do Hillsbrad after I complete the WAD intro and set up my garrison, is how I'll handle that. Let me quickly spend talent points. What do I want to spend this on? I think Blind Fury, I kind of want. Not sure about the add-on, but it's one of your favorite parts about the leveling route is how... Oh, Azeroth Autopilot. No, do not use Azeroth Autopilot. I mean, if you want, but I heavily recommend against using Azeroth Autopilot. It has not been updated. It works. It functions. Like, whenever I say Azeroth Autopilot has not been updated, people are like, but it works in Dragonflight. And it's like, the add-on functionally works. Like, it will not crash if you try to use it, right? And that's as much as it's useful for. You can at least use it. It is not a good route. It is the route itself has not been updated in years. Because it's technically called, I think now, like Azeroth Autopilot Reloaded. And just in case you don't know the context of that, all that happened is somebody took the old version of Azeroth Autopilot from Shadowlands and just redid the code so it will actually at least run in Dragonflight. Before it would give you like an error if you tried to use it. That is the only thing about it that has been reloaded, so to speak. The route is still terrible. And to be completely honest, the Shadowlands route was already terrible. Azeroth Autopilot, basically, what ended up happening is in Shadowlands pre-patch, they basically just set up the add-on, or whoever designed it, I don't know the developer, right? But he set up his route for the add-on to be just generic WoD questing, and then like a few weeks later, I did my first ever speedrun and developed this new route that has been like the gold standard ever since. And then he basically just said, fuck it, I'm not updating my route to account for the new one. And it just remained outdated for the entirety of Shadowlands with 0 updates. And then in Dragonflight, I guess he was no longer playing the game and said he had no plans to update it. So, yeah, that's how that went. I don't know. But, yeah, I would not recommend it at all. I mean, I know Shellstorm said he likes it because it's linear. To each their own. I don't think that's necessarily an advantage, right? Let's see. You like listening to me talk while you play other games? Glad to hear it. A few people are saying they like watching my streams. I don't know what I said. Oh, I think this is when I was saying that I'm surprised there are so many people watching, right? So a bunch of people are explaining why they're watching, which, you know, I'm glad to hear it. Comfy Sunday stream, yep. Where are all the quest items? Okay. There's normally way more of these. I don't know why I've only managed to find 2. Maybe somebody else just went through here and picked them all up. Like, where are the quest items? What the fuck? Maybe these are random spawns. I never thought these spawns were random, but I've also never had RNG, or at least I didn't think it was RNG. I've never had spawns that bad before, where I just could not find any of these bushes. So maybe it's been random this whole time and I just never realized because I've never got an RNG so abysmal. Could be. My dad said he voted Hunter. I'm not surprised. Stefan said, this is ASMR for you while you grind Enlightened rep and you need to do it on 2 more characters. Oosh. Zareth Mortis in 2023? I do not envy you. But I'm glad to hear that it's ASMR for you. A few people have said that they find my voice relaxing, which I guess, you know, it's a nice compliment. Alright, Demonic, that's going to be helpful. Do I need to equip anything else? I think I'm good on consumes and stuff. I think I've gotten everything set up. And yeah. Having flying in Gilneas is really nice. I normally don't have flying at this point of the quest line, because I've never still been in Gilneas level 30, but that's what happens when you get really good dungeon RNG. This is actually really helpful. Do I have an add-on for my leveling guide? And then Leap Year said, yeah, I'm slowly working on an add-on. I will eventually, long-term, I plan on having an add-on for my guide. At the moment, I do not. It is just the video guide and the written guide, but it is definitely a goal, eventually. What do I do when to not get bored while leveling, when I'm not streaming it? Well, to be fair, these days I usually stream my leveling. So, yeah, that is definitely the answer of, like, I generally just stream it. But if I'm doing testing runs or something where I'm not streaming, I'll usually just watch, like, Netflix or Hulu on my second monitor. Like, I've slowly been working through The Americans on Hulu right now, which, you know, my dad recommended to me. And there was, earlier today, right before I started the stream, I watched an episode where there was, like, this really big thing that my dad basically, the way my dad described it to me is he was like, oh, it was like the Red Wedding from Game of Thrones in terms of shock value. And I still think that's a bit of an exaggeration, because it wasn't nearly as bad as, like, the Red Wedding, but it was definitely a very shocking thing that happened, and I messaged my dad, like, fuck you, I can't believe that XYZ thing happened. Not gonna spoil it, right? But generally when I'm doing testing runs or prep or something like that, I'll watch like a show on my second monitor to not get bored, or YouTube videos or something. You haven't played that Monk alt in a year? It's on a free-to-play account? Oh, interesting. You voted Hunter 2, DH won the coin flip? Yeah, Survival Hunter will be the next 10 to 60 run, though, just because I know a lot of people wanted to see it, so worry not. Heirlooms are bought with gold these days? Yes. You can also buy them with time walking badges, if you want to save gold. Oh, thank you. And are any of them worth grabbing? I mean, yeah, I still have somewhere, like, which heirloom should you invest in or something. I've talked a lot about it. Generally speaking, the TLDR for heirloom investment is buy the ones that you're able to use on multiple characters. So, like rings, necks, etc. Capes, right? Anything that you can use multiple times, that's always going to be your best option. This is probably faster than flying, just doing this. And then I can do XA 1000 to get a little bit more close to the shore. Ooh, that one carried really far. Alright. Oh yeah, Leap Year Kurt also brought up the time walking stuff. Yeah, that's definitely a good way to get heirlooms. If you're on a budget, farming time walking is a really good way to get heirlooms. It takes a lot of farming to get it. One of the nice things about that, though, is the best way to get time walking badges is the once per event quest item that you get off your first dungeon, which means that if you have a lot of different characters, which, you know, if you are trying to invest in heirlooms, you probably are interested in leveling and likely have at least a few different characters, then you can just do at least one time walking dungeon every single time it's available on every single one of those characters, get the 500 badge item, and then if you just do that on a bunch of different characters over multiple time walking events, you'll get like a shit ton of badges that you can then put towards heirlooms and complete your collection. So that's definitely a good way to do it for sure. Can quickly kill this Bloodfang Scout. And then I'll just fly to the turn-in point for the next quest. Let's see. Hello, Azuro. Good to see you. Where to go after WoD? I mean, you should finish leveling in WoD at the worst case. Like, there is no way that you have not gotten enough experience by the time you finished WoD, right? If you've done all of Gorgrons, all of Talador, all of Spires, and you have already, of course, done Silverpine and Hillsgrad, like, it is mathematically impossible to not have hit level 60. If you've done Silverpine, Hillsgrad, WoD Intro, Gorgrond, Talador, Spires, like, even if you have no heirlooms, no modifiers to your experience whatsoever, you will hit level 60. It is just math, right? There is enough experience there. So, yeah. Is that double agent guy still around? The Pandaren dude that leveled up purely with herbalism? I believe so, yeah. I'm pretty sure he did it again in Dragonflight. Like, the last few expansions, I could have sworn I would see, like, Reddit posts about, you know, he would just be like, I did it again, and then he would just show he leveled up, like, the latest levels or whatever. So, I'm pretty sure double agent's still around. And there's, like, double agent basically has, like, a Pandaren cult these days. Like, there's a lot of people that will basically makes characters similar to double agent, like, you know, Panda Neutral or something. They'll have like some sort of name referring to the fact that they are doing that challenge, and they will just sit around the island. I remember seeing people post about that, and I thought it was kind of neat that there's like a whole community around that now. So I'm pretty sure he's still around. Rain from above is not good while leveling. Okay, that's good to know. Stranglethorn fishing contest has a ring. Haraldin has a video on that as well. Yep. Oh, somebody else said that double agent is still around. You can use Fell Rush while using gun shoes. Really? That doesn't interrupt it? I've never tried that. That's interesting. Let's see. Oh, I had almost caught up in chat, and then a bunch of new messages.
Let's see.
You could have probably done the first boss in Eye of Ashara. Like, you're probably right, but at the same time, I also was already thinking, I don't really know if I want to do more dungeons at this point. And, yeah. I don't know, I don't think it's worth it. It's not a bad idea, but really all that matters is that by the time my 30-minute queue debuff falls off, I need to not be done with Silverpine Forest. So that way I can queue for Slave Pens, turn in the quests, and then when I go to start WoD, to do the WoD intro, at that point I need to have had the debuff fall off. And I definitely still have 30 more minutes left in Silverpine Forest, so... And it's only 15 now, so yeah, I have more than enough time to let that debuff expire, so yeah, I'm not too concerned about it.
Let's see.
Is anyone queuing Legion dungeons? The reason I got a Legion dungeon is because I expanded my queue into other stuff. Just tuning in, did you do dungeons earlier? Yes. You were doing a WoD dungeon on your priest and got paired with a decent demon hunter? Well, I was not doing WoD dungeons. So, yeah, if you queued into a good demon hunter in WoD dungeons, it was definitely not me.
Hold on. Let me... Yeah. I would like to learn to develop your own add-ons so you can incorporate your own route one day. Yeah. I asked because I was an insomniac. No matter how many times I watch your guide, you'll still have to keep pausing to remind yourself. I see. You put your videos on when you're going to sleep? Nice. You watch to learn about items you usually wouldn't think of otherwise? Yeah, that's one of the fun things about speed leveling. A lot of items that you generally wouldn't consider end up being really good for speed leveling. It's pretty cool. Alright, Fuel Ravenclaw is up. Carlton levels too fast to get bored? I wish. I wish I was immune to boredom. That is unfortunately not the case. It's always very easy to get bored, especially when you're doing the same thing you've done like a million other times. Let's see. Is there a specific reason for this run? I mean... like... I don't know. Odd question, I guess. I don't have a reason for any run, right? Like, if it's not a world record, I guess you could argue there's never really a reason for it. But, like, my main stated goal, as said before, for doing any of these runs is... I guess it's partially for fun, right? Like, but also because I've said I want to test every single spec so that I could eventually make a tier list. An accurate tier list based on, like, actual testing for every single spec in the game. That is ultimately going to be my goal, so, yeah. What is my favorite character from Game of Thrones? Tyrion, probably. Yeah, I think it's definitely Tyrion. My dad already said Tyrion and Arya for me. Yeah, definitely. It's Arya would be a close second, but I think Tyrion is, like, definitely my favorite. My dad knows me well. Yours is Cersei? Yeah, Cersei's a good character. I wouldn't say she's my favorite character by any stretch of the imagination, but, like, her actress is really good. I obviously, you know, I think she did a great job. Nice, we got another chest here. Silverpine is just completely empty today. Not that I'm complaining. I saw Aquarius the Unbound, like, ran over here. So... hopefully I can catch him on his way back. How far did he go? Must be all the way at the end of his patrol route here. Plus, where... oh, what the... how did he get behind... dude, I swear, this rare jukes the hell out of me all the time. I could have sworn I saw him going in this direction, and somehow he ended up behind me? Very strange. Alright.
Help, your AC isn't pumping. That is unfortunate, especially since it's the middle of the summer. So, I'm sorry to hear that. Farm knacks and sell recipes? Yeah, you can always do that. Leveling in WoD is the worst. Yep. Buying heirlooms isn't the problem, it's upgrading them to higher levels that's expensive. Yeah, for sure. You're not a fan of Spire, so you did Valshara on High Mountain instead? Yep. I tried your strat. Amazing. Nowhere as fast as you, but you leveled 8 characters in different servers. Only Silverpine and Hillsbrad plus dungeons. Very nice. Glad to hear the route helped. This is... yeah, it sends me back to the Sepulchre. What's the best way to gear up after you hit level 70? Sydney Nance, I'm working on an alt catch-up video that will be out tomorrow. I have unfortunately hit delay after delay in my alt catch-up video, or, well, I always say alt catch-up video, just a general catch-up video on gear and stuff like that. So, just wait until tomorrow. I've posted a TLDR in my Discord. If you scroll up far enough, it's probably a little bit buried behind other stuff at this point. But it's a thorough video. It's 18 minutes long. I try to condense it as much as possible, but I have a lot of information in there. I spent a lot of time tweaking the script, making sure I only included the really important stuff. But even when I only include the really important stuff, it still ended up being a gargantuan video. Well, I guess gargantuan is relative, right? But 18 minutes for one of my, like, really condensed, like, scripted guides is long. Just, there's a shit ton of information there, but yeah, I'm like 99% sure that I will actually be able to get that out tomorrow. It's like almost finished. I could have had it out today, but I wanted to make sure I focused on getting the stream set up. And even then I still ran late, so probably good that I focused on these. But yeah, it should be out tomorrow. I'm aiming to have it out like noon or something like that. Noon EST at least. And that should hopefully answer all of your questions on how to get your alts cut up. Let me just... still almost caught up with chat now. What do I want to put points into? I guess I kind of want Chaos Nova. I'm gonna have to take all this stuff anyway. There we go. I'm gonna go Critical Chaos. I'm gonna try to go down this section now. And I have a PvP talent. I don't need any of those. Can I don't know if I can LOS these guys inside of a house. I know sometimes a chest can spawn within this area. We found that weird chest location. Was it on the Hunter? I think it was on the Hunter where I found that really odd chest location that I've never seen before on the run yesterday. So I'm at least going to now go out of my way to check for that now that I know it's there. Nice. That guy died very fast. Okay, looking for chests. It was... the chest that I found on my Hunter was right around here. So yeah, it was, I think, in this building. Doesn't seem like it's up today. Yeah, not up today. And I need 2 more Arcane Remnants. Oh, fuck. I didn't... somehow I didn't end up looting that mob. I can get one on the way out. And there we go. Been enjoying my leveling guides. What is the best chromie time? I mean, if you've been enjoying my leveling guides, you should know the answer to that, shouldn't you? Not to sound like... I mean, I guess... definitely to sound like a smartass, right? But, like... pretty much 90% of my leveling guides is about what the best chromie time zones are. So, Yeah, you know. If we're talking, obviously though, like as I've said a million times, especially in the leveling guide, right? Expansion doesn't matter. It's just about zones. So, you know. Heroics and time. I wouldn't recommend doing heroic dungeons at all, other than the quest to do 5 heroic dungeons. So there's the quest fighting is its own reward that tells you to do 5 heroic dungeons, and you get a champion item from that. That is the only reason you should do heroic dungeons. Absolutely, otherwise, never touch heroics. They are a terrible source of gear. Honestly, Zarelek Caverns is still a amazing way to get your alts geared. Time rifts are like... The reason to do time rifts is to fill in gaps in your gear. Time rifts are good for getting the paracausal fragments. Obviously, that's really nice. It's guaranteed to really good trinkets. The tokens are nice because they let you specifically pick a slot. So the way that you want to gear with time rifts is you don't want to spend any of your tokens. You want to wait until you're almost ready to enter like Mythic Plus and raids and stuff, and then whatever remaining slots you just didn't happen to get a piece in, then you spend your time rift rewards on those slots. But most of your gear should come from Zarelek Caverns or like LFR, a bunch of different sources, right? But like doing all the activities in Zarelek gives you like a shit ton of veteran and champion pieces. Especially now that you have like researchers under fire, which you can do. You can farm Zereth Mortis rares and craft a profession to fill your own orders. Maybe I hope I'm confused about how Zereth Mortis rare, so I assume ZM doesn't stand for Zereth Mortis. Maybe it's supposed to be something else, I don't know. What do I have the most fun leveling so far? I mean, I think standard answer, right? Like, Druid, Monk, DH, I guess. Well, like I said before, I like playing Demon Hunter. The only reason I don't do more Demon Hunter speedruns is because they start at level 8. So, I can't really do Demon Hunter test runs to, like, use, or whatchamacallit, to figure stuff out for my leveling guide, because they have, like, an irregular start, where they basically get a bonus 5 levels on top of everybody else, because you need to do their starting zone first, and it kind of carries over a little bit further. So, I love playing Demon Hunter. I just don't really get a chance to level 1 that often. And I guess the obvious thing is, like, all my world records were, like, with Druid and Monk, right? So, obviously they are fast. Druid and Monk are fast, so, you know, I like playing those. But, yeah, the only class that I like playing, or really enjoy leveling as, that I don't use for world records would be Prop Heli. Prop Heli is really fun to level, it's really good, it's just not really world record viable because it doesn't really have anything special. It does really good damage, it's unkillable basically, but that's about it. It doesn't have, like, Druid Flight Form, it doesn't have Monk Teleport. Paladin as a class, like, has nothing really special about it. They're good and they're fun to play, but, you know. For speedruns, you kind of need that little bit of extra thing that makes it worth playing, right? Let me pull a bunch of these guys together. And head inside this house and hopefully LOS a bunch of them. Having Demonic makes Havoc leveling just so much easier. It's actually crazy how much of a difference that makes. Alright, one more mage, and then I can go do the next quest. Nice. So I'm level... Oh, wait! Somebody already started this. Oh. They're only slightly into this quest, so I don't end up saving that much time, but... Oh. I guess. Cool. Thank you, Zazie, please. I didn't really need to type and say, I guess, because you technically would hear me then. But glad you're enjoying the stream then.
me see.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Kids are a time loss, unfortunately. That sucks. But I think, like, the main reason I'm passing you probably is because, you know, really good dungeon RNG. That obviously helped me out a bit. Because I'm already 36 at this point. So, yeah. After this, I think I only have a few more quests, and then we're almost good. I'm glad you're leveling here, though, because you saved me, like, what, 5-10 seconds on this quest? Because you started the RP before I got there, so that's always nice. Ned Stark? Yeah, Ned Stark also definitely a good character. You know. I really like Ned Stark's arc in the final season, you know? Really, really cool what they did with him. Let's see. When queuing for dungeons, why do you not do specific searches for the ones you want? Because this thing right here. See this? Bonus experience? Yeah, that's why. Like, a lot of people don't realize how much of an impact that makes. Right? Like, look at how much experience that is. That's 29,000. And look at my bar right now. That is like over half of a level just from the bonus experience you get from random dungeon queue. So it makes a huge, huge difference. That is the main reason I don't. Because dungeon leveling would not be efficient if you were just specific queuing for it. The reason dungeon leveling is efficient is because you get the actual dungeon XP, you get the quests, right? And then on top of it, you get the completion bonus. It's one of the reasons why TBC dungeons are good, because they're very fast. So you're able to complete them very, very quickly, and you're not in a dungeon like, for instance, Eye of Ashara, which takes, God, like 20-something minutes to complete. So the faster you complete the dungeons, the more often you're getting that large chunk of bonus experience, and that is where a huge chunk of the XP from dungeon leveling is. So that is why you never, ever, ever, ever specific queue for dungeons, because at that point, it's just slow. Like, at least, I would say, half of the experience you get by doing dungeons is from that random queue bonus. Otherwise, just quest. Speaking of which, I could, if I wanted to, go and turn in slave pens right now. See. I want to make sure I also save my cooldowns, because I'm about to get to the quest. I did just use I-Beam, but, well, I'll reset the cooldown on I-Beam in a moment. I need to find 2 more cowering troops, and there's 2 right here. Oh. Alright, so now I can do a big pull here, the General Marstone area. And then just meta right on top. I-Beam, Fell Rush. I also probably should have used Potion of the Tolvir here. Perfect opportunity for that. Whew! Okay, almost died. We're good, though. I probably should have focused down one of the low-health dwarves there. That would have been ideal. Also, I was wondering why none of the NPCs were helping me out. They got fucking stuck on a river croc, and then were fighting it the entire time I was soloing all of those mobs. Well, a little bit annoying. Almost ended in disaster, but Havoc Demon Hunter, kind of fucking strong. It's an extremely good leveling spec. Like, honestly, I don't know if... Well, I'm not doing that quest anyway. I don't know if I would use Havoc Demon Hunter for, like, world record runs, if it did start at level 10. Because I think Havoc Demon Hunter is kind of like Prop Pally, right? Where it's extremely tanky. I wouldn't say it's necessarily tanky, but it has like ridiculous self-healing, so it can kind of like afford to just take damage. And it does crazy damage while you're leveling up. Little bit like, I wouldn't say hard to play, but it's a bit more involved than some other specs because you have like multiple things you need to manage. But it is very, very, very strong. The only thing is, it's not like Windwalker or Druid, where it doesn't have any like special thing that makes it like particularly good. Like it doesn't have a teleport or anything like that. Also here, now I can Dalaran Hearth. And now we can head to whatchamacallit, WAD. So I haven't set my Hearthstone anywhere nearby, so did I? I didn't set it to the Sepulchre. Forsaken Rearguard's not too far off. It's like roughly equidistant. I can specific queue now for Slave Pens just to turn in my quest. And I'll just have to knock that out real quick. But while I'm waiting on that queue, I can head over to Chromie. And then I can enable WAD Chromie time the moment that I've picked up, or turned in the Slave Pens quests, rather. Did I know that the Cersei actress was the queen in the 300 movie? I feel like I saw that at one point, but I didn't remember. But it's cool either way. When the super duper amazing assassination rogue, that spec seems so fun. Yeah, I'm gonna have to test assassination rogue eventually, but that day is not today. And I can't pick up the Chromie time thing until this queue pops, so we're gonna sit here and wait for a moment. Right. Also refresh my food buff. Catch up and chat a little bit. Someone said their favorite character from Game of Thrones was the Hound. Yeah, the Hound is great. Lots of good characters in that show. My dad said, shame, shame, shame. Ding, ding, ding. In the middle of the summer, during the hottest heat wave of human history. Really? I didn't realize that. It definitely is hot here right now, so. Alright, now I can turn in the quests. Hate to do it to them, but, you know, is what it is. Right. Been enjoying your leveling guide. What's the best... Oh, I read that already. Yeah. TBC, he says... Or if you're saying, what is the fastest thing... Is it TBC? Yeah, I guess TBC technically is the fastest Chromie time, quote unquote, specifically because, you know, dungeon queues, right? Talents, okay. Chaos Nova, Unleashed Power, and Initiative is really nice. Initiative is like big bonus crit. So we take that. And then here... Talk to Thrallmar Mage, and this takes us right to Khadgar, and we can start the WAD intro. Alright. Oh, I forgot I don't have Cinematic Canceller enabled, so I have to manually press a button to skip the cutscene. What else? You got the option to use gear update on your level 10 DK and get ported to org. I guess if it lets you skip the intro zone, probably. Like, the gear update, generally speaking, isn't worth doing, but, like, I guess specifically if you got it on an old DK that hasn't finished the intro yet, then it's probably worth it. Just because it means you don't need to finish the DK intro, which is really slow. But otherwise, I would not recommend using the gear update for anything else. I go up the stairs here, and then I can Vengeful Retreat. Oh, fancy little skip stuff. Ooh, that was a weird Fellblade there. took me on a little tour. I did not mean to I-beam there, but doesn't matter. Can I click this, please? Thank you. Alright, get that. And, man, honestly, I love Demon Hunter movement. Like, I'm so glad that I'm playing Vengeance again at max level, because back when I wasn't happy with the way that Vengeance played, in terms of, like, the rotation and stuff, it just sucked, because whenever I'm not maining Demon Hunter, I just miss Demon Hunter mobility. Demon Hunter mobility, like, on both Vengeance and Havoc, it just feels so clean. Love everything about it. Just having, like, on-demand glide, double jump is just so nice to have. Also, I'm almost level 40, so I need to remember to switch consumables when that happens. And honestly, I kind of wish I had Fell Rush on Vengeance, because Fell Rush is my favorite part of Havoc. It's such a fun ability to use. Just zip forward. Really, really nice mobility. I'll have moments in a little bit to catch up on chat, so just give me a second to continue through here. Like, you also notice I'm not even mounting up on my Demon Hunter, just because half the time you could just move so fast from point A to point B that mounting doesn't even really help you. For short distances like that, sometimes just faster to Fell Rush, do glide, or like Vengeful Retreat, glide, Fell Bleed words. WOD questing was cool when you had the 300% potion and completed bonus objectives you pre-cleared before. Yeah. The 300% potion was really, really nice. What would I say is the best DPS class? I mean, you're asking the wrong person. Go find some damage rankings on, like, Warcraft logs. It's also, like, there's no best damage class right now. Like, I mean, obviously, the meme answer would be Augmentation, just because in terms of what they bring, Augmentation is, technically speaking, the best at the moment. But, obviously, I think Augmentation goes to show, like, why there is no such thing as a best DPS class, because even though Augmentation is really fucking good, you still need things for it to buff. And it's kind of the same even for non-support DPS. Like, is Windwalker Monk really good right now? It's not amazing, no, but at the same time, if you don't have, like, a Brewmaster, then having access to a Monk buff is going to give you a shit ton of damage in your raid. Same thing with, like, Havoc Demon Hunter. I mean, Havoc's, I think, solid at the moment, at least, but, you know, if you don't have a Vengeance DH, having at least one Havoc is really nice because it provides the magic debuff. So, there's the best DPS. I mean, numerically, you can find rankings for that, but that doesn't mean that's just because something isn't, like, the number one DPS, numerically speaking, it's not useful for anything else, right? Remember the rare that gives the 415 item level weapon? So, good point, Chori, but I actually, in the final version of my script for the catch-up guide, I actually decided not to mention the rare mob. Why? Oh, I have the bleed on me, so it's going to cancel my thing. What I'll probably do is leave, like, a pinned comment or something on the video, at least giving an honorable mention to the rare. But the problem with the rare mob is it's like, they aren't even universally usable. It's RNG, right? And more importantly, it can't go up to item level 424. So it's nice as, like, an immediate bonus. Oh, is this person watching the stream? A level 58 hunter just sitting here dancing. I would imagine they're watching the stream. If so, hello. But yeah, like, what's it called? The 415 weapons are nice, and like I said, I'll probably put a pinned comment as, like, an honorable mention, but I just don't think it's universally useful. enough to be worth mentioning, so I cut that out. There were a few, like, tiny little things that I thought about including notes on, and I either shortened them down to just, like, a passing sentence on, like, this is also something you can do, or in some cases, if I have a separate video on them, like Sniff and Seeking Digs, I mentioned sniffing Seeking Digs and, like, how to get the dig maps, and then I have, like, a separate video on, like, you know, the Ponzi scheme, right? The whole, like, barter brick system. So I basically mentioned if you want to know how to get that and some of the other rewards locked behind it, you know, check out my other video on the subject, because I wanted to keep things, like, as, you know, brief and summarized as possible. And yeah, I just figured the 415 weapon didn't make the cut. Especially because it's just randomly not on a reward track. I don't really understand why, but yeah, Blizzard is inconsistent with that type of stuff. I could also probably meta here. I'm not really going to need my meta for anything else, and just killing these mobs faster is probably a good idea. When do I get... I think I need to take the Sigil talent next. Now that I've gotten... What's it called? I still need to take points to get there, though. Yeah. I really want to get the talent that lets me target, like, my sigils automatically at the enemy. Maybe I should just make a macro to do that for Sigil of Flame. My guide helped you get from 10 to 50 on a rogue in 2 days. Glad to hear it. Glad you found it helpful. You meant ZC. Oh, Zarela Caverns. Yeah. Don't worry, I totally understand being used to just typing ZM as Zereth Mortis. I understand the confusion. You got PTSD from Zereth Mortis. Easiest to get the first crest, and then you place an order for enchanted crests, which you use to craft 408 gear. I actually wouldn't recommend doing that. Up to you, right? Do what you want with your own crafted stuff. I don't think it's a good idea to use, like, Whelpling crests to fill in gear slots. It's generally going to be worse than, whatchamacallit, like, other stuff you can get. Like, if you want, let's say, for instance, I will always use, like, Slimy Expulsion Boots. So there's an argument to be made that I could get, like, 408 Slimy Expulsion Boots early on, but is it really going to be that much better compared to, like, getting 415 boots off, like, the Reputation Vendor or whatever, at least as an early item level bonus? I don't know. I don't really think so. Obviously, you're going to need to craft it eventually, but if you wait until you get a Worm Crest at the very least, because you get 2 free Worm Crests. You get 1 free Worm Crest by killing... Ah, somebody killed that mob. You get 1 free Worm Crest... In fact, actually... Before they, kill this mob, I'm going to go over here and do that. And someone almost killed it before I got to the mob. And I guess, while I'm here, I might as well start the Yrel RP. Just hop in here. Oh, hit a little tree branch. And... I'll make sure Yrel is... I think around here she should... Yeah, there we go. And then while Yrel does her little RP thing, I can go over here and kill this mob again. Hopefully... Did somebody just kill it again? Oh, no, it just respawned. Perfect. Alright. I had good timing then. Lots of people doing the WoD intro right now. Oh! Well, that's lucky. Somebody started the fight against this guy right as I picked up the quest. So, a little bit of a time save there. Then I can Goblin Glider, save a little bit of time. Okay, the mobs took a second to load in. For a second I thought that somebody had just killed them all. let's see. Need to find the orcs carrying weapon racks over there. One of the interesting things about Demon Hunter is, like, travel time within a subzone feels much less important, because when you can just fell rush halfway across the subzone just like that, you're kind of less concerned about having to walk long distances to get to places. So, just overall, that makes movement and mob pathing within a speedrun feel much less, like, detrimental if you get, like, slightly bad pathing. Alright, so... Oh yeah, you can fell rush while gunshoes. Oh, that's really nice. I did not know that. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Azaro. I think it was Azaro who mentioned that. That's very helpful. And there you have my GTFO screaming at me to get out of the stomp from the Ogron. I'm gonna pull these two together. And, alright, that's the entire quest. Okay, I got in combat, so I just need to do this the old-fashioned way. Honestly, every time I try to bounce up, it just ends up being slower than if I were to just use Demon Hunter things to get there faster. Fell Rush is just so fucking nice to have. Oh, well, somebody just cleared out all of the mobs here. So I will need to find some other guys to pull. So... Nice, got the schematics on the first pull. That is always nice to see. Now that I'm level 40, I think... Oh yeah, I can swap to my crafted gear. Nice, this mob isn't dead. So I'll swap to my crafted gear after this pull before I forget. And then I can use my new consumables. Don't want to forget that either. I forgot to loot the mob. So focused on trying to remember to do one thing that I forget to do the other. Alright. Well, it's doing so well. That's there. Bridal Fury. Just keep moving. God, Demon Hunter mobility. Fucking love it so much. Grab this. Oh, that guy evaded. Nice. And... you... Then Khadgar, then Thalen. Then Gunshoes. Okay, so... Oh, I forgot to put War Scrolls on my bars at level 30. More... Oh, somebody gave me Fort? Oh, okay. That's nice. Shit! Somebody started combat. I almost missed that. That would have been bad. That's the funny thing about when somebody fights mobs early. It's either disastrous because you barely miss it and then have to wait on the full respawn, or it's insanely good because you got the tag right as it was about to die and you saved like 30 seconds of having to fight it. I think there's a Dark Legacy comics about exactly that situation. There's like a Dark Legacy comics for everything in World of Warcraft these days. I'll have to fix my consumables later. I think I got most of them on my bars. I need to swap to Bear Tartar now, and then Augment Runes I can start using. That shame woman, Cersei, is the actor from Ted Lasso. I have yet to watch Ted Lasso, but I have heard good things about it. So, it's one of those shows on my, like, eventually I'll get around to it list. What would do more DPS, Shadow Priest or Warrior? I mean, at the moment, I think Shadow Priest technically, but, like, play what you enjoy. The thing that's going to do more damage is the one that you're better at playing and the one that you enjoy playing more. Whelpling Crests are useless for anything else? Kind of. I mean, they're good for upgrading, like, low-level gear that you get from, like, world quests or whatever. So I would say you get more use out of that than using them to get crafted gear that you can just then use, like, the free enchanted Whelp Crests on. Or Worm Crests? Yeah, Worm Crests. Yeah, you get, like, 2 free enchanted Worm Shadowflame Crests that you can then use much later on, so kind of pointless to waste Whelp Crests on crafting gear that you're just going to replace. Like, obviously, if you jump into Mythic Plus super early, you don't need Whelp Crests at all, but if you're doing Xeralic Caverns and stuff on, like, a brand new character, and you get a piece at, like, 402 or 404 item level, you can then spend Whelp Crests to boost it up to 411, which, I mean, helps, right? So... you're leveling a Prop Pally. Very nice. Prop Pally's fun. Prop Pally's always a good option. Wait, I did that so quickly because the guy killed the mob earlier that I don't even have gun shoes up. Oh wait, this is actually a problem I might get in combat. Barely got gun shoes off before I touched the ground. Okay. Actually perfectly calculated. That's what you like about classic dungeons. The quests in the dungeons themselves were pretty quick. Yeah, obviously classic dungeons had, like, the scaling issues for a little while, which I think they finally fixed, but that made them pretty slow for a little while. Alright, I started my Bear Tartar. Does it get cancelled by the teleport? Ooh! I can eat Bear Tartar while I'm in the loading screen. Oh, that's actually, like, you know, an insane 5,000 IQ strat. I've never thought to try that before, but apparently it works. Yeah, the Twisted Heart still works, and it stacks with all my other buffs, even at this point. Demon Hunter actually has a lot going for it. I guess that, technically speaking, is one unique benefit of DH. The ability to get an extra 13 secondary stats. I mean, it's not that impactful, but it's something, I suppose. What happened there? The mobs, like, took a little bit to actually kick in? Alright, we're good now, I guess. When am I gonna start the run? Very funny. You heard the dungeon ready, but why are you in WAD intro instead? Oh yeah, somebody missed. SG got Durnhold, I'm sorry. Unfortunate. See, I got 0 Durnhold keep this run. I think everybody else is soaking up my bad RNG and queuing into Durnhold keep for me. So, you know, your sacrifice is appreciated. I also need to remember, I have 2 more XP pots. I can use 1 in 5 minutes, and then I'll have to use 1 at level 49. And just refresh it. Why would I go right to the top and drop down? I forget what that was in reference to. Switch consumables now? I guess that was the moment I hit level 40. I appreciate the reminder. Unfortunately, I was still catching up on chat when I saw that. I'm almost caught up, it looks like. Let's see. Have I ever encountered a bug that ruined a run? Let me think on that one. I don't know if I've ever encountered a bug that, like, literally soft-locked me, which I guess would be the only thing that would completely ruin a run. Because, like, the nice thing about World of Warcraft is unless you just can't progress the quest line at all, I mean, it can't really ruin a run per se. I've had ones where I don't necessarily know if a bug ruined a run, but, like, I encountered an issue with a quest. Like, you kind of saw earlier, right, where I had the issue with the Orc Sea Dog and lost me, like, 30 seconds. So I've had bugs that obviously cost me time, and, like, ruined a run. I very rarely completely ended a run, so I would say no. The only 2 times I've completely ended a run early was not necessarily because of a bug, but due to, like, just extremely bad RNG, which is usually, like, more impactful than, you know, anything else like bugs or something like that. Thankfully, I mean, as far as leveling goes, the only game-breaking bug I've ever encountered was like for, I guess, like party sync. There are some bugs that will literally prevent progress within party sync and just brick the quest, and you can't continue. But, like, obviously, there's a reason why I don't use party sync for leveling runs. That's part of it. It's because you can encounter bugs that literally just soft lock you, effectively. But, once again, that's the reason I just don't use party sync at all. So, yeah, I guess to answer that question, no. I don't think so. I've encountered frustrating bugs that I guess, like, lost me a little bit of time. And the only thing that has ever ruined a run and forced me to restart is, like, bad RNG. But never, like, a bug or anything like that. You can't get slimy expulsion boots with the 408 enchanted crest. That only works for blue items, so it doesn't use a spark. You misunderstood what I said. Oh, hold on. So maybe I misunderstood how the Whelp crest works. The Whelpling crest is the first crest, which you can turn into 408 crafted gear, not the 437. The blue 416... Huh. I actually was not aware of that. That the Whelpling crest was not used for embellished items. It was actually used for the blue items? Huh. I mean, I guess that's interesting. I wouldn't recommend that, right? Because 408 gear, to be completely honest, I actually still don't think that's worth doing. Because think about it like this. If you can use Whelpling crests in that case to get multiple 408 crafted pieces that you can't upgrade at all, it would be better to just do a bunch of basic things like time rifts, get like your paracausal fragments, do Zerla caverns, researchers under fire, etc. There's so many ways to get gear that you can then upgrade. Let me also garrison Hearthstone. There's so many things where you can get gear that you can upgrade and then just quickly spend Whelp crests to upgrade it. You also spend 150... That's fair. I guess, yeah. I'm also looking at it from a perspective of, like, getting the heavy discounts via, what's it called? You get, like, heavy discounts from having the stuff on, like, a main character. I think it is probably worth, or not worth, using upgrades if you are just trying to incrementally get the pieces up. You'd literally, like, yeah, that's actually probably a better point, Naomi. If you're gonna do that, it's better to just use the stuff in the box, but I wouldn't even recommend getting the box at that point. Like, I don't know. I just don't think it's worth it. Like, the main thing is, if you're gonna go to that much effort... Oh, the Rare's Bolgaff is back up? Nice. Might as well kill him while I'm here, then. Like, okay, so... XP pot coming off. Good call. I'll refresh that real quick. Boxes are what you send over to your mains when you have way too many flight stones? Yeah. So, It takes an hour to get a full 408 set. You skip the upgrade path that includes multiple leveling crests, but you don't, though. Because then you only have 408 gear, which could just be 411 or higher. By using... I don't know. Like, did I test the weak aura? I haven't looked into that. That's the kind of stuff that for, like, just a generic run like this, where I'm not going for a world record, I'm not going to look into things like that. But I will check it eventually if I ever do, like, another... world record attempt. All the rares are up right now. That's actually quite nice. I mean, personally, like, obviously to each their own, I don't think getting 408 gear is worth it at all, right? Because I feel like, okay, for new players, telling a new player to spend 10k golds on 408 pieces just to give them a slight bump early on, obviously that's not good for a new player. So that would never be something you would want to recommend to them. Because not only is that, like, for somebody new, keep in mind, 10k gold is actually a lot. I know for players like us, 10k gold isn't much. But if somebody's getting their first character caught up, saying, spend 10k gold on throwaway gear that you're never going to use, complete waste, right? But then on top of that, right, like, what's it called? For a veteran player, kind of like Naomi said, right? You can just use the boxes. Like, for somebody who already has 1 million flight stones saved up, right? The boxes are still going to be a better option. Or, honestly, what I think is I don't even think you use the boxes. Just don't use any. I think it's just a waste in general to use any of that stuff. Just do a bunch of basic stuff, right? Get your character up to, like, 405, 410 by... It doesn't matter if it takes an hour. It also takes an hour to just farm... basic stuff in Zerla Caverns, do Researchers Under Fire, etc. And then you don't need to spend 10k gold, right? So, I just disagree, right? Like, to each their own if you want to do that, but I don't think it's worth doing. Like, at that point, just get a bunch of veteran pieces, whatever, from Researchers Under Fire, the Heroic Dungeon Quest, stuff that you can upgrade to 437. If you have a bunch of boxes that you can mail over and get, like, 398 gear that you can quickly upgrade, whatchamacallit, then just, if you're a veteran player, which is the only type of person that would be using the Worm Crest anyway, just hop into Mythic Plus early and start farming. And at that point, you would get way better than 408 stuff immediately. So, I don't know. You don't use 150 Flight Stones for the Whelpling Crest, only 30 dust, 5 shards and 1 crystal. Yeah, So, the way I see it, right, is the only reason why you would maybe want to use the 408 pieces is if, for whatever reason, you don't have any flight stones on, like, one of your alt characters, so you don't want to send over the boxes, and you just really, really, really can't be bothered to do anything, right? But also, like, you may get one piece that you can't upgrade, but then just do Mythic Plus, right? Because once again, like, telling a new player to spend, like, however much gold on getting a specific piece crafted, you know, that's obviously not worth it. But if you're a veteran player, like, if you have, like, because 398 is the worst that you'll get. Because you can upgrade all the way to 398 with just flight stones, right? So, the difference between having a 398 piece versus a 408 piece in a single slot is so trivial. At that point, just start doing M+ early, and then replace it. And at that point, you're also farming Whelp Crests or Aspect Crests if you're running with other players. But bare minimum, I mean, getting into, like, plus 11 keys as, like, a experienced player on an undergeared alt shouldn't be too hard, right? So at that point, it's infinitely better to just kill 2 birds with 1 stone and farm Worm Crests while you're also replacing that gear. I don't know, I just don't really see the value in that personally. So let me focus, because whenever I autopilot during this quest, I always end up killing the infested bears. Or the eggs on the infested bears, and then it, like, fucks me over. With a guild that's willing to... You don't even need to be with a guild that's willing to boost. You really don't. Plus 11s are not... Like, I would say getting into, like, 16s and 17s, yeah, you kind of need friends to help you out there. I don't think a lot of Pug 16s, 17s are going to take a 415. They may, right? Like, if I link them Cutting Edge or Sarkareth, they'll probably invite me, if I'm being honest, if they have no other tanks in queue. But if you're like a generic DPS player that isn't playing like Augmentation Evoker, and you're 415, yeah, getting into like 16s and 17s without a group, that might be a bit difficult. But getting into like plus 11s? Nah, that's pretty easy. You don't even need friends to help you out with that, I would say. Hello, owner. Good to see you. I know this discussion, I started reading it before I fully caught up, so... 384 is very low for 14. I mean, but like, okay, if you're 384 item level, that is a different story. You should not be 384 item level. There are so many easy ways to get gear that it's honestly getting 404 item level literally takes like 2 hours, right? If you do all the basic steps and spend your flight stones appropriately, you can do like a little bit in the Zarelek campaign and get to like 400 item level. Exactly. If you're 384 item level, you are either brand new and you don't know like how to gear up, which there's nothing wrong with that, right? But at that point, the whole idea of trying to get into like plus 11s, plus 14s is completely moot, because I would hope you're not trying to get into plus 14s as a brand new player that is just at max level. But I mean, if you are an experienced player trying to get into higher level keys on an alt and you can't do any better than 384, hopefully you know a bit more about gearing at that point. Literally sent over like 376 and 385 pieces and 398 boxes and entered Group Finder? Yeah, exactly. There's more than enough ways to get gear to easily get up to like 400 item level in just like a handful of hours. Yeah, no, and that's the thing, Naomi, obviously, yeah, if you really don't, like, care and just think you can get into groups, then that's, I guess, fair, you know? If it works, but obviously, if somebody's struggling to get into groups, maybe I skimmed some of this, so I might have missed the original context. Hold on, let me scroll up, make sure I didn't miss anything. It's hard to, like, read every single message in chat, especially when it's moving this quickly, while also focusing on the run. If you're not a brand new player, just spend that time in 8 to 12 keys, yeah. Okay, so I need to kill these Murlocs. Why is the spider attacking the Murloc in the water? What? It just pulled an extra fucking Murloc for absolutely no reason. Dude, my spider is trolling. It is not eating any of these Murlocs, and it just keeps going back to this one in the water and attacking it. What the fuck? What am I stuck in combat with now? Okay, there we go. I think the spider got me stuck in combat with something. A lot of people are in Hillsgrad, so I'm probably not going to be able to find these rares, but I'll at least check it. You got into a 14 on your 384 Priest? Oh, that was the context. Yeah. I mean, that's not consistent, though. I don't think anyone should be able to get into 14s on your 384 Priest. Oh, Creep Thrust is up. Like, if you manage to get in, sure, but, I mean, let's be honest here. I think the vast majority of players will not be able to get into plus 14s on a 384 character. So. Like, if you have, obviously, like I said, if I linked Cutting Edge Sarkareth and Keystone Hero and all that fancy stuff, sure, but that's not really something that the vast majority of people can do, and it's not really advice that's helpful for the vast majority of people, right? And I would honestly kind of agree, yeah, somebody else said that at that point, you're kind of getting boosted. I mean, honestly, kind of. If you're doing a 14 at 384, unless you have, like, really good gear, right? Like, you have actual crafted pieces and stuff, you basically are getting boosted. It is a very fair thing to say, right? Statistically speaking, it's unlikely that you're going to be doing meaningful damage in a plus 14 key as a 384 character. So, unless, like, with the one exception, I think, being Augmentation Evoker, right? But as a Shadow Priest, I don't really think there's any way that you are not getting boosted at 384. Like, just common sense, right? Your item level is infinitely lower than what the content is designed for. You can still do respectable damage, right? So you can maybe make it so you're not getting, like, completely hard carried and you're doing 0 damage, but I think it is generally speaking fair to say that even, like, an average player at 410 item level would be doing more damage at that point. The one exception to all of that being, also, unfortunately, somebody else started the escort quest, so I can't do it. The one exception to all that is probably tanks and healers. If you really know what you're doing on tanks and healers, you can still pull your weight. But as a DPS, it's just math, right? If you don't have gear, you're not going to be able to do as much damage. Stranglethorn fishing race with Chromie Time didn't work for you. There were more people in Chromie Time than OG Timeline. You ended with 36 fish and aggroing every croc in Stranglethorn Vale. Yeah. I mean, my guide hit for Stranglethorn has definitely become popular, so it's a bit harder to do it, but I don't know if I would say there's more people in OG Timeline or in Chromie than OG, right? But also, like, did you turn on War Mode, right? I usually find that, like, War Mode Chromie Time is generally going to be the emptiest one. There we go. Okay, that's all 8 humans. I can just kill the rest now. An hour for a full set of 408 gear is slow for an alt that you don't even play. I mean, I'm not saying it's slow, right? Obviously, like... yeah, so Stefan, for the whole argument of, like, is getting a full 408 set, like, slow... No, obviously not. Nobody's saying that that's slow. It's just, is it worth it, right? Because if it was like 408 gear that you could then upgrade, sure, that would at least be an investment. Is it free? Like, obviously, if you're pressing a button getting 408 gear, no. So, like I said, if you don't have the flight stones to send over stuff, and you literally could not be fucking bothered to spend any time farming gear, and you would rather get full 408 in 1 hour compared to, which I do think is a stretch, right? Getting a full set of, it still is 4 Whelpling Crests, right? Like, do Whelpling Crests not require Whelp Crests at all? Like, or do Enchanted Whelp Crests not require the regular Whelp Crest? I'm pretty sure they do. So, I do think that, you know, you keep saying an hour to get a full set of 408 gear. I think that's maybe a bit hyperbole, right? Because, like, I mean, if we're trying to argue on, like, similar terms, right, of, like, you know, I'm saying that, reasonably speaking, within, like, 3 to 4 hours, you can get, like, a nearly full set of, like, veteran/champion gear that you could then, with Whelp Crests and Drake Crests, upgrade up to 411 or 415. Which I think is very, very fair. I did it myself, quite recently. So that I can say for sure. So if you're saying within an hour you're able to farm enough Whelp Crests to get literally a full set of 408 gear, honestly, I think that is a little bit hyperbole. Unless you don't need any Whelp Crests whatsoever to craft them. It's just, okay, Naomi said it's a singular Whelp Crest. But, yeah, I mean, I still don't even know. Singular Whelp Crest, so what would that be? Full slots, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9, or I guess trinkets wouldn't count, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 Whelp Crests in an hour. You can farm 16 of in literally less than 2 hours. I mean, yeah, but that's a little bit of a stretch. I'm sure it's possible, right? But at the same time, you could also, in the time it takes you to farm those Whelp Crests, you could farm veteran gear out of Zarala Cavern. And, yeah, I guess maybe whether or not it's worth the flight stones to upgrade, debatable. I don't know. What are you going to use them for? Sure, I guess, if you want to fill a slot, right? Like, I don't know. I think if it was literally free, and it cost absolutely nothing, right, maybe I would get it. Like, for instance, on a fresh character, buying the 376 green items off the auction house, that is literally free, right? That stuff costs 50 gold per. So it's something like 300 golds, because some of them are even cheaper than 50 gold. It's like 300, 500 gold tops to get a literal full set of 376 gear, which you could then very easily upgrade to 398 item level as you get geared up. So that is, I mean, yeah, dirt cheap. But 10k gold getting all the materials for the other stuff, I don't know. But yeah, like, brand new players should also use them to upgrade stuff. You can upgrade things up to 411, so... Oh, fuck, I didn't pick up the quest? I guess I forgot to click the second NPC for this one. Oh, unfortunate. Minor time loss. Your awesome legendary Murloc fishing rod is disabled in Chromie time? Yeah. That's one of the downsides of using Chromie time, right? You don't get all the special bonuses from that. Trinket Stone of a Slot, yeah. I mean, I realized that as I was counting it, right? I did note that. I mean, I think we're like kind of circling the drain here, right? I mean, there's been a lot of discussion on this. Noah Smiley, I have my prep list linked in the chat. You can see it. It's pins. If you don't see the pins comment, then just refresh and you should see it. And that includes all of the consumables I use, even the ones from level 60 to 70. You need to get the BOA trinket from the Primal Storms. Yeah, it's very nice. What was I saying, though? But, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a difficult topic, catch-up gear, because, like, yes, you could argue, right? Like, if you really wanted to farm Whelp Crests and get all the 408 pieces, sure. But then, like, what are you going to do with the 408 pieces? Like, how is that going to help you, right? That's the way I see it. Is the 408 piece going to be something that you're using in Mythic Plus? So I think the only argument that you've made, right, that I can understand, maybe, for the 408 item, is, like, if you have an empty slot, right, that you just didn't manage to get any replacement for, like, honestly, the best contender would be rings or neck, because generally speaking, the rings or neck, you can't get them from time rifts. You don't really get a ton from, like, Zarelek Cavern stuff unless you get lucky. That I can understand. Maybe you use, like, an enchanted whelp item to get that, I guess. But you're gonna replace it eventually, the moment you get a veteran item. So, like, what is it gonna do? It's gonna make it slightly easier for you to farm better upgrades, right? And yeah, so one dumb argument that I'm seeing right now, which I will shut that down right now, is saying it's easy to get 10k gold. You can do dragon riding races. That's not the point. If you're arguing that getting gold is easy, and there are so many different ways that you can get gold, so 10k shouldn't be an issue, that is just completely missing the point here. What I'm saying is that for a new player getting caught up, it's not that they can make 10k gold easy. It's that spending 10k on gear that they're going to replace is a big ask. Because a lot of times, like, for instance, a lot of the people, especially who watch my videos, will say that they're investing gold in heirlooms because they want to level additional characters. So 10k gold on generic 408 items that you're going to replace within, like, a day versus, you know, multiple heirloom upgrades that you can then use on characters in the long term. Obviously, like, yeah, it's easy to farm golds, you know, if you really want to, but that doesn't mean that just because you can farm 10k gold, you should spend it on this garbage, right? So let's dispel the idea that this is at all useful for new players. It's not. Generic 408 catch-up gear that you are going to throw away very soon is completely worthless. The only reason why you would even do this is if you are trying to get into Mythic Plus as quickly as possible on, like, a Mythic Raider gearing up an alt, and you cannot wait whatsoever to gear up through Zarela Cavern or world content or any other sources. You just want to get in ASAP, and you have like 1 or 2 slots that you want to fill, so you spend a bit of gold to get a 408 piece just as like an item level boost. That is the only situation where this is even remotely useful. And even then, I would personally just save my gold and just enter Mythic Plus with like 1 less item level overall, with like a 398 piece on one of my slots. So I wouldn't even say it's universally useful. And yeah, like Naomi said, that's 10k to have for something significantly better. Exactly. Did I? Okay, I upgraded the other one. This one is glowing red, but it's not actually upgraded. I never always wondered why that happens sometimes. It's a dumb... Yeah, okay, other people are saying the same thing, thank God. Chori said, it's a dumb argument. You could say it's easy to make 10 million every patch, so you should just buy Mythic BOEs. Exactly. Just because you can make gold doesn't mean you should waste that gold, right? You swapped your account to EU because you moved. You're starting from ground zero and definitely do not have 10k. Exactly, yeah. Like, a lot of people... So, once again, if you are like a Mythic Raider gearing up at alt and you want to... Okay, the add-on thing is trolling me here. It's not showing the Dark Ranger rod. Yeah, if you're a Mythic Raider gearing up an alt and you have 10k to throw away, like, yeah. I mean, I'm not one to talk about whether or not 10k is an acceptable amount of money to spend on, like, you know, time-saving stuff. I literally throw away tens of thousands of gold every single time I do one of these speedruns. Half the shit that I use in these leveling speedruns are not, like, worth the cost of them, but I've said before, like, I have enough gold to spend, right? I'm not concerned about spending, like, you know, 20k per speedrun on, like, fancy consumables or something like that. You know, it's entertaining to watch, right? So I, you know, throw gold at it because I have gold. But I've said multiple times, whenever people ask me, should I invest gold into the leveling runs, what do I always say? I say no. I say only buy the necessary stuff, get Gunshoes, Goblin Gliders, because they're very cheap and are still really good. I always say don't buy the consumables that I buy. Just because it's not a lot of gold for me, and I can afford to spend that for the leveling runs, doesn't mean it's okay to recommend that somebody throw away their money on something that is a trivial boost or a trivial upgrade. 1 level to refresh my XP pot. Thank you, RYNO. I appreciate it. I will... The moment I hit level 49, I'm just going to refresh it just so I don't forget. Just to make sure. But I appreciate you reminding me now. You're forgetting he said he is a new player. Now, I'm not sure if you're trolling or just ignorant. I'm not sure if you're talking about me. But I mean, yeah, I'm not sure I understand your argument. If they said they're a new player, and the entire argument is it worth getting these 408 items, and my entire point is that for a new player, it definitely isn't, then yeah, that's the entire point. I don't see how that's trolling or ignorant. Like I said, it's up for debate, right? Whether it's worth it for other people. They're agreeing with me? Okay, yeah. Okay, well, if you're agreeing with me, oh, I don't know. I don't know why then you would say trolling or ignorant, right? Because at that point, I'm not arguing or saying that you're wrong. I'm just kind of elaborating on my point, giving further context, whatever. I mean, at this point, it's just starting to get stupid. So, I'm close to just saying, let's end this discussion because I'm kind of getting annoyed having it. Oh shit, I didn't, I missed one of the Blight Slimes. I need to kill this guy first. Yeah. Like, it's fine to, like, suggest stuff and, you know, agree to disagree and all that, but the moment it starts getting hostile, like, you know, whatever. I don't know. I don't like that, you know? Gear up your characters the way you want to gear them up. I'm obviously welcome to have my own opinions on things. Military knowledge. I have 3 more points. I'm just gonna spend it on, I guess that's... Furious Gaze, Improved Fell Rush, Trail of Ruin... Sigil Mastery, I guess. Alright, So somebody just killed the slime mini-boss, so I need to grab a few more blight canisters. Whatchamacallit? You're not making any sense. What's better, 350 item level with 424 boots or a full 408 set? XP pot, yes, okay. I will use XP pot right now. Yep. I gotcha. Thank you. I got it. I appreciate the reminders, yeah. Then I can use... I'll refresh my flasks and stuff. I also, one thing that's important, I'm going to cancel Powered Fortitude and refresh my scrolls now, because the scrolls also stop being used at level 50. Okay, there we go. We got that. I didn't mean to use I-Beam there, but I guess it doesn't matter. I'm missing a few Worgen, but I can always circle back after finishing the other quests and do it then. Who will invite a 350 item level with 424 crafted boots into any group? I mean, okay, to be fair, I will say, saying 350 item level is a little bit of a straw man, right? Because you can literally buy, like I said before, for 500 gold, a full set of 376 gear to replace all of your leveling things. It's genuinely dirt cheap. Maybe even less than 500 gold if your server is like high pop and there's a bunch of people selling stuff. So, obviously, I mean, the difference between 350 and 376 isn't huge, right? But at least having 376 at a bare minimum in every single slot is very easy to accomplish. And just by doing the campaign, you get multiple items that you can replace. And then obviously, the very first thing that you should do the moment you start gearing up is head to Time Rifts and get Paracausal Fragments, which then means that you have 402 trinkets in both your slots. You also get like a 385 cloak by doing the unlocking stuff for Forbidden Reach to get into Zarela Caverns. There's a bunch of like small upgrades you get. So I will say 350 is a bit of a straw man, right? And at 376 in every single slot with like maybe one or two additional things, that is definitely enough to get into Mythic Zero. Now, obviously, somebody before, I think it was Naomi, said something about, you know, getting into a plus 14 on what, a 360-something character? I forget exactly what it was. That's obviously a little bit of a reach, right? That is not something that people can, or, to be honest, should do. I think unless you're running with a group of people that know you, starting your own key at like 380-something item level and having other people help you is probably not the best idea, because you will be, like, not pulling the weight that you could be at that point. Everything's relative, right? Like, doing a plus 10 key, maybe a little bit more acceptable, because 10s are easy. But doing Mythic Zeros, because, like, whatchamacallit, Stefan said, people won't even invite someone with, or, like, at that point into an M0. You absolutely can. You can do M0s on a 370-something character. Easily. Complete the campaign with 408 gear, which will carry you through 10s and all content, and then use the crest to craft the 437 item. I mean, yeah, you also don't need 408 to complete the campaign, though. Right? Like, so if we're saying that the 408 gear is used to complete the campaign, that's also not necessary. Like, at all. You can complete the campaign with, like, 390 stuff, and it is virtually the same speed. If anything, it'll take you, like, 15 less minutes with the 408 gear. But is 10k gold worth saving 15 minutes? I really don't think so. Yeah, you're not going to kill stuff significantly faster to the point where the 408 gear is that useful. Right? And keep in mind that, like, a large majority of the campaign is actually, like, roleplay bullshit. So, it's, like, if the entire campaign was kill, 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 maybe, but a lot of the mobs, you either, like, just kind of kill with the help of NPCs, so it's really fast, or you have, like, all of your cooldowns up and it dies in 30 seconds anyways, so... I don't know. There's kind of diminishing returns from gear after a certain point. You will save a lot of time, but I mean, my entire point is that, like, the amount of time you're going to save by having 408 crafted gear in the campaign is not a lot, right? Like, unless you're speedrunning the Zarela Cavern campaign, which I don't care about, right? But, like, for instance, it's... If I am leveling or gearing up a character and doing the Zarela Cavern campaign, I am most likely watching something on a second monitor, like I said, watching something on Hulu. Do I really give a shit if it takes me 15 additional minutes to complete the campaign? Hell, do I care if it takes me 30 minutes to complete the campaign? Not really. At that point, I'm just chill gearing up a character, you know, watching something on the side. I would never, ever spend any money on crafting stuff until I am about to step foot into serious content, like dungeons or raids, where I actually care about my performance. As long as I'm able to kill the mobs somewhat effectively to the point where it doesn't feel like a complete slog, that's all I give a shit about. You have this stream on your second monitor while you level and alt through the Zarela campaign. Exactly. My point exactly. Thank you for backing me up there. It just, who cares if you do Zarela like ever so slightly faster? Most people just are chill doing, like, me, the speedrunner, I don't care, right? Like, when I'm doing a speedrun, obviously every second counts, but, like, who the fuck is speedrunning the Zarela Caverns campaign on a fresh alt? Like, who gives a shit, right? So, I don't really think minimal time saves matter for world content like that, which... You know, you're just blasting through to get to endgame anyways, right? Yeah. We all do, that's what the second monitor is for? Yep, exactly. I did miss a few messages because I was trying to focus on completing that, but the nice thing is, right after I finish, like, these few quests, I will have, at least a moment to, stupid Duskwing paralysis. I'll have a moment to, like, during the flight RP, catch up on, like, the few messages I missed, so I will read that in a moment. Also, I pulled a few additional things that I wasn't planning on, so I'm just gonna meta here. I won't need meta soon anyway, because there's, like, a lot of RP coming up. Oh, is somebody else here? Oh, there's another warrior here. Okay. I was wondering why everything died so fast. I was like, even in meta, it seemed like things just kind of melted. And it's because there was a warrior helping me out. I can also... Yo. Sheesh, that was a fast 2 levels right there. I went all the way from 49 to 52 in just, like, a few minutes. 408 gear will not carry you through 10s if you don't know how to do them. Yeah, that's true. I will say, like, if you, like, for instance, so what Naomi said is you'll, like, I'll commonly get invited at very low levels and much higher content. It depends, because I also happen to know Naomi plays a tank most of the time, right? And I will agree with that depending on your experience and, like, your role, like, I've done... I did a plus 21 earlier this week on a 415 Guardian Druid. Now, obviously, Guardian Druid is good. I have a lot of experience in tank. It was an underrot, which is the easiest dungeon to do, and I was also playing with my friends who were good. So obviously, it was good conditions, right? But my entire point is I have done higher content on really undergeared characters, but yeah, I would say that doesn't universally apply to, you know, everybody, but it at least is possible, right? So saying that, you know, you're going to be boosted, like, I definitely wasn't getting boosted on my Guardian Druid. Despite only being 415 item level, I pulled my weight. I did pretty solid damage. I didn't die a single time, and we timed the dungeon. And it actually ended up being really clean, right? So, yeah. And yeah, that definitely is true. 408, just because you have generic 408 crafted gear, for starters, one thing I would have to ask, can you turn the 408 gear into tier pieces? Because if so, that automatically rules out 4 slots, right? Because there's multiple different slots that you can turn into tier, and obviously getting 4-piece on basically anything will be a much bigger increase in your performance than, you know, item level. So even if you have 4-piece on, like, generic 404 items that you got from Zaralek Caverns, that's still infinitely better than having a 408 item. So it absolutely is the case that raw item level is not the only thing that matters. And there are multiple, like Naomi outlined a few, even included tier set in that list, multiple different things that, despite having low item level, are still quite good. When do I go to Spires? Never. Spires is no longer in the speedrunning route. Spires is on the guide, right? So, but Spires is backup. It out of the original zones that I did in my Shadowlands speedruns, Spires is the least efficient. So it used to be back in Shadowlands when, you know, there was less XP overall compared to now. And also before I did dungeons as part of the route, right? At the very end, for like the last few levels, you would do part of Spires of Iraq. Now you just never have a chance to do it. Like, for instance, I may not even enter Gorgrond during this run. Now, the only reason I'm not going to be entering Gorgrond is because I got godlike RNG with my dungeons earlier, which cut out a ton of bonus like stuff that I would normally do. But that's just to give you an idea of how unimportant Spires is. The only reason that you should ever be entering Spires of Iraq these days is if you have no Draft of 10 lands, no War Mode bonus, and you didn't do a single dungeon early on. That is the only situation in which you should have, like, such little XP overall that you will need to do the entirety of WoD all the way through Spires. But you can see here, I'm using standard modifiers. I don't even have Darkmoon Fair, which Darkmoon Fair is, like, standard practice for most of my runs. And I still am not even entering Gorgronds. In fact, overall, this is shaping up to be one of the fastest runs I've done. This actually may end up being my fastest non-Darkmoon Fair run that I've ever completed. This has been, like, pretty fucking insane speed-wise. You were a little confused as to why that got blasted? Yeah. Watching our boy and farming rep on an alt for prof recipes? Nice. I'm gonna check for Big Samris up here. Ooh, Big Samris is up. I've had, like, actually surprisingly good rare mob RNG. I've had, like, PTR levels of rare mob RNG, despite being on a live, populated server in the middle of the day. This has definitely been an extremely lucky run, all things considered. You had a dude in Heroic Dungeons thank you for 3 runs since it gave him 3 pieces. I mean, just because somebody got 3 upgrades in Heroic Dungeons, oh nice, this guy's up too, because they don't know where else to get gear, doesn't mean that that's good, right? Like, obviously somebody may be happy to get Heroic Dungeon drops because they aren't aware that they can be running time rifts or other things, but that doesn't mean there aren't better ways out there to get gear than crafting 408 pieces. You should level a character with no gear, only gaining XP from grinding boars. Speedrun South Park %. Somebody did that a while ago. They, I remember there was like a whole popular Reddit post where somebody said, I think it was before Chromie Time got announced, and they basically posted something to the effect of, like, if Blizzard announces, like, they're gonna scale zone levels or whatever, then I'm gonna level only killing boars, and then the next day Blizzard announced it, so they, like, live streamed it. That was years ago, though. But somebody at least actually did try to do, like, the whole South Park live to win thing. Where is Gravis Slipknot? There's Gravis Slipknot. You got here so late? Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of late, but also, like, you know, the run still has a little bit long. And the stream isn't going to be ending anytime soon. Like, I wasn't entirely sure whether I would continue doing classic stuff after, because it is, like, kind of late. But, you know, this run ended up being extremely fast, and, you know, there's a lot of people here, so I don't, like... I don't feel as bad continuing the stream for a few more hours, even if I am, like, slightly tired. So, yeah, we'll see. Oh, and Loifer, I don't know if you got the bug that a lot of people have been talking about, but I saw you put a smiley face. There is a bug right now, in case your message got deleted, where if you put like a smiley face emoji or something like that, it sometimes erases the rest of your message. I don't know if that's what happened to you, but whenever I see somebody just put a smiley face, I've seen a bunch of times where somebody puts smiley face and then follows it up with, God damn it, why did YouTube delete the rest of my message? So I wanted to... Okay, perfect, I'm glad. I predicted it. Yeah, I've seen that happen a lot. A lot of people have run into that issue. So, I'm glad I thought to bring that up. You can get a set of 408 crafted gear for 10k? Yeah, in case you haven't figured that out already by the multiple times we brought it up. Yeah. Yeah. It's not just 10k. Like, the whole easy set of 1 hour crafted gear for 10k also... Let's be honest, right? I still think that 1 to 2 hours to get, however many is it, like 12 whelp crests is a bit hyperbole. The only thing that I will at least somewhat agree on is that if you have leftover whelp crests after doing the entire gear process, and you really want to fill in a few slots, maybe craft a few items to fill in those remaining slots. That is the only thing after this entire discussion that, like, I can concede. If you have gold, if you don't really care that you're probably going to replace it immediately anyways, maybe that is worth getting, right? But that is the only thing that I can realistically say would be useful for anybody. But I skipped ahead a few messages, so let me just go. Your Monk's 408 Eranog ring was better until 10.1.5, and then 441 Bis rings for single target damage as a Brewmaster? Yeah, definitely. I mean, even now, I'm pretty sure, despite the nerfs, isn't Eranog ring, at least on Mythic, still best in slot for multiple tanks? I don't know if it's best in slot for Vengeance anymore. I don't have one, though, so I can't check, but I'm pretty sure there's at least a few tanks, like maybe Blood DK? Obviously, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Naomi, but at least some tanks, I think, despite the nerfs, still want Eranog ring, and I think maybe 1 or 2 DPS specs, words. Oh, and Naomi immediately said a 421 Eranog ring is better than 447 crafted socket rings. Well, there you go. Answered the question that I had just asked. Oh, I killed that mob too fast. Shit. I need to kite here, because I can't actually kill these mobs, because I need to use the quest item on them. But if I just sit here and let them auto-attack me, I'm just going to die. Alright, there we go. Got all of those. I can use the pocket nuke, and then I need one more SI7 assassin. There we go. Oh, still stuck in combat with that one. I'm going to try to Fell Rush over and get as far as I can before... There we go, now I can mount up. As a new player, would you even know how the crafting works well enough to know that you can have 408s made? Well, I mean, that, to be fair, that is a completely separate topic, right? Because obviously you can argue that a new player may never even figure that out, considering I didn't even realize that you could make 408 pieces. I knew that you could, but I thought it was like embellishments, like it took a spark. So I didn't realize that it did not take a spark. That is something that even I was not aware of. So you're probably correct that a new player would not realize that. But I guess the entire thing that I've been thinking about, you know, in this conversation is whether it would be something that would be worth recommending to a new player, like within a guide, right? Because all of this is like the context of I am making an alt catch-up guide, right? So The question there, I guess, for me, or how I've been viewing this entire conversation is it worth recommending that a new player craft 408 pieces within, like, a catch-up guide? And at that point, it's kind of a moot point as to whether or not they figured it out on their own, because by the time they watch the video, it would give them the information. And for instance, within my guide, I'm actually not even recommending that players craft spark gear, like the 437 stuff, until after they've done everything else. Because I think that unless you already know specific pieces, right, like, you know, as a Vengeance DH, I'm always going to use Slimy Expulsion Boots. Unless you happen to know that, then maybe you can craft it early and just not worry about your boots. But a lot of other specs maybe have multiple different things that they could run. Like some specs, it's like Shadow Flame Patch on various slots is roughly equivalent to a specific craft. So in that case, it's much better to wait and see what pieces you happen to get at high item level, rather than immediately wasting your spark, or potentially wasting your spark on something. So generally speaking, even though you can craft things early on to get a nice boost, I think it's better for most players, unless, like, we have to view this from the perspective of a brand new player who doesn't understand the game, right? For us, obviously, experienced players who, you know, already know what's going on, yeah, we already know enough about, like, our crafting priority and stuff like that, that I could probably make an informed decision on, is it worth it for me to craft this piece of gear right now? But that's not the mindset that you need to approach new player guides with. You have to think, like, if I knew absolutely nothing about how to gear up a fresh character, and I was entirely reliant on, like, you know, class discords and third-party sites and, you know, guides like the one they're watching to make decisions, would I feel comfortable just crafting an item? Probably not, right? And maybe if they did, they might accidentally craft the wrong thing, and then I think the concern there would be that it would be a really negative experience for them if they happen to waste, quote-unquote, waste a Spark of Shadow Flame on something that isn't necessarily ideal. They would probably feel really bummed out and be like, oh shit, maybe I should have waited, right? So I always think for important decisions like that, like crafting things that requires a lot of resources and, like, limited availability items like Sparks of Shadow Flame, it's better to wait until you are absolutely sure that, you know, this thing is the best option, instead of just using it for a temporary boost. So that is what I'm personally recommending for new players in my guide. Also, I didn't realize my I-beam was still 1 second off, so it was almost problematic, but I was just able to play it. Yeah, Havoc can do some crazy pulls like that. That is Guardian Druid level pulls right there, just pulling the entire subzone and just cleaving it down. Alright, then drop the pocket nuke here. Points are, like, a new player instantly rules out that a set of gear because of the gold spent on it. Yeah, measly. I definitely think calling 10k gold measly for, in the context of a new player, I still think that is a bad point to make. Okay. I just caught up. Yep. Yeah, sorry. I'm still in the process of catching up. Yeah, yeah. No, you're done. You're fucking done. Like I said before, keep it civil, but, I mean, there's some things that even beyond keep it civil I shouldn't have to say. Like, yikes, man. Fuck off with that. Like, this is a fucking discussion about alt catch-up gear. No reason to be a fucking dick. Jesus fucking Christ, some people. You clearly missed something in chat? Yeah. Well, the messages are gone now. Yeah, I guess you skimmed it. I'm not gonna say it because it was kind of bad, but, yeah, that was fucking not okay. No. No, 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 no. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I'm not gonna repeat that. Naomi, if you want to message me after the stream, I can tell you what it was, because it was directed at you, but it was pretty bad. I'm surprised you missed it. But yeah, it was definitely not okay. Like, You know, it was already getting a little bit heated earlier to the point where like the whole conversation was making me feel a little bit uncomfortable because I'm always fine talking about, you know, like I'm perfectly content to sit here and debate with somebody who like shares a different opinion with me. That's fine. But when you start like getting hostile about it, and then especially when you start like throwing insults at people because they have a different opinion at you, get the fuck out of there with that. At that point, it's not just having a different opinion, you're just being a dick. Yeah. Remember the old days of Thoughtbot? Yeah. Even I used Thoughtbot way back in the day as a little kid, playing in, like, OG vanilla. But, like, let me... Unfortunately, that's why I'm always worried whenever I, like, fall behind on chat like that. That is always a concern of mine. That somebody's gonna say something really bad, and I guess that's one of the problems, like, you know, not having, like, really anybody to moderate chat, which I should probably look into eventually now that I'm streaming regularly again. But I'm always, like, worried, you know, while I'm still catching up on older messages, somebody's gonna say something, like, really fucked up recently that, like, I would have to time out for, and I'm gonna be, like, reading old messages so I won't catch it. Like that random guy who was, like, jumped in here a few days ago telling me that I was playing, like, you know, not true classic. And at first I was, like, at least mildly amused by, like, the dumb shit he was saying. And then he just started, like, blatantly trolling and, like, actually, like, harassing people in chat. And that was, like, when I was just like, okay, yeah, no, you're done. But he got off a few more messages than I would have liked because I was still catching up. Same with this guy. Unfortunately, I didn't see what he actually said until I got further. It's not true classic, there are TVC talents, yeah. Okay, so I still need to do the Fawn quest, and then I just have Durnhold challenge. So it looks like I will do some of Gorgron's, because I think I'll have maybe like 1 or 2 levels left over. 4 minute on some buffs. Well, the buffs that are 4 minutes, I can't refresh. Classic people are wild sometimes, yeah. Classic Andes can get really crazy. So I appreciate it. I appreciate it, RY. I'm not going to try to pronounce that name consistently, but the buffs that I have 4 minutes on, those are the scrolls, which I can't use above level 50, so I can't refresh them anyway. And the Twisted Heart, which I have no more Twisted Hearts. That was like a buff from the Demon Hunter starting zone. Rhino? Okay, it's Rhino. Okay, gotcha. I will say it Rhino then from now on. You're new, found my guide this morning and used it loosely for your lock. Awesome. Glad to hear it. It's always cool to see new people getting into World of Warcraft. Let me find some fawn. There's like no hill fawns anywhere. There we go. There's 2 over here. I have to be careful so I don't enter the phased version of that stuff. Alright, I'll get the rest of the hill fawns further along. The fawns grow up so fast and aggressive, yeah. What level am I? 54. If you want to see my level, you can always see it. It's the top left by my nameplate over here. But you can also see on my gear and stuff. Oh, I also have... Oh, wait, no, I never got new gear for level 53, so I don't need to worry about that. Last 2 hill fawns. There should be 1 around here. Man, these Foothill Stalkers are just murdering all of the hill fawns that I need for my quest. They're really trying to int my speedrun here. Alright, we're good. Just check something. Okay. Let's see. I'm just gonna do all this turn-in stuff. This too. What guide do I use? My guide. OP Squid, if you're new here, I have a leveling guide. That's the guide that I use. If you want my guide, it's in the description. It's completely free. Am I playing Classic? No. Well, I'm playing Classic later, but obviously this isn't Classic. I'm playing a Demon Hunter. But if you're just asking, like, do I play Classic in general? Yes. And will I play it during the stream? Probably after I'm done with the speedrun. But yeah, if you want to use my guide, it's in the description. You can find the whole written thing on my website. I also have a video version. So, you know. Alright, 56. What talent points can I get? I probably want Chaos Theory, Know Your Enemy. I think that's probably going to be the best option. Collective Anguish, probably the best thing here. You're new to WoW, you're having a hard time leveling up. No problem, no. OP Squid, definitely don't feel bad, right? It's one of those things where it's an amusing question for those of us, like, who know Classic, right? But don't feel bad at all. It's an understandable mistake to make. There's so many versions of WoW these days, it's hard to keep track of it all. But yes, this is retail World of Warcraft. And I should note, my guide is also for retail World of Warcraft. So if you're trying to level up in retail, it'll help you. I do not have a classic WoW guide. It is something that maybe very long term I might work on, but at least at the moment, my guide is retail only. You were told to play classic, so that is what you're playing. Oh, did one of your friends get you to play? Classic is fun, don't get me wrong. I like playing it. It's just, I am infinitely more experienced when it comes to retail WoW than I am classic. Like, when it comes to classic stuff, I am a casual player like everyone else. Retail is what all of my guides and stuff are for. I mean, I have some classic guides, but all my classic guides are like dungeon guides and stuff, like endgame content, right? Because that's the stuff that I am actually knowledgeable about as far as classic goes. You're in college and one of your buds from college told you to play classic? Ah, very cool. What are you playing in classic? Alliance, Horde, and which race and class? It's very fun. Like, I will say Classic is one of those where, honestly, college is the best time to play it, right? Because when you're in college, I don't know about, like, your schedule, but I had a shit ton of free time to play World of Warcraft in college. So, Classic is definitely a time investment, but it is a fun time investment. And Redal said, is it weird that I still watch your videos for the speedrunning aspect and I have your stream open while playing Call of Duty? I don't enjoy WoW anymore, but I miss playing it. Keep it up. I mean, I wouldn't say that's weird at all, right? I mean, I'm glad you like the stream, right? So I would hope that, you know, if you like the stream, it's still entertaining to watch even if you don't play WoW. I completely understand the feeling, though, of, like, wishing that you wanted to play WoW and just not having the motivation to do so. I felt like that in the past. It's easier now that, like, I find ways to motivate myself, especially, like, now that I can make guides and stuff. So if I'm, like, maybe bored of doing other stuff in the game, I'll think of some kind of guide that I can make to help, like, new players or something like that. And that's, like, a fun little thing to keep me motivated, right? But I completely understand. And I don't think it's weird to watch, like, videos for a game that you haven't played in a while. Like, there's a lot of times where I watch videos for games that I've never played, just because I enjoy watching either the person or, you know, enjoy just watching the game in general. Like, I think I've said before, but Mario Maker is a game in general that I've never played Mario Maker. It's also partially because I don't own a Switch, right? But so there's a lot of games like for the Switch that, you know, I think maybe I would enjoy, but I'm not going to buy a console just to play like one or two games that like I only might enjoy, and I can't say for sure. But I really enjoy watching Mario Maker videos because I think it's fun to watch people do all like these randomly created levels. Oh my god. That, hold on. I was trying to save meta for the final bosses, but that was very spooky right there. I got like autoed and just nearly fucking died. These mobs definitely pack a punch. In fact, I'm actually going to kite for Infernus. Because he's going to stun me. Yeah, there we go. There's the stun. And I want to make sure I'm out of range, because he's going to deal a lot of damage to me. So I'm going to stun him. Nice, okay. Whew. I'm debating, I honestly may just swap to Vengeance for this last one. You're doing an alliance playing as an elf and your class is a priest. Awesome. Playing as an elf is always a good pick, right? I usually play as elves, either Blood Elf or Night Elf, although Blood Elves aren't present in Original Classic. And yeah, like Testifiable said, you should be able to check on the launcher. Oh, that's a good point, yeah, because if he's playing Original Classic, there would only be 4 races available for each one. You can't wait for 2034 with Classic BFA? God, no. I think BFA is like... I don't even think I would have any interest whatsoever in playing BFA Classic. The only thing that I might mildly enjoy in BFA Classic, and I think a lot of people are going to be surprised by this, but wait for me to explain, is I kind of want to play Ashara's Eternal Palace again, just because I never got to get Cutting Edge there. My guild fell apart on Ashvane, and because Classic came out, I never got around to finding a new guild for Ashara's Eternal Palace. So it's one of the only Cutting Edges that I've missed, or, like... More importantly, it's one of the only raids that I never really got to progress to the later bosses at all. Because, like, I missed a Nathrius Cutting Edge, but I at least got to see the vast majority of the raid on Mythic. So, like, I got the full experience of doing Mythic Castle Nathria at the very least. But I missed out on a lot of the fun bosses in Mythic Eternal Palace. And, like, I know that a lot of people say that Ashara was, like... really frustrating to prog in some cases, but it seems like a really fun fight. So I think I would enjoy progging it, just seeing how it is. But everything else in BFA, fucking miss me with that. And honestly, I think if it even came out, I don't know if I would even want to play through that stuff. Anyways, I don't really know if I could stomach suffering through the Mana Pearl grind a second time just so I could experience the raid that I never got to play. Ashara was really frustrating as a tank due to some of the specific interactions with those rune things. Yeah, I did at the very least get to do Heroic Ashara, so I know what you mean with that. I had to deal with some of that bullshit on Heroic. But, like, I still, overall, I felt like Heroic Ashara was a fun fight to do, because we did it, like, week 1, and it was interesting progressing a Heroic Ashara. And then, like, the mythic mechanic of, like, the giant laser beam cutting the room in the middle, that seemed really cool. I just never got to experience it. It's like Echo of Niltharion P3 positioning, but more fucky. Yeah. Also, I missed a bunch of messages because we were talking about certain things, so let me scroll up a little bit. Oh, I also forgot to get my Shadowlands buffs. Where is Spectral Power? Right there. I guess at this point it hardly matters because I'm almost done anyways, but still. Good to get into the habit of getting this stuff set up. Oh, and Phantom Fire. All right. You always plan to follow a guide or something, but then you end up spamming dungeons the whole way? That's understandable. You're surprised that flavor pockets are still selling for so much? Yeah, I mean, it's still fairly rare, and it's still very nice quality of life, and people need to, a lot of times, recraft flavor pocket on new items. So yeah, definitely. It's a nice thing to have, for sure. And I keep meaning to do the feast on all my characters, and then I just always run out of time in the week. It's always like, it's a Monday night, and I'm thinking, should I go and do my weekly feast quest for chances at flavor pockets? And then I'm like, I could do, like, literally anything else with my free time, and I just never get around to doing it. But, yeah, getting the flavor pockets is definitely a really good way to make golds, if you have a lot of alts, though. There's a lot of stuff like that where, if you have, like, 10 characters to do the feast on, yeah, statistically speaking, you're probably going to get at least one, so it's probably worth doing. But if you just have one character, maybe not as much. You're loving the stream? Awesome. You're a longtime player, you just never thought of speed leveling, plus it made your friend salty who's also leveling a lot because you did it faster than them. Yeah, that's always the best way to learn about speed leveling. Like, I remember I first started looking into, like, way back when, before I ever made guides or anything like that. First time I ever really started looking into, like, speed leveling and actually doing that effectively is back in, what was it, I think WoD? The guild I was in with, like, some of my friends, the guild leader put out, like, a tournament to, whatchamacallit, like, who could level to whatever the max at the time was, like, first, that he would give, like, a gold prize. And personally, I wasn't, like, really interested in it, but my friend Paul was, like, obsessed with beating the guild leader. They had, like, some stupid rivalry thing going on. So, like, he had me help him out, like, doing certain things, like, some of the dungeons or whatever, so that he could level up. And he was, like, telling me about all his plans for routing and how he was going to, you know, level up like a monk, because obviously monks were extremely broken back in, like, the MoP and WoD days. I forget when they removed the buff. I know by the time BFA rolled around, the monk buff was changed, but definitely MoP and WoD, monks still had the XP buff, and it was, like, ridiculously overpowered. So he was playing that, and he was telling me about all his plans for, like, speed leveling and stuff. And then I was like, oh, this sounds kind of interesting. So I remember leveling up a bunch of alts in WoD and trying to, like, learn the different speedrunning routes and, you know, what the fastest zones were and stuff like that. And I thought it was kind of fun. And I had always, like, enjoyed trying to optimize my leveling. You know, I leveled characters semi-efficiently throughout, like, Legion and BFA, just, like, on and off, never, like, actual recorded speedruns. But I would at least, like, I kind of would keep track of my /played time and just generally see, like, how am I doing. And I had, like, decently fast leveling times, right? But I never did anything super serious like what I do now. And then it wasn't until Nyalotha, where I've said before, when I first got into, like, actual speedrunning, when I was just really bored, and when I saw the Chromie time reworks, I was like, that sounds interesting, maybe I'll actually try recording a speedrun for once, and, you know, the rest is history, right? But yeah, the best reason, all that to say, best reason to learn how to do speed leveling is to try and one-up your friends. That is technically how I got into it. Not necessarily, but rather a friend of mine was teaching me about it because he was trying to one-up our guild leader. And that's when I first got into it. And I actually don't think I've ever told that story before. I guess it's like a minor side story. But yeah, Paul trying to win the speed leveling tournament. I can't remember if he actually did win it in the end. He was either first, he either did win it or he was, like, just behind our guild leader by, like, a hair. I don't remember, though. Like, it's my memory on exactly how that whole thing turned out is fuzzy. You always love the noise Yetis make when they die. Yeah, poor Yetis. You understand, but your eyesight is bad? Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, criticize your eyesight. I was just, like, a lot of people don't realize that you can, see the level at the top of the screen. That's the only reason I brought it up. But I apologize, I wasn't trying to, like, criticize you there. Alright, what do I get from these mobs? I got Gronling, so I'm gonna kill Gorin real quick, just so I can get a chance at that, but honestly, this is inefficient. Gonna meta over here just for mobility. Bot and I didn't get anything. What? Oh, you're fucking joking. I outranged the mob by meta jumping? And it... Oh, that is so fucking stupid. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. That's really fucking dumb. Just like within the subzone, Demon Hunter mobility is so fast that just by using my regular movement, I outranged the Proof of Strength mob, he despawns, and then I can't get the rest. God damn it. That really fucking sucks. I guess it's a testament to how insane DH mobility is, but fuck. Let me at least finish these quests. At least I'm almost done, right? So overall, it's not super important. I actually don't even know if I'm going to do all of these quests because Ah. I'm dazed. What is the fastest way at this point? Like, is it even worth... I don't think it's worth doing the Ogre Quest Hub. Because at this point, I only need, like, a tiny bit of additional experience to finish. So the Ogre Quest Hub, I think, is overkill for the amount of time it takes. So I think it would be faster for me to quickly do these, Rexar quests. Then, after I do the Rexar quests, probably Miscreant Mire, Crimson Fen... Yeah, I think that would probably be the best option. Also, I've missed a few messages in chat, but I'll catch up after I'm done with the run, because, like, you know, we're at the tail end here. Okay. That up. Oh, I fucking jumped at the last second. Oh my god. What? I am inting right now. I did not mean to fall rush there. Alright. There are about 7 quests in the hub. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. The Ogre Hub is good. I'm specifically saying at this point, right, where I'm already so close to hitting max level, it's faster to just do some slightly more efficient quests like the Rexar quests. Because these ones are really fast and good experience, and Crimson Fen is generally more bang for your buck. But obviously, yeah, the Ogre Stronghold quests are worth doing. That's not what I'm wondering about. I just quickly scrolled down to the bottom and saw what Rhino said. This should be 93. Hope this is enough. In the words of Paul, you're a walnut. Yeah, that was one of Paul's favorite phrases. And also good to see you, Near. Okay, let me scroll back up to where I was. It's always amusing when people are like, how are you level 70 already? You were level 10 a few hours ago. Yeah, that's definitely always a nice message to get. Unfortunately, one of the things about doing speedruns is I no longer get messages like that, because people are always already like, oh yeah, look, it only took you 5 hours, that's normal. So you don't get, like, the impressed shock from people anymore, which is, you know, one downside to doing speed leveling. Though I will say I impressed Milk Supply, because I got, like, some really, really, really bad, like, connection issues or server issues or whatever at the start of Dragonflight, when, like, I had to cancel my stream, right, because I literally couldn't play the game. And I basically was 5 levels behind Milk when I finally started being able to level. And, like, 2 other people in my guild at the time had managed to hit level 70 before me, but I blasted up through the levels after finally being able to get caught up. And Milk was, like, chilling at 69, and he told me this later on. He basically was like, you know, looking at his level, and he's like, yeah, you know, I'm almost level 70. I'm going to take, like, a quick 30-minute break to make food. And he saw that I was at, like, level 66 or 67 or something like that. And then after he came back from making food, he saw that I was already level 69, and then literally, like, 2 minutes before he hit 70, I hit 70. And he just couldn't fucking believe that despite literally being stuck in, like, purgatory and not being able to play for the first 3 hours, I still managed to level all the way up to 70 and beat him by, like, 2 minutes. So I at least got an impressed message from Milk about that, where he was like, I couldn't believe that you managed to beat me. And that made me feel at least a little bit happy, because I was kind of bummed out at the time about, you know, falling so far behind and having all the connection issues. And, like, I didn't even hit max level until super late at night. But the fact that I at least managed to impress Milk, I was like, all right, I'll take it. That's something. Let's see. Classic DH leveling should be on Legion zones. True. Yeah. Classic Legion. Oh man, that would be something. I'd play the shit out of that. Right, I'm like literally almost done, so I'm just going to finish up these quests instead of trying to read chat while I do this, which like I always inevitably try to do, but I keep telling myself I should just wait at this point. A few minutes, we're almost done. I'm gonna meta here just because I have this stupid slow on me. Okay, one more Laughing Skull. 3 more, I mean. I'd imagine there's some backup there that I missed, so I don't need to fight any extra mobs. Yeah, there's one over here. Oh, I can use it while mounting. Right. And I don't even think I'll finish this hub, right? I think just like a handful more quests and I should be there. Yeah, like honestly, these 2 quests may do it. I think the funny thing is, this is exactly where I hit level 60 in my Volpera Monk run that I did before. That was with Anniversary buff. But it ended up being, like, overall a fairly similar route, the exception that, of course, in that run I didn't use dungeons and stuff. And I had Darkmoon Fair, which, you know, also helped. Can I interact with the mushrooms while mounted? No. Oh, somebody cleared out all the mobs here. I guess maybe somebody is doing the Alliance version of this quest. I see one mushroom that has no mobs nearby. So I can go grab this. And that should be it. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Honestly, really solid time. For having no Darkmoon Fair and Demon Hunter, which, like, Demon Hunter has a slower start because of the starting zone, that actually, I'm very happy with this time. That is solid as fuck. Alright, now I'm gonna heart to dollar around and catch up on chat, and then I'll probably do some classic, not a ton, but a little bit of classic hardcore after, once I'm all caught up in chat. It's a game that capitalizes on time investment, which is penalizing for new players. True. You like to watch the VODs while following the guide? Nice. If you're a veteran player, Classic can feel like a chore, losing out on all the quality of life stuff, but from a new player perspective, Classic could be very fun to get into first. Yeah, exactly. You're a Night Elf Mohawk. I remember that. Chepe said, "Hey Harlden, love your content. When am I going to release the item prep for runs?" I'm not sure. I mean, I already have a doc, right? So at least for right now, you have access to my Google Doc, which, you know, you can just check to see the item prep stuff. I'm going to at least make a written guide for that soon. So there'll be a section on my website. After I've updated all of the, you know, 10 to 60 stuff, I will add a written section for that. As for a video guide on item preparation, the reason why I'm not entirely sure if I want to do that soon is because a big part of that is heirlooms, right? Oh my god, I'm going to pick this quest so Korvash shuts up. A big part of that is heirlooms, and I want to make like 2 separate guides, like consumables and heirlooms, but they kind of go hand in hand. And heirlooms right now, with some of the enchants, they're bugged. Or I wouldn't say bugged, but like kind of broken because of the scaling stuff. And Blizzard hasn't fixed it yet, and it's been bugged all of Dragonflight. So I'm kind of in a weird spot where, like, I want to make an heirloom guide. I want to make a prep item guide. I might just make the prep item guide for now and just, like, leave the heirloom guide off. But it does kind of suck because I've wanted to make an heirloom guide specifically for a while, and I can't because that is not working properly. And as far as I know, Blizzard's not going to fix it anytime soon, which, you know, unfortunate. BFA was good. Gearing was bad. I don't know. There's a guy documenting his entire experience on YouTube. He got into an 11 Vortex Pinnacle at 382 when never seeing the dungeon before. It was super wholesome. That's nice. Shadowlands Classic, yikes. Wish you got to see Mythic Denathrius. Got stuck in SLG, but only had like 15 pulls on Sludgefist. Honestly, that was one of the things I really liked about Season 4, because I did finally get to prog, quote-unquote, Mythic Denathrius. It was with, like, you know, all of the special modifiers and stuff, and it was slightly easier because of the tuning, so it wasn't a one-to-one recreation of Mythic Denathrius prog, but we spent, like, a good 2 nights or something progging Fated Mythic Denathrius, and I still got to see the entire fight, and, like, I had to actually understand the mechanics, so I did at least get to experience the rest of Mythic Nathria in the end. But yeah, Mythic SLG was, like, a complete clusterfuck for sure. Ashara was really frustrating as a tank due... Oh yeah, I read that before. The Mana Pearl grind and your PTSD kicked in. You hate Nazjatar, yeah. You're playing the vanilla version, but you were supposed to play the Lich King version. How long would the grind take to get to 70 using a guide? So, since OP Squid, you're playing Classic, right? So, getting to level 70, it's going to take you, like, weeks. Like, strap in. Classic leveling is a slow process. Retail WoW is a completely different beast. I can get till 70. My current world record for 70, which did have some temporary buffs, it's 4 hours, right? I got up to 70. Completely different story for Classic. You can expect 4 weeks, right? It's just a very different game. A majority of your gold this X-Pack has come from flavor pockets? Yeah. From 61 to 70, you spam BGs to cap honor, so when you have 70, you have a full set of honor gear. Yeah, that's a decent idea if you like PvP. You've been running dungeons while questing. You were 20 before starting Red Ridge, and now you're 30 before even getting to the town in Red Ridge. So you keep doing Red Ridge Duskwood before going to Gorgrond? No. The moment you hit level 30, you can abandon Red Ridge and Duskwood. It's not really worth sticking around for. I mean, you could see in my Alliance world record, I literally cut Red Ridge Duskwood entirely. I didn't even go there. So yeah, it's absolutely not worth doing. I should use an XP bar weak aura that shows level and your XP rate for the stream to see. Yeah, I could see something like that. You know, if somebody was able to set a weak aura like that up, I could try using it. I didn't offend you? Okay, good. The point to killing the mobs is when you pop your garrison ability, you get an increased chance for specific quest items. Are you telling me that? That much I know, obviously. There are about 7 quests in the hub. Yeah, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, obviously I know that. I was making a completely different point. At that time where you're commenting, none of the ogre mobs even drop the items. It's the other stuff. It's Affliction Ridge that has all the stuff that drops the items. And I did Affliction Ridge for that exact reason, what you said. Some of us watch on a phone, so the level number is tiny. You end up using the zoom feature. Ah, that's a fair point. I didn't consider that. Yeah. For the new Mythic Plus pull, there should be a dungeon with really long RP, like 3 hours worth of RP and 20 minutes of actual dungeon. That sounds like fucking torture. Went from how are you already 70 to wow, you're still not 70. Exactly. Summed it up, Naomi. We had a guildie who was 63 before you started due to loading screen simulator, and you'd leveled 3 characters to 70 before he hit 70. Oh no. Yeah. Did you do any practice on the PTR, or beta, I guess? Because, I mean, I think a lot of people don't realize how much that actually helps. You know, if you go in completely blind, it can take you hours. But, you know, I did practice in the beta, so I had already gotten runs down to like 4 hours or sub 4 hours, right? You can climb 5 to 20 in 10 minutes by just ganking Murlocs. Yeah. You did it, champion. The chamber is secure. 4 hours is good, yeah. Very nice, starting the run soon. Very funny. Honestly, on the note of people watching on phones, suggestion for the stream, add some UI element that shows your level, and add a scene on stream, which is just a very zoomed in, cropped display. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, like fancy streaming things that I could do. I'll look into it eventually, right? I'm going to be honest, streaming, like, I don't know, stream tools or whatever, like adding fancy display elements, it's something that I've never really cared much about. I get that eventually it's something I want to do, but whenever I sit down and think, what do I want to spend my time on, right? It's just that is like the last bottom priority, right? And honestly, I think a lot of people will obsess about having the perfect stream. Like, you know, I feel fine shit-talking this dude because he was kind of an asshole. But there was this one guy, I won't drop his name, but a guy I raided with back in start of BFA and then again at the start of Shadowlands. He was the kind of person who comes back to a WoW expansion and is like, yo, are we raiding? Do you have a spot in your raid team? And then he like burns out and just quits, like, you know, into the first tier. He was that type of dude. But he was one of those people who wanted to be like a big streamer, right? And always was like talking about how, oh, like basically, you know, the type of people, the ones who never fucking shut up about their stream, who link their twitch.tv in like pug groups, and they're like, yo, throw me a follow if you get a chance, bros. Like that type of guy. And he would never stop talking about all of the shit that he was doing for his stream and whatnot. And like, you know, he had this whole fancy streaming room, and he had like soundproof padding on the walls, and he had like a super fancy mic and like this whole fancy setup. He had one of those like things with all the buttons on them that has like special effects that show up on the stream. And like, to be clear, right? Nothing is wrong with any of that. But the problem that you know, or I wouldn't say I had a problem with it, but the thing that always, like, I never understood is he spent so much time focusing on getting all of these extra things for, like, literally spending hundreds of dollars on all of these knick-knack bullshit things to improve his stream quality, and, like, he barely ever streamed. And, like, he would stream, like we played, what was it? I forgot what fucking game it was. Like, he sometimes streamed WoW. But he played Battle right? Like, he got me to try that with him. And he would get, like, 3 viewers playing Battle or something like that. And it was one of those things where, you know, if you want to do all the fancy stuff for your stream, right? Fine. Do whatever you want. Like, you know, don't let me tell you not to. But basically, he would act like, and sometimes... the thing that kind of irked me is he would say things like, you know, I need this for my stream. Like, you know, oh, like nobody's going to want to watch somebody who doesn't have like XYZ thing in their stream. And I think it kind of lends to this philosophy that a lot of people have where if they don't have the fanciest stream, yeah, what was it that he said that really annoyed me? He said something to the effect of like, if somebody clicks on my stream, I want them to click off because they don't like my personality, not because the quality of my stream is poor. And basically, he figured if he didn't have all these fancy things, people would just click on his stream and be like, this guy is like a boring setup or whatever. He doesn't have all these fancy things. I'm not going to watch him, right? And, I mean, do people actually watch streamers that way? Like, oh, this guy has a fancy mic and all these fancy stream effects. You know, my monkey brain tells me I like the stream because it has fancy little banners and all this. Like, who gives a shit? Like, it's the kind of thing where, like I said, it's nice. It's a bonus. If you have time to set that up, go for it. But so many people think that is like a requirement to stream. And it's like, I have always literally used a bare minimum setup. Like, my transition screen is something I threw together in MS Paint that, like, just automatically pops up whenever I'm, like, switching between PTR and stuff. I don't give a fuck, right? Like, and it has never had any impact on the quality of my stream. Like, when I first started making videos, my mic was fucking dog shit, right? So many people obsess about having, like, the perfect equipment, the perfect mic, the perfect computer, the perfect blah, 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 blah. And it's like, all that really matters at the end of the day is if your stream is entertaining or not. Everything else is just a bonus on top. So, I don't know. Like, I know that technically wasn't exactly the point that, you know, Naomi was making and a few other people brought up. Like, I get that all of that stuff is still helpful, and I will try to look into that when I get a chance. But that's the main reason that I've never really cared about it. It's just like, do I want to make a guide, you know, using my limited free time, or do I want to do fancy stream stuff? And fancy stream stuff always comes last. A lot of people saying GG for the max level stuff. Classic is not nice if you used to play with keybinds that cover your ability. Yeah. Step 1 in the item guide, wait for Blizzard to fix their shit. Exactly. Got really lucky with your Nax items this week. Opened 100 dented. I haven't done Nax, so I don't know what any of that means. But you got 3 lamented armor pieces. Oh, okay. All I understand is it's worth 2 million gold, so very nice. I have not messed around with the Nax stuff at all, but that is very, very nice. You'd be down to get some weak auras set up for me with the XP. Yeah, if you can, would be much appreciated. Especially now, like, I should have a bit more free time during this week once I finally finish the alt catch-up guide, so I may have time to focus on that. Like, after I finish the alt catch-up guide, my top priority in terms of, like, extra stuff is updating the Written Guide, at least for 10 to 60 and maybe some bonus stuff. But after that, I can look into doing, like, fancy stream things. I have a little bit of free time this week. Luxthos Experience Weak Aura, highly recommend. I can look into that. Another person said Luxthos is good. For 60 to 70, you join a Derame farm on the Forbidden Reach and Mob Grind. You end up with Soulbound Untapped Knowledge. Interesting, I've never heard of that. What gear is needed to speedrun to 70? I mean, you don't need any gear to speedrun to 70. If you look at my shopping list that it's pinned in the chat, I only really bring like a few bonus items. Like, I would say the most important gear that you could get is like the crafted gear, right? Like, the level 61 crafted pieces are generally fairly cheap and are really nice to have, so probably those. Those are the big ones. Everything else is just a nice bonus. But you can see all of the gear that I use for 60 to 70. It's on the sheet. Best part about Luxthos is you can see the average XP an hour. That's interesting. After rethinking that level image, just use a large weak aura? Yeah. Always wanted to get into Classic because you love the questing experience, but you're a brain-dead retail player, so you have no clue how to play it. I mean, practice takes perfect, right? Or, I butchered that. Practice makes perfect. You know, the more you play it, the more you're going to understand it. And I mean, there's a bunch of guides out there for Classic stuff. One of the nice things about Classic is that it is a solved game. So there is no guesswork. You don't need to worry about, like, is this guide correct? If you find a relatively popular, relatively good guide for Classic, it's probably correct just because there's so much information on the game at this point that it's kind of hard to get things wrong, so. You've always... I just read that. Usually those soundproof panels are actually terrible because they bought cheap ones off Amazon that do nothing. My dad said, what the heck is a Derame farm? Derame is a brain stroke in Portuguese. Oh boy. Spent over 3,000 on a streaming setup, but never streamed even once. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Like, obviously, at least this guy that I'm talking about, he tried to stream, which is fine, right? But, you know, there are a lot of people who, like, before they even start streaming, right, they'll get all that stuff. And it's like, just stream. Like, the best thing that you can do to get into streaming is just fucking do it, right? The advice that got me to make a video, because before I got into YouTube, I had always thought about making videos like that, and I thought about, you know, making various, like, content things. The thing that got me to finally put out a video is I was watching Alpharad's stream, and somebody, like, asked him in chat, like, what are your recommendations for, like, getting into YouTube? And he basically said, just upload shit, right? Like, don't hyper-focus on making the perfect video, on, you know, getting everything perfect. Just fucking upload something, right? And it may end up being complete dog shit and terrible, but who cares? As long as you upload one thing, then you can figure out how to improve it. And you just keep getting better from there until, you know, either you decide maybe it's not for you, or you decide that, hey, I actually like doing this and I've managed to improve it to a point. And I mean, obviously, I started doing that initially, but then I hit a point, like, about a year after I first started making videos, right? Like, I uploaded my first video, that one kind of blew up, and I made my guide, and I made a few other videos after that, but as I started making more and more videos, my views started dropping off more and more, because I just had no idea what I wanted to make. Like, I hit a really good idea with, like, the leveling speedruns, and those became popular, and my leveling guide became popular. But after that, I was like, I don't know how to keep up this momentum. I don't know what I want to do from here. I had no other ideas. And eventually, I just stopped making videos because I almost kind of put myself in a position where I'm like, there's no way that I can ever top the first video I made. So I'm just going to keep making worse and worse videos, and it's never going to be better than like my first greatest hit, right? And for that reason, I kind of stopped doing YouTube for like half a year. And when I finally got back into it, I kind of came at it with a mindset of, I'm just going to upload whatever the fuck I want. And I actually did daily uploads for a while. And some of those videos, in hindsight, are fucking garbage, right? But by uploading every single day and uploading videos that in hindsight, like I'm super disappointed by and I've privated, right? And I hate that I uploaded something that was frankly low effort. It helped me learn more about, you know, video editing and thumbnail creation and, you know, which titles generally get like better views and stuff like that. It helped me refine my content a lot more. And eventually I got to a point where my videos were doing consistently better and better for like relative for the time. And I was able to kind of figure out before I posted a video, I think this one's going to perform at this level, just based on the thumbnail, the editing, etc. And generally speaking, I was correct. And even to this day, I can usually predict how well a video is going to do. Sometimes a few will surprise me. And sometimes things like like I've said, the Onyx Amulet video, I did not expect to perform nearly as well as it did, but it did. So I get it wrong sometimes. But generally speaking, I can get a good feel on like, this is probably how many views this thing will get. And I kind of have gotten like a feel on, you know, thumbnails and titles and stuff like that. But it all comes with practice, right? Like I had to make hundreds of videos before I got to a point where I'm comfortable at that level, right? Let's see. If you're spending on stream, get a decent $80 to $150 mic setup. Biggest part is getting a decent cheap mic arm. Yeah, I don't even have a mic arm. I should probably do that at some point, to be honest. But I just have a Yeti mic sitting on my desk. Which is why sometimes there's like weird echo noises, because like you can hear bumps slightly. It picks it up a little bit because like the mic will rattle slightly. But I've gotten like decent noise cancellation software that tends to cut out all of like the other noises. Like way back when my keyboard clicks used to pick up really like highly in the audio, and after using NVIDIA Broadcast tends to cut all of that noise out. So that tends to make it easier. If you're doing YouTube as a job, it's a tax write-off. Obviously, yeah, it's completely different if you're actually doing this, you know, full time, right? But quite frankly, even right now, I still don't have money to throw around on like hundreds of dollars of streaming equipment, you know. Hundreds of dollars is still a lot to me at this moment. So even if it is a tax write-off, there's still other things that I can spend it on that's more useful. When you first start, oh, so I said something about the fact that you could hear the keys. An owner who has been here for a while said, when you first started streaming, the pounding of the keys echoed in our brains. Yeah. Yeah. You can thank NVIDIA Broadcast for cutting that noise out. I didn't even read that message before I commented on that. That's good. Same with best in slot gear. All that matters is player knowledge. Exactly. Question, what are the fastest classes to level? Oh, somebody... Wow, Fedog actually pulled that out of my FAQ. Thank you. I appreciate it. Same with writing, same with many other things. Exactly. Can you still get the Unstable Elemental Confluence? Yes, you can get this by doing the Primal Storms in Dragonflight. It's still available. My dad said he does live training nowadays. Naomi is right on mic being critical. He also uses a Yeti. Yeah, I guess if you are showing your camera, which I guess, like, you know, eventually maybe I should work on that. And yeah, obviously my dad works for Amazon, so he got like all of his fancy setup stuff as part of his job, right? I do think that, yeah, what Naomi said is true. Like, your microphone is the most important part of your setup. Like, if you're gonna spend money on anything, mic quality matters the most. Camera, if you're showing your face, a little bit, but, you know. Face cam when, I don't know. I'll think about it. My dad always nags me to show my face, right? But it's, you know, I've shown my face once in a video before, so it's not like I've never shown my face before. I'd imagine there's probably a few people, maybe even in the chat, who have at least seen that leveling video, but I did like a brief face cam one time, and I have a face cam, but like, my dad plays WoW? No. Well, he used to play WoW. I always try to get my dad into WoW, and then he plays for like 5 minutes, he keyboard turns, he dies to something stupid, and then he's like, I'm too old to play this game, and then he stops playing it. So, my dad got me into WoW back in like 2004 when I was like 5 years old, so he has played WoW before. It's just, these days, you know, he's too old and stubborn to actually learn. And he'll always say he's too busy. He's too busy, too busy. He's working on XYZ thing. He has to get some presentation set up for, you know, his job or whatever. Your friend was disappointed in her $120 mic upgrade not being that good. Talked her through mic positioning with a mic arm. Yeah, definitely. I've looked into it, and like whenever I found things about like how to improve my mic quality, almost all of the things I found basically say get a mic arm. And admittedly, with my current setup, there's not really anywhere great that I could place some mic arms, which is the reason why I haven't really bothered to get one yet. But it is definitely true that from everything I've read, mic arms help a lot. If you or anyone else ever wants advice and stuff like that, was part of how you earned a living for some years. Interesting. Guess you're catching it. Not necessarily the end. Maybe I should swap over now just so. Let me. I'll just change the title. Classic Hardcore Druid. I'll just do level 5 to 10 Druid. I'll swap over to Classic Hardcore now. What does speedrunning my dad mean? That is... You want to fucking rephrase that? That doesn't sound good. Hold on. WoW Classic Era PTR. There we go. Hold up. Yeah, exactly. I think he meant to type speedrunning with my dad. What happened to the hardcore shaman and switched to druid? The hardcore shaman's still alive. I can show it. Here, let me, I've told my dad that if he wants to level at some point, like, one thing that I think could be cool is, like, leveling with my dad and my sister, I think. I'll have to talk my sister into that at some point, because I know her schedule is a little bit more rigid. Need to see me playing hardcore? Yeah, I've played a bit of hardcore, but yeah, that's what I'll be doing for the rest of the stream. So, the Demon Hunter speedrun ended, obviously, but, at least for, like, another hour or two, I'll do some classic hardcore. What class did my dad play? My dad played a hunter. My dad played a hunter named Fern Beast for pretty much the entire time he played WoW. He started back in vanilla. I also started back in vanilla because he got me into the game. And he played a hunter all the way through Wrath at the very least. My dad, you want to do a run where I'm carrying you? How would that be interesting? Why would I carry... Boosting my dad does not sound like an interesting video. Look, if you want to end up in a stream, you're going to have to put in the effort, okay? You're going to have to actually level up. You know, I'll teach you the speedrunning route, and you can figure it out. And that, you know, maybe we'll make a video. No. I'm not going to let you just sit there, get boosted, and be the peanut gallery. I know you think you're hilarious. Board casting Chain Lightning and switch to casting Wrath? Pretty much, Owner, yeah. Now, the Shaman's still alive. I can even log in on him just to show. Pretty much, I haven't touched him at all since the last time I streamed the Shaman. You know, he's still just, you know, chilling in the crossroads. It's just, I mean, oh, Ibrahim Haji, I just saw, like, the pop-up. Oh, there's actually a nice little thing now that says, celebrate the first super chat from Ibrahim Haji. So it shows if it's the first time somebody's donated. That's neat. But Ibrahim Haji, I think that's how you say it, said, have a great night. You have work in 3 hours. I don't know why you're still up. Oh, well, now I feel bad. Sorry to keep you awake, but thank you, Ibrahim. I appreciate it. New video idea, Harlden's dad speed leveling using his guide. I mean, if my dad wants to set aside the time to do it, you know, absolutely. I'll even give commentary. But it sounds like he'd rather just get boosted because he's lazy. But yeah, so, Owner, the main reason I swapped to Druid is, I kind of talked about this before, but I want to try dungeon tanking at least. I think it could be fun. So I'm going to try dungeon tanking on a bear. and that is going to be my eventual goal for this character. I also kind of wanted to try out Alliance, and I haven't played a Night Elf on Classic in forever. So, that's the main reason that I swapped over to Night Elf. Give a few weeks for your schedule to improve? Okay. Bet. I'll count on that. Be honest, is your dad trash at the game? Oh, my dad is fucking horrible. He is absolute dog shit at World of Warcraft. He always has been, and he knows that. I'll tell him that. Like, the last time I think I remember playing with my dad, he tried to tank, and he played a druid, and I did Scholomance with him and my friend Paul. And my friend Paul was basically just tagging mobs and dragging them back. And my dad's sitting there, like, keyboard turning in panic, like, I don't know what button to press. And then Paul is just kiting the mobs halfway across the dungeon while my dad just sits there in panic. It was an absolute disaster. I've tried to teach him, but I played once with my sister and my dad back in Shadowlands. And I was giving them both advice. And my sister, who, mind you, has never played WoW before, or had never played WoW up until that point, was, like, understanding what I'm saying. And she was like, oh, okay, like, you know, figuring things out as I explained it. And my dad is sitting there like, oh, I don't get it. You're explaining this too fast for me. Oh, you need to slow down and give more detailed explanations. And then I'd have to, like, get away from my computer, go all the way over to his room, and, like, go over his shoulder and, like, point at things on his screen. Like, no, click on this quest, click accept, do that. And he's like, oh, see, when you slow down and explain it like that, it's much easier. But, you know, you always assume that I know everything. Meanwhile, my sister, who has never played WoW, is understanding these explanations that he calls too complicated. So, I don't know. I feel like he does it on purpose half the time. He just tries to be stubborn just for the sake of it. You were okay as a hunt. Your favorite story to tell, to give you an idea of the kind of player that my dad is, and he loves telling this story, right? When he played a hunter back in Dire Maul, an original, like, vanilla, like, back in 2005, he got yelled at by a group because he didn't know at level 40 that you could have different settings on your pet. So he was doing Dire Maul as a hunter, his pet was on aggressive, pulling half the dungeon, and the group kept yelling at him, saying, Hunter, put your pet on, like, defensive or whatever. And he had to ask them, like, wait, what's defensive? And he loves telling this story, because he was always like, oh, it's so funny, I got all the way up to level 40 and never even realized I could change my pet. And then he sits here saying he was okay as a hunter. Yeah, alright, dude. I mean, you kind of figured it out later, but, I mean... I guess grading on a curve, you were better at Hunter and Wrath than you were when you didn't know how to set your pet's defensive, but, you know, I don't know. I don't know if I would really call that good at Hunter. Particularly with Paul messing you up. Yeah, I will say, tanking with Paul, or learning to tank with Paul, is always an interesting experience. I learned to tank with Paul, and not gonna lie, it was a fucking nightmare. But the thing about tanking with Paul is if you actually absorb the lessons, and, you know, if you react quickly enough to Paul's think fast moments, where he pulls half the dungeon and kites it back onto you, you will eventually learn how to tank. I mean, I've gotta say, it worked for me, right? Paul did some really crazy shit when he was teaching me how to tank, and in the end, I'd like to think that I turned out to be a pretty fucking good tank. So, you gotta trust the process. The problem is you gave up too early. That's why you never became a great Guardian Druid tank. You were aggressive, everyone else was a bunch of wimps. Alright. Dad and son stream, yeah. I mean, he always says he wants to do that. But then he never has the time, right? So. But then he'll sit here in my stream chat and, like, meme on me for hours. But he's also, like, I'm pretty sure he's getting work done while he does this. The son is always better at games than the dad. I will say, speaking of son being better at games, yeah, he's working while he's... Yeah, I know. Speaking of that, I remember, when I was little... And I would play, like, my dad would always play racing games with me. Like, we had, like, a Speed Racer game or something like that. And one thing that my dad was very good at is, like, racing games. He still plays on his phone. He has, like, a I forget what it's called, like Forza something. So that's like the one genre of game he actually like really plays. And he would like play it against me as a little kid and just absolutely demolish me, like beat my time by a mile. And, you know, I remember my mom was always like, why don't you, you know, let him win to, you know, make him feel better about it, or like, you know, at least not go be so competitive when you're playing against your son. And he was like, oh, fuck that, you know, how is he going to learn if I go easy on him? So at least my dad had that mindset, right? Oh yes, and Indiana Jones. The first game that I ever played with my dad was, or well, I guess one of the first games, because technically Battle for Naboo was first, right? That was way back when. But yeah, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb was a game that I played with my dad for quite a while. I think I mentioned it at some point on stream, but I actually went back and I found it on Steam and then I played through it again. And it holds up surprisingly well. I would say, for whatever reason, anyone's looking for, like, an old game from the early 2000s to play that actually has aged very well, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. Actually, really fun game. It's like, obviously the graphics are outdated, but the controls still feel really good. And it still feels like a pretty fun, it's like, you know, a standard game, right, where there's, like, a lot of different levels, and you have to, like, solve little puzzles, and obviously, you know, it's Indiana Jones, right, so you fight Nazis and whatnot, but the combat still feels actually quite nice and, you know, really fun. What a nice chill stream. You gotta go work tomorrow. Ah, sucks to hear, but, you know. It's like you made it for most of the stream anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. I don't really know if I'm going to get all the way to level 10 with this. I think I'll probably, like, quest up until the point where I feel, like, tired, and then I'll stop. Because it is already 8 p.m., which is, like, pretty fucking late. Why not on Twitch? No reason to be. I honestly, I don't really think Twitch has any redeeming qualities. Like, what would I gain by switching to Twitch? It's a question that gets asked a lot, but, like, I just have no interest in it. The main reason why most people are on Twitch, you got to keep in mind, is like, back when, you know, YouTube and Twitch were first starting out, like, YouTube really had no actual streaming support, right? So, if you were somebody who made YouTube videos and you wanted to stream, Twitch was really your only serious option. But by the time that I started making videos, well, YouTube streaming was already a completely viable way to stream. So why would I go ahead and stream on Twitch where, you know, my audience is not on Twitch, right? When I could just stream on YouTube and all of my audience is already here. There's just no reason to split up your audience like that. The only thing is, like, back in the day when YouTube streaming wasn't an actual viable thing, obviously people had to stream on Twitch. And nowadays, if you've already established yourself on Twitch as, like, that is where you stream, then obviously, yeah, you're gonna stick around there and continue streaming on Twitch. But obviously there was the whole drama where, like, Twitch was basically kind of forcing people to stick with it because of, like, the really shitty contracts and whatnot. So a lot of the people that started streaming on Twitch are kind of stuck streaming on Twitch as a result. They've loosened it up now, I think, but yeah, I really don't think there's any merit to it. Also, I guess I should probably go tailoring or learn professions now that I'm in, like, the main town in the center. I'll at least pick up, like, herbalism and skinning. Skinning, definitely, because there's a lot of stuff that I can get. But we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really had any interest in streaming on Twitch, personally. Yeah, before I forget... Oh, I should at least grab this chest while I'm here. But after I grab this chest, I'll head back to town and get some of, like, that stuff set up. I want to be really careful about this, though, because I don't want to accidentally pull multiple mobs. Getting a potion is nice, though, because if I need it for an oh shit moment, that is going to be quite helpful. You just got caught up. It's so weird not hearing me at 2x speed. Yeah, a lot of times I like watching streams on 2x speed when I'm catching up, so I feel that. I gotta be careful. These guys actually hit kind of hard. But I'm saving my mana, and I'm just auto-attacking. It's helping me train staves, which is nice. Oh, is this guy... Fucking... This stupid mob is gonna keep healing. Okay, I'm gonna throw a few wraths into him. And I'm gonna at least put a rejuve on myself. That's what it... Yeah, that's rejuve. I thought that was what the icon was. Oh, no. No. Okay. I did not want that to chain pull into more mobs. That would have been scary. Hey, Vetro, good to see you. Let me make sure I didn't miss any messages. I think I caught up on all the messages earlier, so we're good. Okay, how do I want to handle this pull? It's going to be a little bit sketchy. I don't know if these guys will pull together. Okay, they will. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. Can I just, like, kite around this log and just Moonfire spam this guy down? They can't really hit me. Like, this... Oh. Well, they full healed. I don't think I can open chests in combat, unfortunately.
I can't cast that yet.
Oh, it resisted. God damn it. I mean, this is, like, technically speaking working, but also if, like, the Night Saber guys respawn, then I'm kind of fucked. And these mobs can heal, so this isn't really a sustainable solution here. Maybe eventually I can chip it down? I'm not entirely sure. Oh, it's healing. Okay, well, it at least didn't heal to full. I can't really drain its mana. Okay, that one evade bugged. Okay, they both evade bugged. Yeah, I don't really think... Maybe? No, because they pulled again. The only thing I can think is maybe if I get one of them to evade bug, and the other doesn't. Okay, that one evade bugged. So if I manage to tag this guy before the other one is up, like this, that worked. Okay, we're clear. So while the other was evade bugged, I managed to pull this one out. So now I can kill this one alone and deal with the other one after. Honestly, having Moonfire is also super nice. Also make sure to refresh Thorns after this. Okay. I'm quite happy with myself that worked out. I wasn't sure if I can split them up. I was kind of like, initially I was hoping one would just evade leash and the other would keep attacking me, but, I mean, that kind of works too, so. Let's see, yeah, now I should be able to just solo this one fairly easily. As long as that other mob doesn't respawn directly on top of me, I think I'm chilling. What I'm really hoping for is that this chest contains a bag, because obviously additional bag space here. I did manage to get the small brown pouch the other day, which was pretty huge. But any extra is always welcome. Alright, come on. Small green pouch. Green, red, or blue. One of the other colors. Alright. 3 healing potions, actually not the worst. I'll take that. And the mobs are just starting to respawn, so perfect timing. Also, there's rares around the zone that I should look out for. I tried to find rares on my Tauren Shaman, but every single time I got close to one, somebody else was killing it, so I think I only managed to get one of the Gnolls. But it would be nice to get the rest of the ones in Teldrassil. I know there's one, like, maybe not a rare mob, but there's like an encounter off the top of Teldrassil if you run off, where like mobs spawn behind you or something like that. I vaguely remember that from way back when I first played a Night Elf. And I still need Strigid Owl Feathers. Quickly eat and drink. I'll also need to get more food when I head back to town. I should probably restock on that now that I have 3 silver. It's like a decent amount. And anyone who has played Druid in Classic, do you happen to know when I get forms, like bear form, cat form? Because the earliest I've played Classic Druid is TBC, and it was the character that I used my, the Dark Portal Pass thing on, which, you know, yes, I did buy that. I know some Classic purists will probably be upset. What race class do I recommend for beginners in Classic? I mean, I would always say, right, like, play the one that you think looks interesting. If you're talking about, like, ease of leveling, then pretty sure Hunter is, like, an easy early pick. Bear is 20, Bear is 10, Cat is 20, Aqua is 14. Alright. That's good to know that I get Bear fairly soon, then. I'm surprised you get Cat that late. I didn't realize. And are there any other forms? Like, do you have to talent into getting, like, Boomkin form and stuff? Not that I'm actually going to play it, but I guess just out of curiosity. I'll vendor the leg meat. And vendor all of this stuff. And I'll hold on to the rest of the things. How much longer will I be live streaming? I don't have, like, an exact time. But, like, I don't know, maybe another hour or so. Honestly, like, whenever I feel like stopping, kind of, whenever I hit a good stopping point. Maybe I'll do all of these quests or something, and then I'll stop then. Hard to say. Where are the trainers here? I see, like, class trainers and stuff. I know Bloodhoof Village had a lot of profession guys. Okay, there's a cooking trainer over there. Like, is there somewhere I could learn skinning here? Or maybe you can't learn skinning in the small town. I'll at least learn this. Oh! Wait, there's a bonus quest. Huh. Small spider legs. Cool. Well, I'm glad I learned cooking, then. And go over here, cooking through this there. Don't you need to do a quest line to get aquatic form? Maybe. I, don't know for sure. I have mild spices, and get 5 herb-baked eggs. Moonkin's part of the balance tree, and skinning is almost all the way to Darnassus in a hut. Oh, that's way less convenient than Bloodhoof Village. Huh. I'm also gonna eat this real quick to get a food buff. There's a quest line for all forms? Ah, okay. How long/difficult is the bear quest form? Like, will I be able to reasonably pick that up at level 10 without much difficulty? Or is that the type of thing where I'll probably need to wait a little while? Okay. Herbalism's here. I figure I'll pick that up since I've been encountering a lot of herbs around here. Bear is easy? Okay, that's good to know. I guess I kind of want to pick up skinning, so I'll probably head over to grab that. I also would like to get first aid, because bandages will definitely be nice to have. Oh, first aid trainer is right here. I kind of figured it would be in this building. Food and drink. Ooh, what is this? Versicolor treat. That's neat. It's identical, though. I guess this is just a fancy Night Elf version of the basic items. Huh. And I guess I'll just get some bean soup. Why not? Throw that over there. It's kind of weird, like, how much does this cost? Oh, fuck, 1 silver. Maybe I shouldn't have spent all my stuff on that. I can learn first aid later. It's kind of weird to think that Teldrassil is now, like, destroyed on retail. It's such an iconic zone. Definitely feels like a weird choice. I guess you can technically go there still, right? Like, with phasing. But lore-wise, Teldrassil's fucking gone. Like, I was never a big Night Elf player, but I can kind of understand why so many Night Elf players were a little bit pissed off. Considering, you know, Undercity was basically the least popular city anyways, so nobody really cared that, you know, oh, it got bombed. Bear is easy at 10, but the Moonkin boss you have to fight can be sweaty if you get resists. Gotcha. I mean, I'm not planning on going Moonkin anyway, but that is still good to know. Let's see. Good riddance to the tree hippies. Damn. That's brutal. Where is this rare? Thregil. Can I find Thregil, like, in the open world, or is he, like, in a cave somewhere? Oh, and there's Silverleaf. Do I have... I forget if I start with track herbs at all. I'm gonna just drag my add-ons over here. Don't really need any of these. Decided I'm gonna switch to retail. How does my guide work? Does it tell me each quest I need to do? No. So, if you want to follow my guide, right, like, it's on my website. There's also a video guide. My guide is, like, more big picture stuff, right? It doesn't go through literally every single quest. It'll just tell you, do this zone, right, and just go through it. I would say if you're a brand new player, though, like, you can follow my guide, and it still will be fast, but don't worry about leveling up as fast as possible. Like, I think a trap that you can kind of find yourself in is trying to reach the end game as quickly as possible. The best thing about WoW is the learning experience. It's, you know, taking your time, figuring things out, and having fun, obviously, most importantly. So, like, I would say go to the zones that my guide recommends. Like, if you're playing Horde, go to Silverpine Forest. If you're playing Alliance, go to Red Ridge Mountains. But don't worry about, like, being efficient or finding all the fancy things. Just go to the zones, follow the quests that you see, and just try to figure out how to play your class and, you know, figure it out as you go along, kind of thing. World of Warcraft is, admittedly, a very hard game to learn. It can be kind of overwhelming at first. And the absolute worst thing you can do for yourself is to try and rush the learning process and just try to figure out everything immediately. You know, it takes time to get there. Track herbs is in the spellbook, and while you don't need this in hardcore, you have to refresh it every time you die. Oh, yeah. Well, I would hope I don't need to refresh it then, or there's never a situation where that happens. That's good to know, though. I appreciate it. Find herbs. I guess I'll put this here on the off chance that I eventually go mining and need to switch. You just planted a new Nelk tree seed, don't worry. Cool. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's, like, the entire premise of, like, the next major patch, right? Like, we're gonna go to the new Emerald Dream World Tree place. So that should pop up into the story eventually. No problem, OP Squid. All level 5, 15, etc. Food is identical, but depending on where you go, there's a theme. Cool. I didn't realize that there was, like, different types of food for everyone. I'm used to, like, ice cold milk, refreshing spring water, tough hunk of bread. I haven't played, like, enough different classic races to really remember that, but that's neat. Wait, does it, Oh, it does send a message in guilds. So you can see that I've never seen this message before, but you can see in chat, Biwi has died, and then Biwi has gone online, Biwi has left the guild. Probably, you know, character deletion, right? I still have yet to witness somebody's death with my own eyes, which I guess sounds kind of morbid, right? When I put it like that, but I kind of want to just see what happens, like how somebody gets themselves killed, you know? Like, do they just overpull and fuck up catastrophically or something like that? I don't know how else they would end up dying. But at least I've seen somebody die in guilds. I don't know what level they were. I didn't have a chance to check before they went offline. I don't think I've ever seen that message either before. Of, like, somebody dying. So is the Forsaken area. Yeah, but, like, who cares about the Forsaken area? You know, it is a boring area anyway. Also, I have no idea where I'm going, but I think this is the area that I should be heading to for this quest. I'm guessing because I saw, like, the cave icon, or... Okay, I officially have no idea where I'm going. I'm going to go into this cave. And... Alright, it's empty. Okay, yeah, I have no idea where this quest is. I'm just going to keep following the road, then. I'd imagine this is for, like, a class quest or something. Oh, and if I were to go over this hill, I could fall into Shadow Glen. I didn't realize this was right on the border of that. Cave hyperspawns can be a real killer? Yeah. One of the main pieces of advice that I've heard for classic hardcore is just stay out of caves whenever you can. So. You cared that we lost Undercity? Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine some people miss Undercity, but Teldrassil probably had a bigger impact. There's a cave behind where I trained first aid. Ah, okay, that's probably where the quest is then. I'm gonna jump off this cliff. I'm fine. Okay, that cliff doesn't look fine. You love Undercity? Man, a lot of people like Undercity, apparently. I will say, Undercity is like my go-to spot for doing auction stuff in Wrath Classic, just because the bank and auction house are so close together, so... I can kind of understand the people liking Undercity. I also really like Thunderbluff. Thunderbluff is like... Yeah. Thunderbluff is in Classic where I have all my bank alts parked. I have a lot of bank characters just chilling by Thunderbluff. That one also has really close auctioneers and bankers and stuff. Also, maybe I shouldn't be fighting orange mobs here. I'd imagine that's probably a terrible idea. Okay, yeah, this is actually spooky. I'm getting a lot of resists, a lot of parries. I got, like, fairly low here. I think that this is one of the sketchiest fights I've done so far in Classic. I'm gonna fuck right off out of here. Not gonna risk that. Thunderbluff is vibing. You love that you don't need to walk in anywhere. Yeah, I agree. I really like Thunderbluff. I think more people liked Undercity than the Big Tree. I mean, aesthetically, Teldrassil is pretty cool. Oh, there's Silverleaf back here. I'm gonna go grab this. The boss for... Oh, I see what you're saying. The boss for the bear quest is a Moonkin. Gotcha. Resists can make the quest a bit difficult, but I should be fine. Cool. I just saw that. I hope they release death stats and the Murloc pack is the #1 killer. What's the Murloc pack? I haven't leveled in Elwyn Forest yet, which I'd imagine is where it is. But is there, like, a notorious pack of Murlocs in Elwyn Forest or something that, like, kills a lot of people? One thing that I heard is for Alliance players, apparently Defias bandits are, like, really deadly. So, that's the only one that I really know about. The Westfall Murloc pack? Oh. Yeah, I just know there's Murlocs in Elwyn Forest, so I assumed, but... Yeah, that's what I meant. I don't know where it is. Harry Haste can also kill people fighting oranges, especially if the mob has Thrash. What's Thrash? I'm not like super knowledgeable about like the ins and outs of classic combat. I know like enough because I rated briefly in classic, but it was like the furthest I did was whatchamacallit, Molten Core. Molten Core and Onyxia. I didn't really rate in classic past that, so some of the intricacies and like abilities and stuff like that, not super familiar with. Thrash is an extra hit. So if you parry haste a mob and it's like it's a higher level or something, if it gets like multiple hits, you can just get comboed, is what you're saying? I guess that makes sense, yeah. Harvesters in Westfall? Gotcha. Gazuz in Skull Rock? I did hear that Skull Rock was apparently very deadly. I mean, it is a cave, right? So, makes sense that it would be kind of sketchy. But yeah, I could definitely see that being the case. I'm not high enough level for Mage Royal yet. What level is this? Okay, this guy's only level 5. I can take him easily. Skull Rock is unofficial first dungeon for every Horde. Yeah. I'll have to... I still haven't decided what I'm going to play yet, because, like, I'm kind of torn, right? On one hand, I mean, you guys know at this point, I mostly play Horde, right? So, you know, both in retail and in Classic, I almost always play Horde. But at the same time, I've heard some very strong arguments for why Alliance is basically mandatory for anyone who wants to do, like, raiding or dungeons and stuff in hardcore. And, yeah, it does seem like, you know, having the blessing, like Blessing of Salve? Yes, Salvation. That does seem like absolutely critical. So, I feel like anyone actually attempting that will kind of need to be Alliance. So, I don't know for sure if I will want to try that stuff, but I feel like on the off chance that I want to at least give classic hardcore raids a shot, I wouldn't want to gimp myself and be on like the wrong faction where, you know, there maybe aren't enough people to do that and stuff like that. So, oh, here's the Skinner guy. Nice. Does he sell a skinning knife though? Oh, maybe this person does.
I am listening.
No. Okay. So you're the skinning trainer, but you don't even have the decency to sell me a skinning knife? Fucking asshole. Not having Salvation means the warriors can't go Super Blaster with Thunder Fury? Yeah. I guess that's another problem for Horde, right? You know, not only do you not have Salve, but, you know, with Shamans, right, you can't fully benefit from, you know, Wind Fury and stuff like that because you risk doing too much damage and pulling threat. So yeah, I could see that being a problem. And yeah, it's like, as much as I kind of would want to play Horde, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of pigeonholed into Alliance, but at the same time, the way that I'm justifying it to myself, because I think I may end up playing Alliance on the hardcore release, is A, I played Horde for the original vanilla release, right? And I've been playing Horde for the vast majority of my time in Classic. So it actually could be fun to try something new, and this time, play Alliance, right? Now that there's like a really strong reason to do so. So that's one fun thing. But also, like, I don't know, I mean, kind of for the same reason, I haven't played Alliance as much, so it would be interesting to experiment with it. We'll see. But I think that may end up being what I do for it.
Still recharging.
The skinning trainer is like those YouTubers that teach about making money but always say not financial advice. Yeah, exactly. God. I love watching videos criticizing people like that, like Kira TV, CoffeeZilla, all those videos. That's like half the shit that I watch on YouTube. People dunking on like dumb financial gurus. Absolutely love those. Gazas kills so many along with Fizzle. Oh yeah, Fizzle Darkclaw. Man, even in, like, original Classic, I remember Fizzle killing so many people. I had to pull, like, super carefully when I did that, like, back in the day on my warrior. I figure I may as well head to Darnassus while I'm here. Is there anything I need in Darnassus? I could set my Hearthstone here. It's not like I'm going to use my Hearth to return to, the other place. And I could drop something in my bag. Or in my bank, I mean. Store things. What do I want to store, though? I guess my herbs. I'm not going to use any of these herbs right now. There's also the barrows here in Teldrassil that get spooky. Yeah. I haven't really done old Teldrassil a lot, so it'll be a learning experience for me for sure. Because when I did, what's it called, Mulgore and Early Barons on my Tauren, obviously I'd already played through that on Original Classic before, so I was at least somewhat familiar with generally how the quests play out. But here, maybe I'm not doing all of these quests for the first time, per se, because I'm sure I did them back in, like, 2005 or something, but it has been a very long time since I've done any of the Night Elf quests, so it's, like, mostly a learning experience for me. Hello, Eduardo Arroyo. Greetings from Mexico City. Oh, cool. Mexico City sounds cool. I've never been to Mexico. I've been to South America, because I've been to Brazil and Argentina a few times, but never been to Mexico.
I am listening.
Let me drop some stuff. I guess I'll hold on to my small eggs, because I can get more herb-baked eggs eventually. But I can drop this in here. Small spider leg. Are these tradable? Small spider leg is tradable. Oh, so you can automatically complete the quest on an alt by doing that. Huh. And I'll drop Peace Bloom in here.
Farewell.
Anto said, "Hi, this is the first time you caught my stream. Awesome. Good to have you here." Where is... I forgot how pretty the Darnassus map is. Like, this is such a cool design for the map. It's just so different. Where's the inn? I guess I'll talk to this quest giver. Can I pick up this quest? Questy says I can. Yeah, looks like I can. It's because those dang ads around him spawn so frequently. Also, his imp... Yeah, the imp on Fizzle Darkclaws absolutely trucks. I remember that much.
Hello.
Speak to Amora in Temple of the Moon. Alright. You really want to roll Horde? You did for Bloodsail Hardcore and got your lock all the way up, but the raid scene is not it. You never got for your ideal build though. You need 100. Oh, you'd 100% need Salve for Shadow Bolt crits. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like... Because let's say, even if I am able to reach max level on Horde, and I, whatchamacallit, like, and I find, like, enough people to raid Hardcore Classic or something like that, even then, I feel like I would be disappointed in not being able to play the theoretical perfect version of my tank spec because I need to, like, play around the lack of salve. I guess for tanks it's a little bit weirder, though. Tanks have, like, kind of the different problem, where I would imagine as tanks, you actually need to play more risky, and you need to build for threat much more on Horde side compared to Alliance. Because if you don't build for threat, then, you know, you risk getting your DPS killed. So they kind of have a different issue, right? But still, I wouldn't want to, like, potentially get myself killed because I'm trying to, like, be greedy with threat to help my DPS, and then I die to something stupid. So the nice thing about Alliance is I would imagine I can play a lot safer without risking losing threat as a tank. So I think that would be nice. Lady Sathra's Spinnerets. She dwells along the northern borders of Teldrassil. Okay. I'd imagine I definitely don't want to do this quest anytime soon, because that seems really spooky level 12 quest right now. I can head out and I'll set my Hearthstone before I leave. Yeah, like you said, kind of forced to go ally for the inn. Okay. I love the little flavor text here. I feel like you don't get this as much. I don't really stop to read it these days anymore. But, like, it caught my eye, like, has the sun risen already? Like, the little roleplay aspects of classic WoW just really add to the experience.
Farewell.
It's a fun little flavor thing for Night Elves. Teldrassil really is just, like, such a vibe. I love it here. I remember I enjoyed leveling Night Elves way back in, like, when I was really young. Oh. Way back in vanilla and stuff, just because it's such a aesthetically pleasing zone to level in. I mean, Dun Morrow is nice, don't get me wrong, like, snowy stuff is always fun, but that's one thing that I never really liked about the Horde zones, minus Mulgore. Mulgore is pretty chill. But, like, I hate the undead starting area. And Durotar is, like, fine. I've done Durotar a few times now, and it's okay. But nothing really matches, like, Teldrassil and that vibe and Darkshore and stuff like that. It's just, like, a different experience. Yeah, I feel like the more I explore, the more quests I get. I saw a quest somewhere earlier on Questy. Maybe it was this one that I was thinking of, Oben Rageclaw. I can get that while I'm wandering around. Also, what level can you create your own bags? Does anyone know? I know Horde had the recipe for Kodo Hide bag, but
I am honored.
I don't know about Alliance, like what they can do. I would imagine tailors can... I know they can craft their own bags at some point. I'm just not sure what level that's available to you. Also, whack. But I'll probably swap to tailoring at some point. Like, after I've got into Darnassus, hit level 10, I'm, like, ready to move on. If I haven't gotten any additional bags by looting mobs. Level 5. There's no leatherworking bags in Alliance, only tailoring. Gotcha. No, I more meant, what skill level, Goose Comics, do you, unlock bags for tailoring? Because I already picked up professions. I have skinning and I have, herbalism. But eventually, like, after I've picked enough herbs to use for whatever, and got into, like, Darnassus and completed Teldrassil, I'll probably craft any bags to fill slots that I don't have. So, I was just curious what level that was. I think I'm gonna... whatchamacallit? I'll do this thing, Road to Darnassus, and then I'm gonna head south, do the Sleeping Druid, and finish all of these other quests, and then turn it back in at Dalinar. Also, what is Jade File? Crown of the Earth is this stuff out here. Huh. 6-slot bags are 5 silver. Tailors, it's Mage Weave bag? Oh, definitely Mage Weave bag is not the first one. Okay, yeah, linen bags start at tailoring 45. Okay, that's not too bad. And those are 6 slots, right? Because I think 6 slots is, like, the smallest you can possibly get. Aren't there, like, 1 or 2 bags that, like, for whatever memey reason are extra small? But yeah, I figured the standard lowest bag size is 6. Okay, cool. Skinning will easily afford bags, just vendoring leather. Yeah. I mean, I'm a druid, right? So I also want to use that leather. Maybe I should pick up leatherworking. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do that instead. Instead of taking herbalism, I'm going to pick up leatherworking and actually use my skin stuff to craft gear. Because I did that on my shaman, and it actually helped out quite a bit. And I have armor kits and stuff, so I have to go to my skills, I think. Where is it? Oh, I have to actually click on it, herbalism, and then unlearn this profession. Right. There are some quest bags that are like 4-slot nonsense. Yeah, I thought I vaguely remembered that. I'm glad I'm not crazy. Because I was like, I could have sworn there was like a random 4-slot bag from something. But good to know my memory isn't completely off on that. Yeah, so what can I make at the start? Decent amount of things. I still need a skinning knife before I can actually do anything, so I'll at least get this quest out of the way, and then once I finish this one, I can head back to Dalinar, and I think I kind of... It's like, do I head back to get a skinning knife now? Or do I complete these quests and then pick up a skinning knife when I go turn in all of these quests? I guess it's probably better to do these quests while I'm here. Just saves time. 1-slot bags from Hollow's End, a thing in Classic. Are there 1-slot bags? Skinning knife can be bought in Dalinar? Yeah. No, I figured that was the case. I know there's like a general goods vendor, and they pretty much always sell skinning knives. I'm more so like debating, do I go back there right now? Yeah, you say do quest first? That's kind of what I was thinking as well. Man, what level do warriors get charge again? Pretty early. I forgot that charge was that soon. Oh, there's a dead person here. Inkosi died fighting these Gnarlpine dudes. Unfortunate. One thing that's kind of cool about the hardcore PTR is you can see here people from like all different regions are playing here. So there's like someone whose name is just, I assume this is like Chinese characters or something. I don't know for sure. But either way, it's cool because I never see names like that on, you know, on actual, like, the servers I play on. So it's kind of neat getting to see that. Getting to see people from, like, all different regions playing on the same server. It's one of the other cool things about, like, whenever I do PTR testing, even on retail, being able to play with European players is always nice, because, like, I have a lot of European viewers, and obviously I can't play with them normally, but sometimes the nice thing about PTR testing is they're able to, like, join in and help out. And that's always pretty fun. I should also be eating my herb-baked egg to refresh my food buff. The beta is global, all EU, and I don't know, what does APAC stand for? But yeah, definitely. Smallest bag size is 4, gotcha. Charge is level 6, cool, cool. There's a 1-slot bag, the penny pouch. Huh. The Sleeping Druid quest is in the Barrows. It's super spooky, just a warning. Well, now that's a challenge. If you're telling me something is dangerous, obviously now I gotta try it. Though I think, maybe before I do that, I think I might, maybe I don't do that right now. Maybe I just finish these quests and come back for that later after I've gotten some, like, leatherworking gear crafted and stuff. Penny pouch is retail only? Ah, gotcha. When did they add the penny pouch? Because now that you mention it, I vaguely remember, like, seeing that that existed. Like, what expansion did they finally add that? Cataclysm? Ah. Let's see. Go. Ooh. Alright, nice little scroll of protection. Ooh, these mobs respawn very quickly. I can kind of see why that guy died here. If you're not paying attention, I can see it being very easy to get trapped here. I got a few front flips in a row there. Asia Pacific. Oh, I see. Yeah. Just check to Wowhead, and TBC was when it was added. Ah. Where do you get the penny pouch again? Is it from, like, a holiday event or something? I can't remember. It's been a hot minute. Wait, somebody posted... Our brave brother, Spicy Mage the Mage, has died at level 9 in Dunmoreau to Frostmane Headhunter. His last words were, "I'm speedrunning, sorry." That's gotta be a meme, right? Because he's not actually dead. Yeah, I don't think he actually died, right? I think he's just this guy's shit posting in guild chat or something. Yeah. Because there's a guild message when somebody dies, right? Like, will show up. I'll help this guy out. That's the hard... Well, I know... I am aware that that is the message that the hardcore add-on sends, but what I'm saying is that when somebody dies in your guild, like in the... whatchamacallit? In the classic hardcore thing, it shows a message. It'll pop up and say something to the effect of, like... I think it's just like, X character has died. But there was no guild message when that person posted that, so that's why I thought he made it up. And also, there was no period at the end of I'm speedrunning, sorry. So, yeah, I think he just made up a post in guild chat for whatever reason.
Goddess, bless you.
Yeah. No, in Goose Comics, what I'm saying is the official hardcore servers have a separate message. It's like, you know, like in the yellow text here, it'll put in, like, I don't know if I can scroll up far enough. Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's already off the... But somebody died earlier, and when they died, there was a system message that said that, but there was no system message for Spicy Mage. So, yeah, I think he made it up. Yeah, and talents start at level 10, so I don't need to worry about that just yet. What quests do I still need? I need one small spider leg, and... Okay, so I just need to kill spiders is the main thing. I see, yeah. I understand the confusion, though. It is an interesting situation, so it took me a bit to, like, properly explain it. Oh, that Night Saber's coming right for me. TKE said, what happened to X-Realm groups? Do that only go X-Realm in the same... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, fuck, I still need a skinning knife, right? Sorry, bad typing. Yeah, TKA, you'd have to reword that. I'm not 100% sure. Wowhead loads the TBC version. Oh, it's from Hollow's End. Gotcha. For the penny pouch. Yeah, I thought it was from that or something. There's somebody in the guild named Glorvo. Oh my god, they're a level 11 dwarf rogue. Jesus Christ. That's a good name. Oh, there's a spider. Finally found one. It's kind of fun being in a guild for Classic. I mean, obviously the guild name is questionable, right? Like, Uwu. But at the end of yesterday's stream, somebody randomly invited me to this guild, so I was just like, fuck it, why not? And it's kind of cool having, like, the guild chat messages just pop up. Makes you feel more involved and stuff. Classic guilds, yeah, it's... Like, when I was on my Taran Shaman, I never got randomly invited to a guild. Or maybe I did, and it had a lame name, so I declined it. I can't remember. But Uwu is at least an amusing name, so I said fuck it and accepted it. So now I can... Do I get experience for this quest? I do get XP for that quest, okay. Oh, and this one gives a food buff. So I can... Can I train any more recipes? No. But I can, if I get more mild spices... So I'll get 5 more mild spices, and then cook some herb-baked eggs. Sometimes the random guild invites end up being pretty decent. Sometimes they're hot garbage. It's a fun/roll, yeah. Usually, if I get randomly invited to a guild and it has a name that isn't, like, Omega Cringe, I will at least, like, just kind of, like you said, roll the dice and go with it, but... Yeah. I don't really think I got invited to one on my Taran Shaman that I leveled the other day. Or the other week. At this point, yeah, it's been over a week since I leveled that character. But this one, I just figured, fuck it. Why not? What do I need for Calderai spider kebabs? Just small spider leg. Alright. Might as well make this then. Omega Cringe would be an Omega Cringe guild name, though. Yeah. True. Yeah, saying Omega Cringe is pretty Omega Cringe of me, I'll be honest. But there are certain, like, you know, phrases like that that have just, like, slowly crept into my vernacular over time. Just, you know, as I start hearing it more and more, it just starts to become things that I'll say. It's just, some things are fun to say. I don't know. Like, I've still resisted saying, like, oh man, that's Pog, or things like that. But every once in a while, like, if some of my friends will say, like, the same thing over and over, like, I remember, I always used to think that saying gaming was cringe, like, especially in the phrase of, like, oh man, we're gaming now. But I had a friend who said everything was gaming. Like, somebody would say like a cool story and he'd be like, yo, that's gaming, or something like that. And he just used it for everything. So I started ironically saying, like, whenever something would happen, it was my friend Zanquan, and whenever something silly would happen, like, or Zan would tell me a funny story, I'd be like, wow, Zan, that's really gaming of you, or something like that. And I would say it as a joke, and then eventually I just started fucking saying it normally, and I'm like, god damn it. Like, I tried to resist this, and eventually you just become corrupted. That's just how those things go, yeah. Happens to all of us, maybe not Pog, though, yeah. You usually join a guild, check the guild achievements, and if it has something you're missing, like the mounts or pets, you'll stay. Yeah, thankfully, most, like, long-time guilds tend to have all of those achievements covered. Where the fuck is the skinning knife vendor? I'm looking for, like, the general goods. Bowyer, clothier, maybe the innkeeper? It wouldn't be the innkeeper, because the skinning knife is sold by people who sell trade goods, right? That's the type of vendor that sells it. So where is the trade goods vendor? I can't fucking find them to save my life. It's mandatory that one person will be a super opinionated know-it-all. There will be a cringe lord posting questionable nonsense. It's like a sitcom trope for MMORPGs. True. The trade... Yeah, where is the trade goods vendor here? Maybe I'm blind, but I can't fucking find them. Oh, someone left the guilds. Is it because they died? Doesn't look like it. Oh, this is the herbalist. I'm guessing the trade goods vendor, it must be in, like, that tower. Like, on the second floor or something. That's literally the only place I haven't checked. I'm gonna feel real fucking stupid if it's, like, been directly in front of me and I just haven't seen it this whole time. Okay, food and drink vendor, priest trainer. That's the first aid dude. Upstairs? Ah! Okay. I got it eventually. This was like my next guess. Do I need anything else? I guess I'll need a bunch of coarse thread when I eventually craft leatherworking stuff. So I'm just gonna buy like 20 coarse thread now. That way I don't need to run all the way back to this dude whenever I do that. What does the general supplies person sell? Alright, this is where I get bags and stuff. Alright, well that's good to know. What's my all the things percent at? I don't even have all the things installed. I am not a collector. Just to make that absolutely clear. That is not my thing, right? I collect mounts in transmog that I am actually going to use. Like, if there's a transmog piece that I'm going to actually wear, I'll go out and farm it. If there's a mount that I'm actually going to use, I'll go out and farm it. But, like, the amount of mounts I have collected is, like, abysmally low. I have a handful of rare mounts. Like, I have Swift Zulian Tiger. That's, like, the thing that I always hop on whenever my friends are, like, comparing mounts and stuff like that. And I have a few other, like, decently rare, like, drop mounts and things like that. But I am not the type of person that, like, farms mounts and, like, wants to see number go up and stuff like that. I like to collect practical things. So, like, heirlooms, I collect a lot of those because, you know, I love a lot of characters and it's nice to have more. Same thing with, like, actually, the thing that I collect the most, where it's, like, relative to, like, traditional collectors, I probably have quite a lot, is toys. I collect a lot of toys. Because the thing about toys is there's, like, a lot that ends up being really useful in certain cases. So, for instance, like, right now, trying to think, obviously, like, Dollar on Hearthstone and Garrison Hearth are toys, right? But historically speaking, there have been a lot of cases where you can use, like, very specific toys to, like, break things. You know, a good example was, like, there was a red wooden sled where back in WoD, in challenge modes, we used to have somebody hop on the red wooden sled and they would get pulled through a wall. So you could, like, cheese dungeons by doing that. And basically just having all of the different toys so I can experiment with something like that. Another one is Dark Moon Seesaw. This has been patched, mind you, way long ago it got patched. But Dark Moon Seesaw, you used to be able to drop it against the wall, hop onto it, and then if you left it on the other side, it would, like, take you through walls. So that was, like, really fun as, like, a little cheese thing. So that's the main reason I like collecting toys, because there's a lot of practical use cases for that, but I don't know, not a big transmog collector, not a big mount or pet collector. Actually, I would say my pet collection, of all things, is slightly decent, just in terms of, like, actual battle pets that I use. Because I do like doing pet battles, but I don't collect, like, rare pets or anything. I have some rare pets, like a decent amount, but most of the pets that I've gotten are more for, like, they're good in battles or something like that, and that's why I have them. Collecting is omega cringe. Yeah. I mean, collecting is an omega cringe. I have a lot of friends who are big collectors. My friend Milk Supply is, like, a big mount collector. My friend Bolty is, like, one of the biggest mount collectors out there. Like, if you want to see somebody with an insane amount of achievements and stuff, my friend Cleo Boltra on Area 52, he has, like, almost every single achievement in the game. And he has, like, a shit ton of basically unobtainable mounts at this point. All this crazy shit. He's, like, the biggest collector I've ever seen. So, you know, I know a lot of people who enjoy doing stuff like that. I know you were just joking, though, by saying collecting is omega cringe, but yeah. I mean, I respect people who put in the time to do it. It's just never been really my cup of tea, personally. Okay, so where is this particular quest? The quest icon is here. I'm assuming this quest is either in this section of the cave, or it's, like, at the top there. I want to make sure I kill that guy before he runs away. This is also a really cool cave layout. I don't know if this is, like, unique to Teldrassil, but I don't remember seeing too many caves with, like, obviously the layout is identical to a lot, but all, like, the overgrowth and stuff like that, it's actually quite nice. Oh, fuck, 2 resists in a row. It's been unfortunate. Okay, well, Melanus's head... This has to be in this cave, right? Am I in the wrong spot? Is this not where I go for Twisted Hatred? I must be in the wrong spot, right? Because I don't see this guy anywhere. Huh. But I thought somebody said it was the cave behind the first aid trainer. So I think I'm in the right spot? Maybe? I don't know. Somebody said they made it to 24 and died to a DC. Oh, this guy. Rest in peace. Stone Fox. I think these mobs are going to pull together. Yeah, they did. Alright, I have healing potions if I need them, though, so I should be fine. Ah, shit, he got the cast off. Alright, time to whack this dude with my staff. Ooh. Big damage. Okay, and now I'm gonna quickly eat and drink. Oh, my mouse is freaking out. That would be a dumb way to die. This belt is worse than the one I have. Alright. You bind a lot of your toys to abilities. It's fun using a major power CD, wings, flipping table, bestial wrath with fireworks, or any interrupt with a loud whistle. Oh, funny thing about that. Goose Comics, are you aware of the classic slide whistle issue that somebody brought up on Reddit? This is like years old. So I would imagine anyone who didn't play back in like WoD or Legion probably wouldn't know about this. But back in WoD... Let me see if I can find... I think I bookmarked it somewhere. It's a classic post, though. Bookmarks... I might have bookmarked it on my phone. So, hold on. Let me Google... WoW Reddit slide whistle. See if I can find it. I know I have it bookmarked somewhere. It must be bookmarked on my phone. But the TLDR... but you have slide whistle with your hunter disengage. Yeah, so the thing about slide whistle and certain other effects like that is when you're using it, it actually counts as channeling a spell. So while you're channeling an ability, you aren't able to block. So there's a classic Reddit post from like many, many years ago, I believe back in WoD, basically someone saying that they had a warrior tank in their guild, and the warrior tank would just randomly fall over dead at points. And people looked through logs, they tried to like talk to the warrior tank, figure out what it was that he was doing wrong, and he kept dying, and nobody understood what was causing it. And then finally, like, after they had already kicked him out of the guilds, because, well, like, peacefully, basically, he kind of apparently agreed with it. I don't remember it. I'm trying to, like, paraphrase the Reddit post from memory. But apparently the warrior kind of was like, yeah, I don't know why I'm dying, so he agreed to, like, leave, and they couldn't have a tank who was just constantly dying on prog. And then months later, after he had already effectively been benched from the raid team, he realized that while he was using Seafarer's slide whistle, it was counting as him channeling, and he would just stop blocking all attacks. And it was whenever he used like a certain major cooldown. So he had it bound to one of his abilities, and whenever he pressed that ability, his blocking would be disabled for many seconds, and then he would just fall over dead because he couldn't block any of the boss attacks. So if you are a like shield tank, beware. Macroing things like, yeah, Bubble Wand is another one. Bubble Wand, Slide Whistle, any stuff like that to your abilities, because it may end up getting you killed. Flashlight with Rogue Blind, oh, that's a good one. In your level guide consumables, you have a whole load of crafting materials needed for professions. Do you get some levels by leveling them up? Yes. Dragonflight professions give you experience on first crafts. Now, you don't need to get all of that. That is something that I will streamline a little bit when I kind of already have that mentioned in my actual guide. If you look at the profession leveling section of my written guide, I give the blacksmithing example of that. So basically, your first craft bonuses in Dragonflight up to a certain level of experience will, well, give you XP. So for 60 to 70 leveling, I do that from 60 to 61. And that's definitely the best way to do it. Apparently, the guy never put together that when I press 1, I always die. Yeah, you would think that he would have figured it out eventually, but I guess not. Also, I don't think I'm supposed to be in this cave. It doesn't look like this is where the quest I'm doing is, but... oh well. I guess I'll just keep going in case that rare mob Thregil is up, which I think that one's in the cave. Also, 2 dead Night Elves here, wearing outfits fairly similar to mine. Look, we're twinning, right? We have the exact same everything. Oh, they have different boots than me, but we have the same pants, same chest. I don't think they have a cape on. Same belts, too, and same staff. And they got their cheeks clapped in this cave. And, oh, this is a hunter. Chagrin Falls and Repo. Rest in peace. Hopefully I don't end up joining them in this hallway. I guess if I think I'm about to die, I'll at least try to run further in the hallway so I don't end up in contributing to the pile, you know? Whack him. There we go. It costs money? Yeah, it costs money to buy the materials. Like I said, though, don't buy every single material on my shopping list. What I have there is all you need to buy is the stuff for one profession. So I would recommend getting the blacksmithing stuff. That's usually enough. Just buy all of the stuff in the blacksmithing list, and then pick up blacksmithing, do the first crafts, you should be good to go. Ooh. Alright, there's a chest over there, that's nice. Want to make sure nothing's spawning in behind me. Yeah. You obviously, I should note, you don't need to level through professions if you don't want to, but I would say for the amount of experience it gives, it's fairly cheap. So Dragonflight 60 to 61, doing that with professions, I would recommend it. It's pretty good. There are also cheaper professions to level compared to blacksmithing, so I've given some alternatives there. Like, I gave a list of materials required for, like, tailoring and enchanting and stuff, which, depending on the prices on your server, could be cheaper. So it's up to you which one you go with. Nice, we got a chest. Hopefully something good in this one. I would like an additional bag. Okay. Another healing potion is always welcome. And I got some more refreshing spring water, which I was kind of going through pretty quickly. Back when tanks took 75% HP and unmitigated hits, I remember. Yeah, I mean, by the time you got to WoD, like, in WoD, tanks weren't taking a ton of damage. Oh, this is the guy I need. Why is... the fucking, questy thing says it's all the way over here. That's odd. Okay, I want to make sure... oh, fuck, I pulled both of them. Oh, I gotta resist. Okay, this is sketchy. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was scary. God damn. Well, now I know why there's so many dead bodies in that fucking hallway, man. Jesus Christ. I was not expecting the wolf shapeshift or cat shapeshift or whatever the fuck that nearly dropped me. Thank God for minor healing potions. Whew. Alright, always be prepared. Oh my goodness. I think I played that pretty well, though. I'm quite happy with how I handled that situation. Oh. This is the best part of classic hardcore really wakes you up? Yeah. You could tell by the silence that my heart fucking stopped. Like, I just entered a state of, oh my god, pure panic. Like, I entered pure gamer mode right there. Holy shit. I don't want to be on top of this guy when he respawns, though. So I'm going to drop down here. And we're going to fight our way out of the cave from the back. Let's quickly drink up. Oh, goodness gracious, that was scary. Another person over there, Darks, is dead. Like a Boy Scout, gotta be prepared? Exactly. That's why I love this. You're right, it really does wake you the fuck up. Oh, somebody died. Oh man, I almost joined them. People are talking here about caves being bad. And yeah, Bamboozler died. Avoid caves. F, caves are bad. You avoided caves after your first character. And Bamboozer said, he was the guy who died, right? Yeah, Bamboozer said caves definitely a no-go after he died. Big oof. Whew. Yeah, people were not kidding about caves being fucking deadly, man. Definitely spooky as hell. Okay, I'm gonna, like, I know I missed a few messages in chat. I'm gonna try to focus on getting out of this cave. Oh my god, these resists. Oh my fucking god, these resists are terrible. Okay, yeah, I want to make it out of this cave with my life. Look at how many dead bodies there are here. Camilka dead, Dark's dead, all these fucking dead night elves just littering the floor of this cave. Jesus Christ. And to think that I almost joined them. God damn, that is absolutely so far the closest I've come to death in classic hardcore. Whew. It'd be fine. I don't need to drink anymore. I'm at least looking for chests. Back when you had the 50% XP boost, do you think the prof crafting got you to 62? Yeah. Prof leveling is definitely very, very good. A lot of good XP from it. I can't see around that corner, so I wasn't sure if there was another mob lurking around. You're not gold rich, so you may skip those. It's not too expensive. I usually, unless something is like relatively affordable, I don't recommend using it in my guide, so I really don't think the materials are that bad, but I mean, you don't need to do it, right? It's not like you won't be able to hit level 70 if you don't do profession leveling. It's just a nice bonus. It's fairly cost effective. And yeah, Oopler said, now we all know. Light said that's how they all died, running back into that hallway. Yeah. Oh, man. I probably would have died if one of the mobs had respawned at an inopportune time, so, you know, it does make sense. Okay, how do I want to handle this? It's like, on one hand, I don't really want to fight these guys, but I also want to leave myself room to run away. I think I am going to kill this Shadow Sprite. I just want to give myself room so I don't accidentally pull things if I end up in a bad situation. And I'm going to run back this way. I'm going to drag the mob towards me, because I want to make sure when it gets low health and it runs away in fear, it doesn't run into the other room and pull other shit. So I'm thinking ahead now. Yeah, see? And that way it didn't drag any extra stuff with it. Can I get rid of anything? I probably don't need shiny red apple. Clear up room for that flimsy chain belts. Oh, I'm full on linen cloth? Okay, I also don't need tough jerky. Take that. Honestly, come to think of it, I think it's fair to say, like, how much armor do I have? Yeah, it is maybe fair to say that the entire reason I lived that encounter was because of the Scroll of Protection, which is kind of crazy to think about. That one little thing ended up saving my ass. But, I mean, honestly, that armor buff, 60 additional armor, with how close that came, that may have meant the difference between life and death right there. I honestly think it did. So, that is kind of fucking wild. Okay, the area behind me is still open. Okay. I'm low on water, so I gotta really make this count. Go home, Questy, you're drunk? Yeah. Nice. I didn't get Fairy Fire. Toss Frayed Robe, take Flimsy Chain Vest. Yeah, right, I don't have room for that. Frayed Bracers. Gotten so many, like, random armor pieces that I don't have room for. Nice. Oh, these guys cleared out the cave. Alright, I can run to the exit now. Whew. Any classes or specs you tend to avoid for speedruns? Rogue. really. Pretty much Rogue, yeah. Rogue is, like, really, really just not good. It's... Rogue honestly desperately needs a low-level rework in retail, because its kit is just not built for leveling in World of Warcraft. Like, you can level really slow, but it has no real survivability tools. It has... Its damage is fine if you play it right, but I don't know. Depends on the spec. And, like, Sub is really good on single target, but, like, has kind of mediocre AoE for a lot. Outlaw has fairly decent AoE for most of the leveling process, but really mediocre single target. So, yeah, Rogue is just really weak for retail speedruns. It's the weakest by far. Like, I used to say that Shadow Priest was also up there, but having played Shadow Priest with the Dragonflight changes, it's solid. Honestly, I think Rogue is just kind of in a tier of its own at the bottom in terms of how bad it is. Every single class, and like, I also, prior to yesterday's stream, I was always saying that Marksmanship Hunter was, like, absolutely terrible for leveling and one of the worst. And don't get me wrong, Hunter is still not a good leveling spec, but I was able to reasonably kill things yesterday's stream. Like, it didn't take super long for stuff to die. You technically can use a pet tank, even though you lose damage by doing so. And having a pet tank for stuff like Yetimus, Sternhold Challenge makes it much easier. So, Hunter, like, it's not good, but it's not terrible. Like, you have decent burst damage, you have, like, fine survivability, healing options and stuff. It's fine, honestly. Whereas Rogue, just none of the specs have the tools to survive speedrun stuff. Like, at all. So, yeah. I remember when mobs randomly resisted your spells, resulting in death. Yeah, that could have happened there. That would have been fucking spooky. Ooh, another barrel. Water barrel? Alright, we take more refreshing spring water. Never say no to that. If someone has left the guild, did they die too? Not sure. Okay, this vendor also sells refreshing spring water. Perfect. Whew. They're getting a rework soon. We'll see if they change leveling at all, but agree on boosts. There needs to be a class to use your boosts on. Yeah, oh, I see. Yeah, definitely. What do I learn at level 7? Oh, there's nothing new at level 7. Okay. At this point, I need to farm leather to...
What brings you here?
I need to farm leather so that I can make armor. Well, I think I might... I have, like, enough 7 silver at this point. It's, like, decent. So I'm going to talk to the weapon person.
How may I help?
Because I won't be able to craft my own weapon regardless. Let me read chat real quick, because I missed a few messages while escaping that cave. Blizzard should put a feature like in Souls games. There should be a warning from other players on the floor. Death awaits ye who enters this cave. Yeah. You don't have any 70 mains with money, you're starting fresh? Gotcha. Man, you really like challenging level changes for vets. You hope they consider doing something for alcoholics like us who enjoy leveling, but want a challenge of sorts? Yeah. That would be cool. That's, like, long-term what I'm going for with my challenge run format, but, you know, it'll take me a while to actually get that stuff set up, so we'll see. Alright, walking stick should hopefully be a nice boost for now. Are any of these things, like, a huge upgrade? That's 10 armor. These things are decent armor. I feel like, since I can eventually craft my own stuff from leatherworking, I don't want to waste anything right now. Oh, I should also, while I'm at it, first aid. Throw that there, and make some linen bandages. Because that is something that I absolutely want to have. You leveled a rogue in vanilla, then shaman and hunter. The rogue was the worst. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, vanilla rogue, though, is not nearly as bad. Because obviously you still lack, like, amazing survivability tools, but every class lacks amazing survivability tools. The problem is more so in retail, right? Where it's a noticeable difference playing Rogue in retail compared to every other spec, where, I mean, honestly, playing Rogue in retail feels like you're playing, in many cases, like a classic spec that just lacks any form of modern, like, survivability options. It's pretty brutal. Also, I just realized Night Elf has, like, the most useless racial for hardcore. 50% ghost movement speed, oh boy. Wow, that's really gonna get a lot of use out of that. I guess it's like the best spec for like turning into a ghost and spectating other players after you die, but that has literally zero purpose whatsoever. Alright. I guess I'll head out there and turn in that quest, and there's looks like a few more that I can pick up. I still can't believe that cave. I'm happy that I survived that cave, though. I feel like I played that really well. Like, obviously, in hindsight, I should not have done that quest. That was way too early to consider doing that quest. But, and obviously, like, it being in a cave and all of that, I should have probably known better. And, like, the thing is, part of me, when I saw that, like, quest mob was next to the Grell, like, there was a voice in my head that was like, those are totally gonna pull together. Like, if you pull that right now, it's gonna chain into the other one. And I just kind of thought to myself, like, yeah, whatever. I've never really faced a challenge before in classic hardcore. How hard can it actually be? And I almost got my fucking shit clapped there, so. You know, I see what people are talking about with caves being spooky. That, yeah, that is no joke right there. But quickness, though, true. I mean, honestly, quickness, I feel like it's not a good racial, but like 1% dodge, it at least has some use. Quickness, also, it's one of those where it's better the more dodge you get, right? So, like, quickness in TBC with a bear tank that had, like, a shit ton of dodge, you know, when you're already at, what was it, like 70% dodge, or the ridiculous numbers you can hit, at 70% dodge chance, 1% dodge chance is actually pretty fucking good. So, that's not the worst racial ever made. A gamer? Yeah. That was a real gamer moment right there, for sure. Surviving that cave. God. At least Shadow Meld is great. Well, kind of, right? Shadow Meld is kind of... Well, I mean, not in Classic, actually. Because you can't use Shadow Meld in combat, I think. So... And it has... Yeah. I guess Shadow Meld has, like, some niche use cases, right? But, like... Yeah, can't use it in combat in Classic? Yeah, so... I guess it is kind of terrible in Classic. Shadow Meld's a really good racial in retail, but... Yeah, not so much in Classic. What do Night Elves have going for them? I guess it really is just quickness and nature resist, huh? Yeah. You don't really have much else. But, like, hey, doing Encourage, you get 10 free nature resist, woo. Fancy. But, like, I guess anyone who knows, like, the classic WoW meta, does Night Elf, like, or is Night Elf the meta race for literally anything else except Druid? Since, I mean, obviously you literally can only play Night Elf, or play Druid on Night Elf, right? But is there any other, like, weird situation where Night Elves are really good for, like, this one particular thing? Good for streamers going AFK? That's true, that is one advantage of Shadow Meld, I suppose. And, like, I think, out of all the priest racials, doesn't Night Elf have, like, literally the worst priest abilities? Because I know the, some of the bad ones, like, Troll Priest has, like, some weird ones that are good for Shadow, but really bad for healing. But Night Elf has, like, Moon Shards or something, which isn't that absolutely terrible? I think? Shadow Meld is the repair cost saver? How is Shadow Meld the repair cost saver? Shadow Meld is godlike in retail? Yeah. What sucks is for your first 22 levels, your trial account was slow to update, so your guild reputation is still neutral. Oh, that's lame. I didn't realize that was a thing that could happen. This zone is your childhood? Yeah, I feel that. I get, like, heavy nostalgia running this zone. And it's like, actual nostalgia, right? Because, you know, playing through Mulgore and Durotar and stuff, I played them in the classic re-release, so I got all my nostalgia for all the Horde zones back then. But because I haven't played this since original vanilla, it's definitely, like, really nostalgic playing through this once again. Love the Night Elf zones. Just run through all the mobs, almost die, Shadow Meld, yeah. Big staff damage? Yeah, this staff is sick. Huge damage. Night Elves are bis for Shadow Priest. Really? Wait, is that actually the case? I thought the racials were bad. What is it about Night Elf that makes them good for Shadow Priest? I'm curious. Obviously, I know Shadow Priest is like kind of a meme in Classic, but like, don't you want one of them to boost the Warlocks or something? It's Star Shards, but don't talk shit about that. That's literally your bank guild name. I mean, it's a cool name. Like, thematically, Star Shards, sick ability, sick name, right? But, I mean, in terms of its viability in Classic, I don't think it's good. I remember hearing people shit talk on it. Human Priest racial is pretty awful. What's the Human Priest racial? Oh, for Shadow Priest PvP. Alright. What does it do? Like, is it because of Star Shards? Words. Or is it something else? But yeah, what's the Human Priest racial? Because that one I'm not familiar with. You've played too many Night Elves, though. Your Warlock is going to be a Dwarf. Yeah, always good to explore different races. Funny thing about Star Shards and any priests used to be part of a meme battleground team back in vanilla, where we were all any priests camping our base, waiting for the Horde, and open up with Star Shards and the Flag Carrier. They died instantly. Ooh, interesting. Dwarves have the Harlden racial fine treasure. True. I feel like, at heart, I'm a dwarf, and yet I almost never play dwarves. Because I do love me a good treasure chest, for sure. Star Shard Bombers, that's a good guild name. If your group is wiping in an instance, you have a chance of escaping death with Shadow Meld. In vanilla, you did anyway. People did some... Well, but you can't in combat, right? Like, obviously, if you're out of combat and you see that somebody's doing something stupid, you could Shadow Meld and escape. That's true. But the fact that you can't Shadow Meld in combat in vanilla definitely hurts its viability. But, like, Shadow Meld in retail, right? Being able to survive if, like, you're about to wipe. Yeah, Shadow Meld in retail is broken as fuck. It's a really strong racial. But because you can't use it in combat in Classic, it's definitely not really that great. Ragged Cloak, is this an upgrade? It's only 3 armor. Mine is 5 armor, so it is not, in fact, an upgrade. Priest without Fear Ward is sad. Yeah, obviously Dwarf is really good because of that, but wasn't sure what the other good options were. Meld in PvP for Classic is bis. Yeah, for PvP, I would imagine it's very nice. For sure. You loved your Night Elf Warrior? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like playing Night Elves in general. And obviously, like, in retail, Night Elf racials in retail are, like, some of the best in the Alliance. Obviously, there's... Like, Dwarf racials are so overpowered, it's not even funny. And, like, Dark Iron Dwarf also has really good racials for certain things, so... Night Elves definitely no longer have the best racials, but, like, I would say Night Elf is at least within the top 3 of best Alliance racials. Maybe even overall. I don't know. There's a lot of good racials if you look at, like, a bunch of the different ones, but I think we can probably agree on the fact that Dwarf is Dwarf is currently the most broken race for retail WoW. Stoneform is just kind of ludicrously overtuned in terms of like the amount of stuff that you can cheese with it. So that's definitely the strongest race. After that, I don't really know. There's a lot of like good contenders for the strongest race. I would say Night Elf is up there though. Ooh, let's fucking go. Small blue pouch. And it's a different color too. That is huge.
Can I assist you? Light your path.
Alright, I've gotten pretty lucky with random bag drops this time around.
Good luck, friend.
I have to go to Darnassus for this quest? Huh. Alright. There's a quest over there. I'm gonna do the quests in Starbreeze Village first, since apparently I'm like almost out-leveling that. So I'll just get that out of the way now. In TBC, you did a lot of PvP. Shadowmeld guarding the node in Arathi Basin. Used a healer buddy as a bait. Very nice, yeah. Being able to trick people with Shadowmeld is definitely the highlight of it. Like, thematically, it's a really cool racial. I like the design of it. It's pretty neat. Just classic, not generally super useful. Problem with non-human warriors from a min-max perspective meant Edgemasters are required and humans could save the cash. Yeah. Is Edgemaster still good on a human? Like, on a human and an orc, would you still want to run it? I guess an orc you'd probably want to run it because, like, certain weapons that are really good aren't axes, right? But humans, like, obviously you don't need it quite as much because you have your, like, hit rating, whatever, racial, but, like, isn't it still a damage increase for human warriors just because of, like, the additional glancing blow reduction? I don't know, though. I'm genuinely curious. Is this Blood Sale? It's on the PTR. Yeah, this is not Blood Sale. I have no interest in playing with the add-on, but the PTR, where it's, like, actual hardcore, absolutely down for that. So I'm going to be playing that a lot. It's not required if you don't min-max. Interesting. Well, I mean, obviously Edgemasters is not required for anyone, but Edgemasters is like a significantly larger damage increase for non-humans and stuff. That much I know for sure. What is this? Physical damage caused by the target reduced by 5 for 2 minutes. Ooh. That's a neat little buff. I'm going to put that on shift 3. On the off chance I ever fight another mob like the one in that cave, I would like to have something like this severed voodoo claw. This is the kind of thing that I'm going to hold on to my entire time leveling, waiting for the perfect moment, and the perfect moment will never come. Kill birds and deer to skin? Yeah. I need to start killing stuff to skin it. What I'm hoping is that as I get more quests, they'll tell me to kill, like, mobs, they'll tell me to kill, like, night sabers or something, and then I'll be able to skin that. Oh, there is a Chinese person dead on the ground here. Alas. Or, I should just say Asian. Maybe I shouldn't say Chinese and assume. You're currently running Dark Iron Drunk, or what is that? DI Drunk Monks? I don't know if that's Dark Iron. You're 5-man in content on Monday nights. It's hilarious. Awesome. If you wanted to remove hit gear to replace with crit on a different slot. Okay. So it's still good if you want to move stuff around, but not necessary. I see. Thinking of starting a survival hunter soon on retail. Any recommended race? Not really. Like, play what you enjoy. Racials never matter at all. Ooh, another dead person over here. Minatina. Huh. Yeah, racials never really matter that much. Like, I would say if you have to ask which race to play, just play the one you enjoy. Because, like, technically speaking, certain races help, but they're absolutely not required. Like, I said before that Dwarf is really overpowered, right? But that is only for, like, high-end rating or Mythic Plus. So, if you are not planning on doing, like, Mythic rating or high-end M+, you're basically going to get, like, I won't say you'll get no value out of Dwarf, because obviously, Stone Form is still good no matter how you slice it, but it won't actually end up being that strong for you. It's specifically the fact that it can cheese certain mechanics, and in, like, high M+, remove some really deadly bleeds, that makes it very, very, very nice to have. But it is by no means mandatory at all, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Oh man, this Night Saber is like really going ham. Should also get my buffs up. Lub said egg emote. Good to see you, Lub. Lub, you missed it. I almost died like 10 minutes ago or so. I went into a cave and I did a really risky pull, and I made it out, but I'm sure you would have loved to watch me die and meme on me for that, so unfortunately you were not here. Shit. I'm reading chat and I almost let the mob run away. I assume this guy's part of a quest. Are there any treasure chests nearby? I don't see any. Oh. There's a couple of plus dagger skill for Dagger Rogue, same concept, which is why you love including one, which is a quest reward. Interesting. Yeah, I remember there's like, what's the quest reward, Gloves? I know the one you're talking about. I forget the name, but I remember there being like, is it a green item that gives plus daggers? I think I vaguely remember hearing about that. There's also, I mean, even warriors have some niche cases to use daggers. But I don't think using daggers is ever, like, the best option for warriors, but, like, there are some really good daggers, especially for warrior tanks. I remember having to level that up. Mugger's Belt? Yeah. I wanted to say it was, like, Mugger's something, but I couldn't remember exactly. I couldn't remember if it was, like, Muggers or Robbers, but I knew that was the general naming convention. Another cracked sledge. Done with Centaur and Valdraken rep. Got your recipes. Good night, good luck. Thank you, owner. Always appreciate you tuning into the stream. This is classic. There is no kill this many for a quest. You just kill and keep killing to raise XP. I mean, there's a few, like, kill Night Sabers and collect their fangs, right? Like, we got one of those earlier. So there's some of them. Ooh, rare mob. Ooh, 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 ooh. I was gonna say, that, Furbolg looks different. Okay, come on, drop something good. Also, there's nobody nearby. I want to make sure I don't, like, pull him and go too greedy and, like, pull extra shit. But I think I should be fine. Alright. Yeah, I should be fine. I'm gonna throw Rejuve on myself, just in case. Ooh. Ahaha. Ooh, it's BOE, too. 36 armor, that's definitely better than what I had. Yeah. I think I'll probably be able to craft something eventually that's better. Oh, right now I can already make 2 light armor kits. So I'm just gonna craft them ahead of time. What is this? Chest, legs, hands, or feet? I figure even if I replace this eventually, it's better to get this on an item right now. And I'll put it on my gloves. It'll probably take me the longest to replace that. Because I'm definitely going to get a hand-stitched leather vest soon to replace my woodland tunic. So I won't worry too much about getting an armor kit on that just now. Oh. I didn't notice that guy. I almost had him creep up on me. I think it's only level 6, so I probably would have been fine, but should probably be a little bit more careful about what I'm pulling. Make leather from leather scraps? Yeah. I can make 1 right now. I think I'll wait before I use any light armor kits, because the other stuff I'm going to replace very soon. Right? So, there's no reason to do that just, right? Because, like, I could put it on, what is it? It's, chest, legs, hands, or feet. But I'll be able to craft chest and feet really soon. So, I'm not going to make that just yet. And I was smart, and I planned ahead, and I brought coarse thread with me. So I can make this out in the wild the moment I get the light leather required. Let me fight this guy so I don't accidentally pull him on the way out. Any idea when the next set of fresh classic servers come out? I wish I knew. At this point, I think hardcore is probably their main focus. So I don't think they're worried too much about getting, like, new, fresh classic servers ready. Unfortunately. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that, but... yeah. What's this? Emerald... oh, is this thing? The emerald... oh, it's in the dresser. Alright. Alright, and then I turn it in... alright, at least I turn in one of these quests in the center building. Old school rogue questline was lots of good stuff. Yeah. You always loved the Warlock rogue quests. See, I've never played a classic Warlock, so I don't know about those. Given in solo self-found, it's, like, impossible, but the idea of gradually building this sweet robe you'll hold onto until, like, Dreamweave is so fun. How do they work? Like, how does the Warlock robe quest, or how is it structured, right? Because I've never done it, so I have no idea. And why is it impossible in solo self-found? Does it, like, require a group or something? Or does it require contribution from, like, multiple different people? That said, I should note, personally, I don't really care much for solo self-found. Like, I'm at least playing the low levels as solo self-found, but for me personally, you know, if I feel like buying something off the auction house and I have enough money to do so, I'll probably do that. I'm not, like, super puritanical about making sure that I only use my own items. Personally, I think that's one of the cool things about official servers. You know, you're not restricted to not being able to play with other people. Right, let me wrath this guy down. It's like a two-part quest, and it's a bunch of different professions. Ah. So basically, unless you were to level all of the different professions on your own, then you wouldn't be able to do it. Oh, fuck. I guess, in theory, would it be possible for you to get every single profession pushed up from scratch? Even if that would be, like, ridiculously hard. Like, is that something you could do if you really wanted to, for whatever reason? Agree, you're not one of the elitists nor comments on how others want to play. The toppings on other people's pizza doesn't hinder how you enjoy the toppings on yours. Yes, exactly. Speaking of pizza, I think after I end this stream, I'll probably make a pizza. I'm kind of, like, starving right now. I haven't had anything to eat since my dad made waffles earlier today, but that was, like, well, however long I've been streaming, plus 1 hour. So it was around 9 hours ago. It was the last time I've had anything to eat. So, yeah. You would say next year, because if you counted out 3 months of Crusade, 3 to 6 months of ICC, so that takes you into sometime next year if they do, most likely. Am I in college? No, I graduated college last year. So, I did finish college, but I'm 1 year out of it. You could make it for sure. It would just be such a convoluted mess working out when to swap. Yeah. That makes sense. I would imagine it would just be a massive headache. What's my degree? Interactive multimedia. Which is basically like programming, game design, and like kind of graphic design too. Kind of like a mix of all that stuff. Ironically, kind of a lot of the stuff I have used to do YouTube. Originally, the reason that I took that major is because it was it's effectively like game design is kind of what I went there for. So that was my college's fancy way of saying game design, right? Because that was a lot of the classes that I took were on, like, you know, making games, either the coding aspect or the design aspect and stuff. Because originally when I went to college, that's what I wanted to do, right? I wanted to, you know, make games, right? And I mean, I still don't hate game design in general, right? Like, I have nothing against it, but it was just after I graduated college, instead of, you know, trying to go for that, I just figured I'd continue doing YouTube stuff and see how that pans out. And one of the nice things is a lot of the skills that I picked up from that major have also helped here. So that is, I guess, one nice little bonus. But one of these days I may make my own game just for fun. I mean, a lot of the game design stuff that I learned, either in my classes or on my own, has helped me, what is this quest? Relics of Awakening. Oh, this guy's name is something Bearmantle. It's like, Brawl Bearmantle. It's like one of those characters from the comics, right? But yeah, like, a lot of the game design, you know, things that I picked up along the way, I've been using to plan out my, what's it called? The, like, challenge run format that I'm working on for retail leveling. So that's helped, for sure. You're doing computer science? Awesome. Yeah, I had a minor in computer science, so I've definitely done, like, a lot of computer science classes, coding stuff. I had to take calculus, unfortunately, which sucks. But, you know. Your prof progression for Solo Self-Found is so whack. You run Tailor plus Herb, bank all herbs. After you hit Dreamweave set in Tailor, you drop that and use your banked herbs to power level Elk. That seems like a smart move, yeah. That's probably what I would do if I was playing Solo Self-Found, but I figure, worst case scenario, I could always just buy herbs, or I could make an alt and just have an herbalism alt, and then mail it over to my main. One thing that I definitely don't see the restriction on is, like, doing stuff on multiple characters and mailing it over. I know, technically speaking, I think, like, the add-on doesn't allow you to do that. Like, at that point, you're doing all of the work anyway. It's just transferring it between two different characters. So, like, what's the big deal? I don't see the problem myself. Wait, is this Fang? Okay, that's a gray item. I can vendor that. And I'll make a few more linen bandages just to get the skill up. You go enchant before any of that to get an early game wand. Ah, yeah, for casters, I'd imagine that's probably a pretty good idea. How old am I? I am 25. I think. Am I 25 or 26? It's hard to count. I'm pretty sure I'm 25. It blurs together. Yeah, I'm 25. Okay, yeah. It all blurs together after a while. I've lost count, right? But yeah. I'm not gonna talk about how much money I made on YouTube, right? I wouldn't say I make good money, no. But it's like, it's oh. There you go. I can give him thorns, too. There you go. But yeah, I'm not going to talk about how much money I make. I feel like that's probably not the best thing to ask, right? Did I take Calc 2? I don't think I took Calc 2. I don't think that was a requirement for the minor. I forget, though. What's I doing here? I want to make something. I don't need bracers as much. I guess boots at this point would be a decent armor upgrade. Yeah, but how much do you make? Yeah, I don't necessarily want to talk about that. I'm not rich by any stretch of the imagination. Not even close, if that's what you're wondering. It's not like that, right? Like, you need to have, like, a shit ton of viewers, right, to be like, you know, those rich YouTubers you always hear about. You don't get that just by making any old videos, right? So, yeah. A lot of people, I think, vastly overestimate how much YouTubers make. It's nowhere near as much as some people think. But I will say, I have seen estimates from, like, people who don't know anything about it on both sides of it. I've seen some people think that YouTubers make, like, literally no money whatsoever. Like, some people think you make, like, $10 for, like, you know, a 1,000 or, like, a multi-thousand view video, and it's like, it's more than that, right? It's not literally pennies, but it's also not, like, I remember watching a video where Kira TV was discussing, like, some people were shit-talking him and saying that he's probably loaded and makes, like $20 per 1,000 views on his video, which, like, is fucking insane, right? No. Some people think, like, YouTubers are just all insanely rich, and no. Even, like, bigger YouTubers like Kira TV, it's like, you don't make that much money for, like, 1,000 views, right? 7 hours? Yeah, it's almost 8 hours so far. This is an almost 8-hour long stream. It's been going for quite a while at this point. I can do that quest. I'll head over there. I'll probably do, like, these quests in Starbreeze Village, and when I've cleaned up all of this stuff and all I have left is things, like, to the west of Dalinar, I think I'll stop the stream there, because it is very close to 8 hours and whatnot. Either way, I just like how you have options now and aren't put into one way of playing. Best part about an MMO is all the ways you can play and approach it. The only argument you can see is the ability to make your inventory immortal, but devil's advocate, you can already do that in most hardcore games like Diablo via the shared stash. Yeah. Oh, somebody died. Corn Pop has died and then left the guild. Rest in peace. It blurs together in your 50s too, it never gets better, yeah. You're 27 and hearing someone else question their age makes you feel better, not remembering it all the time. Yeah. For sure. Start the goddamn OnlyFans already? Yeah. I know you want me to sell feet pics, lub. It's never gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Harlden hangs with Asmongold on yachts. Oh yeah, definitely.
Now what?
Alright, so I can do... I think it's just this quest to kill Mystics and then kill that mob earlier that I saw. With Patreon donations and tips, you can make more. Yeah, I mean, you can, but still, it's all relative, right? Like, obviously, if you're only going off donations and stuff like that, or ad revenue, like, yeah, it's never going to be the best. But obviously, the amount that people make off donations will vary. Like, to be completely honest, I'm going to make a lot more off donations if I am a female and I, you know, have a face cam and stuff like that, than if I am just some generic dude, right? Like, that is just a fact of life, honestly. So, that, I mean, that varies, right? I know, you know, my friend will always joke to me about, like, oh, make an OnlyFans and sell feet pics, but, like, you know, that is an actual viable option for some, whether you approve of it or not. But it is not really a viable option for me. I don't really think there's much of a market out there for Harlden feet pics, right? Get on your level, you've been to so many yachts. Yeah, I don't think I've ever set foot on a yacht in my entire life. With Patreon and stuff, you're basically Bill Gates, right? Yeah, exactly. Totally. Yeah. What do I do for gold on retail? Speedrunning is expensive. It's not as expensive as a lot of people think it is. Like, it costs a decent bit, but, you know, a few people asked earlier, carries usually, tokens if they spike really high, like Diablo 4 launch, that kind of thing. But mostly carries. What the hell is happening? What, you mean like the stuff in chat? I mean, I don't know, it's normal. I don't think, like, as far as chat goes, this is, like, fairly tame, right? Oh, Katie said, finally catching alive. Good to see you. You would love some leveling challenge on retail too? Yeah, I'm working on one of those eventually. Hopefully my challenge run format lives up to the hype that I've kind of built up for it. Because whenever somebody says they'd love a challenge in retail, I'm always like, hey, I'm working on it. So, I hope it turns out as well as I'm hoping it does. You're 25 too, but you had kids early. You have two kids at 25. Hey, damn. Wow. That is, I would imagine that is not easy. Look, I am 25, and I don't even have my own life together, much less the lives of two other people. I respect being able to manage that, right? I definitely could not manage kids at this age, man. I don't know if I could manage kids ever. Honestly, I don't, like... I know some people, you know, really have, like, are into... I don't want to say people are into kids. That does not sound right at all. But you know what I mean? A lot of people are always like, oh, yeah, I really want to have kids and raise a family, blah, 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 blah. That has never been me. I've never... I don't know. I can't see myself, you know, being a dad, right? Probably not something I'll ever do. Speedrun racing a family. Jesus. Yeah. I need to kill specifically mystics also, so I need to make sure I'm targeting those. Not that kind of yacht, yeah. I'm sure there are feet models in the world. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really think there's anything particularly special about my feet, though. If I'm being honest. So, I don't really think foot model is in the cards for me. You always spam random stuff? Yeah, that's part of the fun of, you know, talking in, like, stream chats and stuff. From now on, you will always spam random feet comments? Yeah, that's pretty much my friend Lub does. Lub is Dick Cheney, right? Whenever he pops into one of my streams, like, he'll almost always say something to the effect of, like, when are you starting an OnlyFans and selling feet pics? It's like his go-to line. My dad definitely has me beaten on that, yeah. Maybe poor choice of words. But, yes, true. That is one thing that my dad is arguably better on. Well, definitely better on, I suppose. By nature of, you know, his title as my dad, I suppose. I have the world record in retail, yeah. For speed leveling, yeah. My recent run, you can see it's the Cultiran Druid run. I forget what I titled it. It was like I set an unbeatable world record or something in retail. I had a pretty god tier speedrun, honestly. So yeah, you can watch that. It's like within the last few weeks or something. Right, so I want to approach this. I guess I'll clear out all the mobs behind this mob and kite him back here. I shouldn't have too much of an issue with this guy, considering he's only level 8, and I'm already over-leveled. So hopefully we don't have a repeat of the mob in the cave, but I do want to play things as safe as I possibly can. Fucking resists. Alright. You see my Volpera Hunter speedrun, and you use it like a guide? My Volpera Hunter run. Oh, if you mean the one from yesterday? Well, the one from yesterday, that was only a partial speedrun. I was mostly just testing marksmanship. The last time, I haven't done an actual Volpera Hunter run in a while. Unless you're talking about, like, my Shadowlands world record from way back when, but I would not recommend using my Shadowlands Volpera Hunter speedrun as a benchmark. Because that was just a very long time ago, right? It's no longer up to date. It was the world record at the time, but that world record, I beat it, like, literally days after the fact with a completely different race class combo. So I think High Mountain Druid was what I initially beat the record with, again, after I got it on my Volpera Hunter. Also use Scroll of Spirit here. You don't play the game anymore, but when the Shadowlands comes, you use it like a guide? What do you mean when the Shadowlands comes? I mean, Shadowlands already passed. Unless you mean, like, when you level in Shadowlands, but I would hope you're not leveling in Shadowlands, because leveling in Shadowlands is miserable. It is, not fun at all. Okay, so I think there's no way around it. I have to pull multiple at once. Yeah, it's gonna pull both of them at once. So I can quickly get that guy out of the way, Shift H, put Moonfire on him, and then just auto-attack. Yeah. Should be fine. 1 year ago? Oh, so you're gonna go back in time, level in Shadowlands, and use my Volpera Hunter run as a reference? Is that the case? I'm making sure I understand this correctly. So many people claim the world record, but you didn't see a lower number of hours than Haraldin. There's also a certain difference between different world records. Yeah, like... Oh, shit, that was a fast respawn. Fuck. Okay, well... Gnarlpine Necklace. Oh, I have to open it to get the item? Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've said this before, right? But, you know, the world record, obviously, like, yeah, I'm claiming the world record because within the general, like, category that I've been running for many, many years, and I've stuck to a fairly consistent rule set, but solo play with no external help, not using blatant exploits and stuff like that, not using, like, momentary, like, event buffs, with the exception of the 50% buff, but quite frankly, even without the 50% buff, I still have the world record, because I still have yet to see a non-50% buff time that has beaten my Dark Iron Dwarf or Volpera Monk runs, right? So, like, I kind of feel okay doing a run with the 50% buff and claiming it as a world record, because I still have the world record outside of that, right? So it's, you know, whatever. Yeah. I felt confident pulling 3 just because it's like, you know. At this point, they're under-leveled, and I can always just run away if I need to. I'm gonna go whack this dude with my stick. There we go. Oh, I actually didn't even need to kill these guys. I had already gotten enough. Alright, whatever. You wish you could go back in time? Yeah, don't we all? Woo! Okay, that's spooky. I'm getting the fuck out of here. The respawn directly on top of me is not something I was anticipating. Should be fine, though. Oh, you're saying... Oh. I see. You're saying when you played back in Shadowlands, you used my Volpera speedrun as a guide. Okay. Sorry, I did not understand what you were saying before. Yeah. No, don't feel bad. I'm not like, I feel bad because I wasn't trying to, like, make fun of what you were saying. I just thought you were making a joke, right? I didn't realize that you just said it wrong. But yeah, no, I understand what you mean now. I gotcha. I'm glad you found it helpful, though. I was just surprised because I haven't heard somebody bring up the Volpera Hunter run in quite a while. Just because, like, that was my first ever video. So, it has definitely been a hot minute since that Volpera Hunter run, but that is the one that I think became fairly popular, so I'm glad you found it helpful, yeah. I mean, a lot of work went into that original run, right? Even though I did end up refining it quite a lot over the years, that original run was probably the one that I had the most fun putting together, just because, you know, it was the first one I did, and all of the effort that went into routing for that and preparing for it, you know, it sticks with me. It's a memorable experience. Enhance is fun as fuck. You're leveling one right now, and it's a blast. Retail level 20. Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed the enhanced speedrun. I think, I would imagine you were probably there, Goose Comics, because you usually show up to every single stream. But yeah, I did an enhanced speedrun 2 weeks ago or something, and it definitely was really fun. I haven't played Shaman a lot, so I also wasn't super familiar with Enhance. It took me like a little bit to get a feel for it, but you were around? Yeah, I was pretty sure. But yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. I've been like pleasantly surprised at how much I enjoy leveling different specs in Dragonflight, because one of the reasons I never did this back in Shadowlands, like, you know, messing around with a bunch of different specs, is I tried it a little bit. I tried playing a few different classes that I wasn't as familiar with, and there were some specs that I absolutely hated leveling them. It was just such a massive chore. And as a result, I never really felt like going around and leveling every single spec in the game because I just couldn't be bothered. But the Dragonflight changes, aside from Rogue specifically, overall make leveling a lot more fun. I would say the vast majority of specs actually feel really fun and well-rounded. Because, like, Enhancement was a good example of... I played Enhance way back when, a little bit, in like, Miss of Pandaria. Miss of Pandaria WoD slightly. And Enhance was really fun back then, so I always thought I would like it if I tried it again. But Enhance in, like, Shadowlands and BFA, the leveling process was just really jank, because Enhance has really strong AoE potential, but you wouldn't actually get access to most of that until really high levels. So the early levels for Enhance was just such a massive slog because you just couldn't kill anything. And that just made the whole process feel kind of miserable. But now, with the Dragonflight talent changes, where you can kind of pick and choose the order in which you go towards talents, overall it's just a lot better. So a lot of stuff feels, you know, more playable in general. Can I make hand-stitched leather bracers? I kind of want to save up for the vest, because that's going to be like a more significant upgrade, and I only need one more light leather, so I'll get that. First time you've played it as well? Ah, nice.
Be with you. Good luck.
Where do I turn in this next quest? Oh, this next one's all the way in Darnassus. Let's see. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna play to level 10. I said I was gonna stop after that quest, but I'm already halfway there. And, I mean, I'm still having fun, right? So I'll keep going. I'm gonna do Crown of the Earth, and I'm gonna head down here, see if I can find... I'm actually gonna loop around, see if I can find Duskstalker. Then look for Grima, grab Strange Fruited Plants, do Crown of the Earth, and then if I need to mob grind to get the rest of the way, I guess I'll do that. This is fun, though. I like playing this. Honestly, up until now, I have done all of my Classic Hardcore on stream, but I'm going to be completely real. After this stream, I'm probably going to continue playing this Druid off stream and just see how far I can get it. Because I just kind of want to play this on my own free time. Like, the first thing I'm going to do when I finish the stream after taking a break, right, is I need to finish the alt catch-up video. I am going to get that done before I go to sleep. That way, when I wake up, I'm ready to post it, because I just need to get that finished. So, I will get that done no matter what it takes. But if I manage to finish it tonight before I have to go to sleep, I will probably play a bit of extra Classic Hardcore on my own. And yeah, like, during the week, I should probably do keys to fill my vault. I've already gotten at least one key done, but I think, especially now that I've joined a new guild, right? You know, I need to make sure that I'm actually giving it like 110% effort every single week. So I think I should probably tomorrow at some point find time to fill my vaults, just because, like, you know, it's good practice and whatnot. But yeah. I also need to update the leveling guide at some point, but I do think I'll probably play Classic a bit, or Hardcore a bit in my free time. I would imagine there's... Oh, yeah, I was about to say there's probably a chest in this area, and I was right. There's a chest over there. Okay, I'm gonna go try to open that. You're leveling every class in every available race because you're that type of player, trying to complete the guild achievement Stay Classy. Jesus. Stay classy as a solo player sounds like a lot of fucking work, but yeah, I'll commend it. I can just Moonfire and whack this guy. Bonk. I'm gonna refresh my herb-baked egg food buff. Thanks for the speedruns guides. No problem. I'm glad you enjoy them. You started playing WoW when Shadowlands was released, and you never got to play Classic. Is it worth it? You're very young. You don't feel interested in Classic. I mean, yeah, it's not for everybody, right? So, obviously, if it's a different experience for sure, but I think it's worth it, obviously. So if you're asking, like, whether I think it's worth it, obviously I've said I enjoy playing it. So my answer would, of course, be yes. But, as for whether you'll enjoy it, well, if you... It's a lot of time investment, you know, it'll take more time to get leveled up, it'll take more time to gear up and stuff like that, but Classic is more about the journey. It's very chill. Obviously, Hardcore, you have that, like, ever-looming threat of death, so you have to kind of focus up, but regular Classic, like, I would say right now, if you want to get into Classic, start with Wrath. Because Wrath Classic already has a lot of, like, nice quality of life stuff, and it'll kind of ease you into the flow of combat and, like, get you used to how the game plays now. And then if you, after that, want to try, like, Vanilla Era or Hardcore or something like that, then, you know, try that out. It still is a little bit different, but I would say Wrath Classic is already very close to how things play out in Vanilla. There's some differences for sure, but it's a much better experience compared to, like, retail.
Still recharging. I can't cast that yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
I'm gonna have a hard time casting Wrath here. I need a start attack macro. I should actually probably put that on my bars, just to make it easier. Yeah, I'm just going to take attack, put it on 3. Just because right now, when I don't have any melee abilities to macro start attack into, having to manually right-click every mob is starting to get annoying, especially when there's multiple like that. You've already done Night Elves and need 2 more for human? Jesus Christ. That is impressive. Hardcore is interesting because in Classic, some random stuff fucks you over and it's intense. You put Classic on hold, though, until the official servers are up. That's how you got here. Went back to retail to enjoy the leveling. Yeah, I feel that. The ever-looming threat of death that reminds you of your time in RP PvP realms with 1-to-1 ratio Horde and Alliance. Yeah, for sure. I played on Grobulus back in the original release. And there were definitely some fun moments of large-scale battles. Like, I remember there was one large battle around the time of release in Silithus that people in my guild, like, dragged me to. Because I wasn't terribly interested in, like, the PvP aspect of it. But I played on Emerald Dream for, like, a good chunk of Legion. And Emerald Dream was, like, the last holdout RP PvP server that actually had large-scale battles like that. And it was kind of like, I didn't initially intend to play on ED because of the PvP stuff, but I had friends in Emerald Dream who I was raiding with, and they, like, dragged me over there, and then I played Guardian Druid, and Guardian Druid was basically considered, like, the tactical nuke of PvP battles. So even though I was only on the server for raiding, I would get like guilt tripped into showing up to some of the PvP stuff because I would be dropped in to the middle of a 40-man alliance raid, pop Incarn, pop Rage of the Sleeper, and just erase an entire 40-man of alliance. So whenever they were doing some large battle, for anyone who played on Emerald Dream and happens to know it, I don't know if you are watching right now or maybe watching in the future. I have mentioned this in the past, but I played in Warsong Battalion, which Warsong Battalion was like a fairly infamous guild on that server. And the guild leader, what was his name? Himanshu. Every single time Himanshu was going to do like a big world PvP thing, he would message me. He would be like, pretty please, can you show up? Like, we really need the Guardian Druid. And I'm like, motherfucker, like I'm doing M+ or something. And he's like, oh, it'll only take 5 minutes. So then I would show up, wipe the raid, and then get back to whatever the fuck else I was doing. But it was kind of fun, not gonna lie. I mean, I really liked wiping 40-man raids as a Guardian Druid. Like, it gives you such a power trip, right? Being able to do shit like that. But it's not like I did anything special, right? I just played a really broken spec. And the guild liked to abuse that fact. But 2 resists in a row? Motherfucker. Want to hear something funny? Shoot. I'm a Windwalker player, so I'll understand it, yeah. Now, the 2 resists on this Night Saber definitely set me back a little bit. There we go. If a player was in a fight, you would wait for the mobs to die until you attacked, but only if you didn't get beat before, yeah. Guardian flag spinning in RBGs was awesome too, definitely. Random guy orc PSA in general chat? Wait, what the fuck? I missed that. The orcs aren't bloodthirsty butchers that killed thousands of children. They're just misunderstood refugees. Be their friends. Alas, but the orcs slept with your wives. Therefore they must die. Alright. Yeah, general chat is interesting right now. The problem you're running into while playing Enhance is that you're playing it like Windwalker, trying to not use the same ability 2 times in a row. Yeah, it definitely does feel similar in terms of playstyle. Windwalker is a bit of a weird, you know, a weird playstyle there where you have to intentionally weave. Luckily, I don't play Windwalker enough that, like, that habit would really ingrain itself in me, but I could absolutely see how if you were used to playing Windwalker, it would be tough to kick that habit. It's like, whenever I play Demon Hunter for an extensive period of time, and I'm playing, like, a different class for a while, I will always, like, try to double jump with my spacebar. I'll, like, jump, and then I'll be sitting there like, wait, why did the double jump not go off? Oh, right, I'm not playing Demon Hunter. And then I just feel sad because I wish I was playing Demon Hunter. Windwalker is still buggy, Blizz doesn't care? Yeah. I mean, they've done a better job fixing Windwalker bugs in recent years than they have in the past, so, like, I guess some credit where it's due. But, yeah, it's far from perfect, for sure. Where are the Duststalker spawn locations? Okay, so he can spawn all around here. I'll keep that up. There has to be a treasure chest here, too, right? This is, like, literally the perfect location for there to be a treasure chest. Yes, it doesn't really ruin it completely. I will say there used to be some really bad Windwalker bugs that would definitely kind of ruin the experience. Nowadays, Windwalker's still buggy, right? But it's not, like, so completely fundamentally broken that, you know, you can't play it at all and not enjoy it. I'd say, yeah, I don't really personally think it ruins the experience, at least not for me. I don't want to sneak around too much, because if I end up in a pickle, I don't want to be able to... I want to be able to kite, I don't want to have nowhere else to run. So I'm at least going to kill any mobs that are roughly in front of my path. Nice, another healing potion. Maybe I'll find this rare somewhere in this area. I'll probably hug the cliff here. I don't want to drop off the cliff, though. That would be kind of scary. If I get too close to the edge. Potentially spooky death stuff. Still a chance. There's still a few more spawn locations on the rare scanner thing. Doesn't look like it's up, though. Oh, well. Unlucky. I should have enough leather at this point between the actual light leather I got and the ruined leather scraps to craft my vest. Yeah, I have enough. So I can craft this, then I have 2 more light leather, so I can... Okay, I can craft bracers now, and that's a small armor boost. And then I need... I think 1 more armor kit for the piece I just made. Oh no, I need 2 more armor kits. 1 for the boots I made, and 1 for the new chest that I made. So equip that. Equip the bracers. And then we can kill a few more cats to get that. Still recharging. The Night Elf, like, I can't cast that yet voice is much more soothing than other races I've played before. I like the Blood Elf one too, though. Refresh my buffs before I forget.
I need to get closer.
Okay, there must be a treasure chest up in that camp, right? Click that off the map. Okay, so that other rare mob only spawns in that little section of the zone. Nice, light leather. Is that enough ruined leather scraps? Okay, I need 1 more, either ruined leather scrap or light leather, so I'm gonna go kill... I think I saw a cat over there? Yeah. Go kill this last lightsaber. And that should give me enough. Has my guild added an Ogvoker to my raid roster? I don't know. I mean, I left my guild right as Ogvoker came out, so I will say my previous guilds, we had 2 Ogvokers in on our Sarkareth kill. So, technically, yes. As for the new guild I'm joining, I have no idea. I don't know how many Ogvokers they have, if any. I would imagine they probably have 1, because Ogvoker is very good. But, yeah, I'm not sure on anything else. Am I going to pick up bear form instantly at level 10? That's how you lost 1 Night Elf Druid? I'll probably try it. Well, I don't know. I'm not going to try it at the end of the stream. Maybe I'll end the stream getting bear form. I'll see how long the quest takes. I'll look at it. If it looks like it's going to take a while, I won't do it. But if it looks fast, then I'll at least give it a shot. Problem is, we're nearing like 8.5 hours, and I think... Ooh, there is a chest there. Oh. I want to get that chest. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to greet it. Yeah, so, like, by the time I hit level 10, it's probably going to be around the 9-hour mark, and I don't know if I'll really want to extend the stream past then, because the closer I get to 10 hours, the scarier it gets. Because I mentioned this before, but any streams over 10 hours, YouTube doesn't save it. So, I don't know. I'll have to see. Battered chest? Yeah, battered chest. That's the good shit right there. Let me tell you. Though, man, I don't know. This is sketchy as hell. This is like, I'm pretty sure, I can't say with 100% certainty, I am fairly certain that this is a 4-mob pull right here. I don't think I can split this up unless I do, like, weird shenanigans like I did earlier in the stream, where I, like, caused them to leash. So, yeah, I'm not gonna do stupid shit. I'm just gonna skip that chest. Fram said you're gonna die. You're probably correct. Yeah. It's tempting. It really is tempting, but that is, I believe that is a 4-mob pull right there, and that is not a risk I'm really willing to take. So, yeah. I'm also kind of low on water, which maybe I should have stocked up. I kind of forgot to do that before leaving town again. But the fact that I'm not able to drink up as much in between pulls makes this, like, I have to play a lot more carefully. So I don't want to do anything, like, super risky. I also completely forgot to add linen bandages to my bars. The Furbolgs couldn't open it. I mean, who's to say that the chest doesn't belong to the Furbolgs? You know, it's where they store all their knickknacks and odds and ends. So by opening the chest, I'm effectively stealing from the random Furbolgs there. At least that's my headcanon. Okay, so interacting with this, according to Questy, gives a quest. So I'm going to go over here, grab that. I have to bring it to the guy at Lake Amethmar. There's some RP involved. You have to teleport to Moonglade. Also, there are level 13 Moonkins. You were really pushing it at level 10. Oh, okay. Then I'm definitely not going to do it at the end of the stream. I might... Yeah, I don't know if I'll try it at exactly level 10. Probably not. It could be a fun challenge, but considering this is the first time I've played Classic Druid, I'm not an expert on this. I would probably die. Or maybe even if I don't die, it would maybe take me a lot of time doing very careful pulling, so yeah. If you say it's not the easiest thing in the world, then I probably don't want to take the risk at the end of the stream. Because the problem is, whenever I'm doing things past the 9-hour mark on stream, I'm always kind of rushing myself because I need to finish quickly so that I, you know, don't run out of time and YouTube terminates the VOD, right? Oh, there's a lot of mobs here. Yeah, so inherently anything like that is potentially dangerous and actually difficult, I don't want to rush that. So, unfortunately, I probably won't do that at the end of the stream. But I guess if you join my Discord, I'll let you know when I attempt the bear quest, and I'll post about how it goes or something. Might not have time for that tonight, but I might do that, like, tomorrow or something. Oh, there's another dead person over there. Oh, there's 2 dead people. There's someone named Freetard and someone named Reese. YouTube terminates VODs after 10 hours? Yeah. If a stream goes past 10 hours, YouTube doesn't save it. I lost my Shadowlands launch day livestream because of that. Because I did a 20-hour livestream on Shadowlands launch and it didn't get saved, which really sucked. So the way that you'll see, like, if you'll notice that a lot of YouTubers, if they do very long streams, you'll see them break it up into parts, and most of the parts are like 9 hours or something like that. That's the reason why. It's because if it goes any longer... Oh, the rare is up! Oh, perfect. I'm glad I checked. Level 11, though. Holy shit. Alright. I should be fine. But yeah, that's... If you ever see a YouTuber doing that with, like, a long live stream, breaking it up into multiple parts, that is the reason why they're doing that. Alright. I'm going to clear out an area in the middle here, and then when this rare patrols back through the middle, that's when I'll get him. Good luck, thank you. I think I can handle him. I should be fine. Well, I canceled my food buff early before. I didn't get it. Shit. I'm going to make sure I wait out 10 seconds. Alright. Oh, it's past 10 seconds. That's probably why I missed it before. I'm going to use my Scroll of Spirit on me again. Glowing fruit. Okay, I'm gonna run back this way, drag the mob towards me. Come on, follow me. I got the armor kits on my gear, right? Yeah. So I'm set there. Okay, here he comes. Should be fine. Famous hardcore last words. Yeah.
I can't cast that yet.
I even debuffed him. See? I didn't save that for a rainy day. I figured, hey, I'm fighting a level 11 mob. I want to make sure I kill it. Might as well use one of these fancy severed voodoo claws that I got from that quest. I feel like that's a good use of resources. Not too bad. Bard's Cloak. 12 armor. Oh. Man, that is huge. It's a 4 armor upgrade over my crafted cloak. All right. Yeah, now I don't even need to look all the way in the back there. Got that rare down. Now I can head back. Oh, I need to get that first. Crown of the Earth. So I can do that quest. Then I can head back to Lake Amethamar, turn in the glowing fruits. And then I can go to Dalinar and hand in the Crown of the Earth quest. But yeah, I don't think that was too bad. But yeah, I lost, on the topic of, yeah, YouTube terminating VODs, I lost my my Shadowlands launch day livestream, which was really unfortunate because it had a lot of really good moments in it. And I was really looking forward to, like, rewatching that in the future, because I think I mentioned before, I did really well on Shadowlands launch. I actually had a pretty solid time. And I think my run on the day one, like, opening went pretty well. I had a really good start. I got super far ahead of the pack in the Maw. So I was pretty happy with that. And unfortunately, it is now lost to time. So, unfortunate. And it was like 20 hours of shit that I could have used in the future. I also lost another stream shortly after. I had like an 11-hour stream a few days later. Which, it wasn't like a super impactful stream. It was like just a generic, like, doing stuff around Shadowlands launch. I think I was farming BOEs and a few other, like, World Quest dungeon stuff. Basic things, nothing super impactful. But I did lose that stream as well. So I think I only lost those two, and it was around after that happened that I realized that YouTube deletes the VODs after 10 hours. So ever since then, I've been really careful. The closest I came is I did a Blood DK 10 to 50 speedrun back in Shadowlands, back when, 50 was the cap for Chromie time. And that was slow. It was, to date, pretty much my slowest actual speedrun ever. It took me, like, 9 hours, and because I started the, as usual, I start the run and I talk to chat for, like, an hour or so as people roll in, and I get, like, prep done. So the speedrun took, like, something in the realm of 9 hours. It was a disaster. I forget what slowed it down. There was, like... Because obviously, if I was playing efficiently, back then, slow speedruns would take somewhere in the range of, like, 6 to 7 hours. But Blood DK especially slowed it down a bit more. But I forget what went wrong exactly, but it was, like, a really, really, really bad run. But I pulled through, and then I finished and hit level 50, literally at, like, 9 hours, 58 minutes. And thankfully, YouTube didn't delete it then. I remember being really worried at the time that YouTube would still delete the VOD or something if it was too close to 10 hours, but apparently it is a pretty hard cutoff point. At 10 hours, boom, gone. But if it's below that point, then you're pretty safe. Alright. I'm officially out of water, so I can't really restore mana easily. So I'm going to try to avoid combat as much as possible. I also, I'm like low on bag space, so it's not even like I get a lot of advantage out of fighting shit. I still have no idea where Thregal was. Because wasn't in the cave, so... I mean, maybe he is in that cave that I went to earlier, and he just wasn't up. I guess that's probably where it was, and I just was unlucky. I think all these mobs we're back to, like, low-level zones. This is... Oh, that guy's level 7. Okay. It's, like, decent level. I wonder if there's a quest that sends you into that cave. Because I feel like I've done most of the quests on this side of Teldrassil. I mean, I'm almost level 10, which I think, like, level 10 is pretty much where Teldrassil ends. It's where most of, like, the starting zone stuff ends. And then there's, like, a handful of level, like, 11 or 12 quests. Like, Durotar has Skull Rock, obviously. And I picked up that quest in Darnassus that sends me to the northern section up here. So this is level 10. This one is level 12. At level 11. Yeah, so it looks like the highest level quests in Teldrassil are 11 or 12. And there's only a handful of them all the way in the northwest section. So I guess I'll attempt those off-screen, see how it goes. Oh, there's another dead body over here. El Sagu. I don't think I encountered him earlier when I was running along this way. Alright, I'm just gonna pull a few guys at once. Because these guys are level 5, I shouldn't have too much issue with them. I can also... I'll put Rejuve on myself. Yeah, not too bad. Would have been a funny way to die if I had been a bit too overconfident and fucked up there, but we're chilling. I always have, like, minor healing potions and stuff in my back pocket if I absolutely need to use it. So, I'm not, like, super concerned. You think first max level on your server in Shadowlands was like a mage clearing some dungeons? Yeah. I mean, I had a really good time, mind you, but I leveled completely... Ooh, nice, I got more water. I leveled completely solo. And I always do on expansion launches, so... I had like a really good time for a pure solo player. Which I was happy with. Nice. What is my reputation with Darnassus? You get a decent amount of rep by doing quests. Is there anything good from the cities in, like, Vanilla WoW? I forget. I don't think I ever bothered getting my Orgrimmar reputation or anything up. It's just mount discounts, right? Isn't that, like, the only bonus to getting reputation with your faction? So I guess if I get, like, Darnassus up higher, then when I get to, well, I guess on the PTR with the level cap being 30, it doesn't matter. Oh. Someone named Itzala waved at me. I think they were the person who asked me for buffs earlier. I didn't notice until now, though. Just discounts? Gotcha. You were worried about 60 to 61. XP was busted in all aspects. Killing rares, you were getting 11% experience and about 1% doing mining and herbing. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I guess rare mob XP then is unchanged. So, that's an interesting idea, honestly. I mean, that would be what, like, basically 10 rare mobs to level up from 60 to 61. Honestly, not terrible. I feel like that's not the type of thing that I would recommend in a guide, for instance, but that is the type of thing that speedrunning, at least, could be a viable option, provided you had easy access to 10 different rare mobs. 10 rares rested. Oh, okay. So yeah, it would definitely be more than... Yeah, 20... Okay, 20 rares is maybe a little bit too much of an ask, I would say. That's good to know. I mean, it's a moot point, right? Because in theory, they should be fixing it, but who fucking knows? In order to ride other faction mounts, you need to be exalted, so anyone not a Night Elf would need to get exalted with Darnassus to ride the Winter Saber Tiger. Ah, interesting. I did not know that. Heeding the call. Alright, so that's the Bear Farm quest, and, ooh, I have a bunch of stuff I can learn. I'm just gonna learn it all, and then I will fix my bars. So, I got Moonfire rank 2. That's nice, so... Slap that bad boy on there. I got Rejuve rank 2. Healing Touch rank 2. Mark of the Wild rank 2. Let's see. And then Entangling Roots rank 1, which I'll put on Shift Y. Run to Keranos and you'll give me Fortitude? I'm not running all the way to Keranos. I appreciate the offer, but that's a long run just for some stamina. But thank you. I appreciate it. Can I make anything else? No, I'm out of light leather. Before I forget, because I know I'll forget again if I don't do this now, I'm going to clear out my bags, and then I'm going to go get more... what's it called? More water. Stock up now. I actually have quite a lot of silver. This is way more than I managed to get on my shaman when I played through that. So this is quite nice. Yeah.
May the stars guide you.
Do I have anything that I can cook? I have small spider legs, so I can make Calderai spider kebab. You're seeing Night Elves there at level 5? Is, like, Keranos or Dunmoreau in general, like, good for speed leveling or something? Or maybe it's just that, like, Teldrassil is spooky and they want nothing to do with it.
Feel free to browse. Good luck, friend.
Let's see. I can make more linen bandages. At this point, though, I have more than enough linen bandages. I'm going to save the rest of my linen cloth so I can eventually make bags from tailoring, because I figure that's probably a better use of it. Is there anything else I can do here?
How may I help?
I guess the leather armor merchant. The only thing left that I should really be doing in Teldrassil, outside of the quest in the other area, is just farming light leather so I can craft more gear, probably. Oh wait, I forgot, the leatherworking trainer is all the way out in bumfuck Africa. I'll have to go out there and do that. I might also do the Barrow's Den quest over here, Relics of Awakening and the Sleeping Druid. Yeah, that could be neat. Could be a fun challenge. And then, yeah, stock up in water. Right, get bean soup. And I guess at this point I have a ton of stuff, so I can even buy bags. I think the bags are sold by the guys in the tower. Buy the water still? Yep. I gotcha.
Hello.
I'm gonna buy Versicolor treat. Why not? Sell my bean soup and refreshing spring water, and then buy ice cold milk. And, I'll buy one bag with, 5 of the silver I have left. So I figure that's probably a good use. So I believe is it trade supplies or no, general supplies? Yeah, 1 small brown pouch. Alright. So now I have 2 small brown pouches, and I gotta keep them organized. There we go. Also move this up there. Alright. And then I'll just update this on my bars. Or they're farming for the dwarf mount? True. Yeah. Maybe they just really like rams. Though personally, out of all of the alliance mounts, let's be real, the Night Saber is the coolest by far. So. You remember back in the old days, Teldrassil was too brutal for you, so you dropped your Nelf and made a human? Is Teldrassil considered a hard starting zone? Like, out of all of the alliance starting zones, like, what is considered to be the most difficult? Because I haven't played Alliance a ton. But, I don't know. I know the human starting zone, I've heard a lot of, like, the Murloc areas and Defias areas can be quite tricky, but it's also hard to say if that's just because a lot of people play Elwyn Forest, so you get a lot of people dying there, because, like, a lot of people pick human, or if it is, like, genuinely difficult. I am not sure. But like I said before, I'll stop the stream now because I did get to level 10, so I hit my goal. Before I forget, Because whenever I end the stream, like when this gets recorded, I'm going to quickly change the title back to Havoc DH, Havoc Demon Hunter 10 to 60 Speedrun. So I'm changing the title back just that way. When it gets turned into a VOD, it automatically goes back to the main thing. Actually, I can update it a bit. Havoc DH 10 to 60 Speedrun, Classic, Hardcore, later. Or I'll just do Classic, Hardcore, Druid. There we go. Yeah. It's weird, you don't focus on zone while leveling, you bounce around between Darkshore and other zones depending on the quests? Gotcha, for ease of leveling, okay. Yeah, I'm very not familiar at all with the Alliance speed leveling route. I think I may download, like, some guideline thing, because fuck all the other guides, right? I don't give a shit about those other garbage, paid, classic things. But I might find some guideline thing, which is what I used for, like, OG Classic, and use that for Alliance. We'll see. Think that's more true with Hardcore. Jump around with what you can do. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I'll stop here. It's, oh my god, it's 10:30 p.m. Jesus Christ, this went for a while. I also started late. It's a long stream, and I started, like, 2 hours late, so yeah, definitely longer than I normally stream for. I should note I'll be here next weekend, as usual. For now, sticking to the schedule of just Saturday, Sunday. Might add more days in the future when I get more free time, but for now, it'll be that. I don't fully know what I'll be doing yet. So what I will say is, tentatively, assuming Blizzard doesn't fix anything, Saturday's stream will be a Survival Hunter 10 to 60 run, and then Sunday's stream would be another polled 10 to 60 run. I would put up a poll, let people vote, you know, etc. You know the drill, right? But, like, I would hope so. I'll link it once again before I forget. Just throw it in chat. Leveling is broken in patch 10.1.5. So here we go. I'll probably bump it after the stream is ended, but if anyone else wants to bump this forum thread and share it with your friends and like it or whatever, we need more attention on this, right? Because I currently cannot do any 60 to 70 testing runs, and I can't update my guide because multiple features from 10.1.5 are not working. And I've made a forum post about it. I'm doing everything that I can, aside from making a clickbait video, to try and get Blizzard's attention on this. And this is the only way that I know how. So if you can bump this post, get it more attention, it would be much appreciated. And obviously, if it gets Blizzard to fix the game, everybody wins, right? And that means that I can update the leveling guide and test that stuff to help everybody else. So we'll see. Oh, somebody has the name Middens. Oh, that's nice. Level 6 Night Elf Druid named Middens. Aw. And Silly Goose said, will do, thank you. And yeah, Survival Hunter will be next. I don't, like, let's say Blizzard does fix it, and I end up doing 60 to 70 testing runs next weekend. Whenever I do another 10 to 60 run, it will be Survival Hunter. So, yeah, the only thing is I may end up pushing that back if I'm able to do that, because the moment that stuff gets fixed, I'm going to be doing my 60 to 70 runs, because I want to get my guide updated ASAP. It's just right now, I literally can't. So, yeah. But anyways, yep, thanks for tuning into the stream. If any help you can throw towards that post would be much appreciated. I will catch you all next weekend.